Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Shut up.
Didn't even get to cross.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.
What's happening, people? Welcome to Tottenham Away. We're live. It's the post-match show. Thanks for joining us. It's a late one here for you in the UK. 11 p.m. On a school night. So a lot of people might be in bed or preparing to go to work. But we'll have more people come along as the show goes on, no doubt. But for now, I've got Adrian and Eugene in the building. Boys, you good? You all right?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine.
Apart from the results and the performance.
We'll get into it. Let's quickly say hello to everyone in the chat tonight. We've got Justin in the building, who starts off every show by being abusive and rude to me. He's such a lovely human being. Big up to Justin. El Said in the house, but he watches me, right? Well, what can I do? El Said, big up to you. Williams in the house. We've got Lookman, who's on the show as well. Ryan, big up to you. OCC Werner out. Dope Boys in the building. Tony Rodriguez, the Alex Scott experience. What's up, my man? Hope you lot are good. Adrian, who's also on the show tonight. We've got Scott M. Maybe he'll be joining us. Maybe he won't. We've got Truce, the Bertie Hotspur. Big up to you. Totspur, Tekken. We've got George is in the building. 3SS Sports. How are you doing? Hope you're all right. George. We've got Ron. My name is Jeff. Ollie, Narodov, Neil, Beyond 72. We've got Lee in the building. Puff. Patrick Duffy. Here as always. We've got George. We've got Spurs Forever. Jan071. Big up to you. Hope you're doing well. John George, Raider Yid, Early Doors Football TV. Joining us for Eugene's channel. We've got Rob in the house. Igor, the disabled team. Big up to those wonderful people up there in Leeds. We've got Sammy and the boys. Lappers 82, Frankfurt Guna, Joy, Brian Maguire, Tom Thacker, 150 people watching already. Smash a like, subscribe to my channel, to Eugene's channel, Spurs Wagen, and make sure you follow Adrian on Facebook. So let's get going, guys. Funnily enough, big up to Jamie as well, just there at the end. Funnily enough, when I did the show on Friday with Matt, I predicted a draw. I said that I just don't fancy us going to West Ham and getting a win because I think they'll sit deep for periods of the game and we just don't know how to break a team that's deep. It's pretty much what happened. But that said, I don't think Spurs particularly played badly. I just don't think we had any clue in the final third. And other than the first 10, 15 minutes where Spurs started off pretty well. I thought we were playing some nice football, moving the ball quite nicely, getting into the wide areas. We got a goal from it as well. Timo Werner with a cross into the box and Brennan Johnson popped up with the tap-in, 1-0. After about 10 minutes, I thought the entire front line offered nothing. The wide players were non-existent. Son was just out of the game and whatever balls were passed to him were poor. Maddison didn't get into the game until late on and then he got pulled off. Bentancur was okay. Basuma, first half, non-existent. The defence did well overall. I thought the defence did well, but they weren't really challenged too much. But other than that, guys, it's the same old. We're just not good enough up front across the attacking mid, left wing, right wing, striker, we're just not good enough as a team to compete with teams that just say, right, we know what you're going to do. You're going to flood 6 players. We'll just get compact. And the first kind of 10, 15 minutes where we dominated the game, Moyes adjusted it. Bowden and Kudus, they tucked in, made it a bit more compact in the middle. West Ham became quite compact at the back as well. And we had no idea, like zero clue what to do, because we don't have quality in the wide areas. We've got players that can score tap-ins and smash the ball into the box. That's it. There's no skill to take on a man. There's no ability to take a shot from distance. In fact, no one in this team wants to shoot from distance, actually. Nobody. And the only weapon you've got then is to try and put crosses into the box and try and score a header. Well, the only player that can do that is Richarlison. The rest can't do that. So I thought 1-1 was a fair result. That's kind of my basic analysis. We'll go around, just everyone give your basic view, and then we'll break it down. But for me, fair result. It's what I expected, and I just think this team is desperate for quality, especially in the final third. Mari, how you doing, brother? You look either tired or down and out.
Bored. I was bored. This game bored me. I was bored. Like literally after the first couple of minutes, I was bored out of my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that we were better than West Ham.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even mad. I was just bored. It was just missed opportunity to get 3 points. West Ham wasn't great. It's almost like you go to a bar and all right, you're in a good position to get the girl's phone number, but instead of getting her phone number, you get her Instagram. Now, it's not a total loss that you get her Instagram, but it would be better to be a phone number.
It's not the number. You didn't get the digits.
You get the digits. So, we got a draw. I mean, not the end of the world, but this is a game that we could have won, man, if we showed any sign of in the final third of being clinical. But it's just bored. I didn't think we were gonna score. I never thought we were gonna score. I didn't think they were gonna score. So I just watched the game. I was just bored out of my mind. Bored.
Adrian, what about yourself? How? By the way, before we get to Adrian, very, very quickly, Elias, channel member, 11 months. Thank you, Elias. He says, Timo Werner assisted a goal again. We shouldn't sell him. He isn't a goal scorer, but his impact in wide areas so far has been decent. Turbo Timo. We will get into Timo Werner and a few other players. Don't you worry about that. But yeah, Adrian, it's not an easy place to go, is it? It's not an easy place to go, is it?
And under any other normal circumstance, if we're playing a mid-season or whatever, everybody was saying it's a good point. If you're a Spurs fan with like expectations of getting 3 points because we're chasing top 4, then your perception of the game might be different just for that reason, your expectations. We weren't bad. We weren't great. We dominated the game. We had no cutting edge. We looked not bad in the 10, 15 minutes, like you said, when we're getting down to the left, when Werner looked like he had Soufal on toast. So why don't we keep doing that? Why don't we put some more balls down there and do that? There was so we get the early goal, he gets the assist. Apart from that, Werner was ineffective. He was ineffective, sorry, bad grammar. And they get their goal from a corner. Actually, VDV was caught asleep to me. I think I blame Van der Ven for that goal, actually. But and then I've got to disagree, Mari. I love you to death, but I mean, I didn't think it was boring. It was exciting because you didn't know if we were going to nick it or if they were. So it was exciting to me. It was anyway. I respect your opinion, obviously, but and they were relying on the counter. And there was late in the game, we put 2 fizzing crosses low across the box that just needed a tapping. No one got onto them. Vicario made 3 good saves, but he wouldn't know in them wet conditions whether their players were offside or not. He made 3 good saves. I thought Udogie on the left again. He's great going forward, but he was a bit sloppy at times and gave the ball away a bit. Other than that, you really can't fault our back five this season because they've been very good. When this back five's been playing, they've been very, very good.
Adrian, another game where Van der Ven, Romero, Dogi, Porro, and Vicario start, and we don't lose. They haven't lost to any team this season when they've started.
Yeah.
We haven't always won, but we haven't lost.
I understand that. I mean, even Van der Ven, when he got his booking, it wasn't for the tackle. I thought he got the ball. It was for kicking the ball away afterwards. I think he got that booking for.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not sure. I think it was.
It was.
It was that what it was?
He pushed the ball away. Yeah.
So, and I thought Basuma and Bentancur looked better than recently, and I think they were both subbed because they both had bookings. They both had yellow cards, and in midfield it's busy. It's easy to pick up another one, and then you're off.
Adrian, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Could it have been possible that because we saw Lo Celso and Bentancur playing well, would it have been possible that you had Madison and to keep Lo Celso together with Bentancur, and then maybe Basuma in the second like that?
Listen,
I would have liked to see that.
Yeah, I've taken loads of flack. Chris Cowlins ribbed me about it loads of times in the past because I raved about Lo Celso before he came to Spurs. I didn't know nothing about Ndombele, but I'd watched Lo Celso. I thought this player's got something about him. You don't know if they can do it in the Premier League, but unfortunately he's made of glass. And Ange might have decided. I wouldn't mind him starting today, actually, Lo Celso, but I think Ange decided, and you can tell by his substitution and the subs he makes, who is higher on his list and who is lower on his list. And if he knows Lo Celso's going anyway, or if they've had private conversations, same with Højbjerg, well, look, you know the situation, the way I play and all that. Yeah. Get your agent to get you a move and all that. Like I think that's the reason he's looking towards the future. Ange isn't a mug. He said good things about Werner recently, right? Guys in the chat as well, what do you expect your manager to say in a press conference? He cannot throw players under the bus. He might think Werner stinks. Mind you, I don't think he does because he started him. If he didn't start him, there would be a bigger clue there. You'd be reading between the lines, wouldn't you? So, So I thought Johnson was okay on the right. Son was flat. He was trying. And we're in that situation where, like, we've seen it in recent games. We're either just slightly over-hitting or under-hitting passes. And you think if it clicks, we've all been saying, like, if it clicks, we're going to spank someone. Well, we did it at Villa away. But, I mean, I'm going to shut up and let Eugene have a say or something.
Eugene,
Thanks.
You've been given a chance to speak. Take it.
Yeah, I better take it, right? But guys, I mean, when that early goal went in, right, I was going, okay, are we going to see something different now? Are we going to go out, and show that what we can really do? But like every game that it happens again over and over again. It's like, I don't know how to say this, we scored an early goal and then we drop off. And after that, it just all peters out. Everybody turns flat, and with some bad defending, Zuma gets his butt on the ball and scores the goal or something like that. Right? Hits him on the back. I don't think he even hit the ball in. Right? And like what I think Adrian was saying, VDV was at fault for that. He didn't mark him too well. But all I saw was we had our chances, and I don't understand. Every time when we take our shot, right, outside of the penalty box, right, we tend to shoot it at a West Ham player. And this is not the first time. We've seen it against the game against Luton, right? When Son had that double post thing, right? The ball came back out. Werner hits it against, smashes it against the defender. Then it comes back out again. I mean, are we not targeting again at the empty spaces, but targeting against, the players in front of you? So I don't know. Lack of quality, right? Well, I concur with whatever what Stel says, right? The lack of quality in our front three, it's so obvious now. And the reliance on Son. And when Son is not, at his best possible peak and all that, that's what you get, smashing the ball against other players. No one takes on a player. The low block. We can't break the low block. Every time we see that, we can't break the low block. I really don't know what to say anymore. I really don't know what to say. All right.
Yeah. We've got Ryan in the building. Big up, Ryan. Make sure you smash like for Tottenham on Tour, Spurs TV, Tottenham Away, and Facebook, Adrian's group, Tottenham Diehards. Yeah, Ryan, we're just going around 2 minutes, basic analysis, or if you were to do a quick mini report on how the game was from your eyes before we break into more detail. How did you see it today?
Even game. Basically, if you split the halves into halves, basically the first 15-20 minutes we were in control. West Ham took over towards the end of the second half, and then West Ham started strongly in the second half, and we grew into it. So point's probably the fair result if you look at it like that. But overall, not happy with the performance. Not happy with some of the players. Our star players, to be precise. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What more to say? I think I overheard you talking about Son, so I thought Son was awful today. Link-up play, footballing IQ, passing, holding the ball, not making runs into the box was just anomalous. Absolutely one of his worst performances in the Spurs shirt.
Ryan, take away the first 5 minutes of the game, right? Let's just take that bit of the game. The remaining 85 minutes plus 5 minutes of extra time. What attacking player did play well, including midfield? Because for me, none of them did.
Bentancur.
Okay, Bentancur, fair play. He was not too bad, but who actually created? Who actually caused problems? Who actually did you look at?
Johnson caused put in 4 or 5 brilliant balls in, and that's where you want your striker. That's where you want your centre forward. How many times did that ball get flashed across the face of the goal in the 6-yard box?
Once he did it in the second half.
4 or 5 times he done it.
No, he didn't. He smashed it at people's legs. No, he didn't. He smashed it at people's legs.
Werner in the first half didn't run to tap home. The second half, it got cleared. The third,
no, fair play. One in the first half, right? That's one. No, you're right. I remember that. And then there's one in the second half that went to the back post. Other than that,
yeah, but you're not going to get the balls in every time. But that's 2 chances straight there and then. He played one into Son, and Son couldn't sort his feet out.
Played it, yeah, because he played it behind Son.
No, the one that he played behind Son, fair enough. I'm talking about the one where it went in.
Even Werner's pass to Brennan for the goal wasn't good because Brennan had to then step back and change feet.
But if you look at it, he does that finish a lot. He done that finish against Wolves. He almost done it or scored against with Luton. Honestly, pipe down on the Johnson hate train because Johnson is.
It's not hate. I'm calling out the entire attack, Ryan. I'm calling them all out. Kulu,
the whole
was rubbish. Son wasn't good today. I thought Brennan Johnson, other than the goal and 1 or 2 crosses, he did nothing. I thought Timo Werner, other than the cross for the goal, he did nothing. I thought Maddison, first half, he was playing as a centre back. I'm talking about the whole attack. None of them today, or in general, I just feel none of them contributed to the 70% possession we had. What did you do with it? Attackers, what did you do with it?
For me, it felt like it didn't feel like a team. It felt like a team of individuals. That's what it felt like. It felt like it just been thrown together. This is pretty much our strongest 11, minus maybe Werner for Kulusevski if he's in form. And you can toss up Saar, Bentancur, assume all you want. But that's pretty much our strongest 11 that we've all been crying out for. And it looks like they never played together. When this was pretty much the 11 or 9 out of the 11 that had that incredible start to the season.
I've been training with him for 9 months and had 1 game a week, and people are still saying, give them time, they haven't learned handball yet.
There's no such thing as handball. It's a complete myth.
I know I was being sarcastic.
It's possession-based football with no cutting edge. And we don't have a cutting edge because we lack firepower up front and we lack pacing behind.
Do you know what I noticed today more than anything? Everyone kept saying Maddison's coming back too deep. I'm like, yeah, I know why. because you can't play with 3 number 10s. How many times he went to get forward and Porro and Doji was sitting straight there where they're inverted? He couldn't even go past them half the time, so he had to stay back at times. I don't like this inverted wingers crap.
I don't like anything inverted. Just give me normal wingers going down the touchline.
No, nor do I.
Let me get into the game itself, and let's see if we can break it down a bit. So, the starting 11 was Vicario, Porro, Romero, Van der Ven, and Dogi. So Van der Ven was back. He went with Basuma, Bentancur, Maddison. So Sarr got dropped for Bentancur. A lot of fans were saying the way we finished the game against Luton, perhaps Lo Celso and Bentancur should start. Okay, that never happened. We stuck with Maddison. And then Kulu got dropped, and he went with Johnson, Werner, and the wide area Son up front. So a few changes. In terms of the bench, we had Austin, Emerson Royale, Ben Davies, Dragusin. So 3 defenders. Kulu, Pierre, and Lo Celso, and Matassar, 4 midfielders, and Richie as a striker. We played the usual formation, as we do pretty much every game. And within the first couple of minutes, guys, pow. We went 1-0 up in the 5th minute. Timo Werner did well, beat the man with pace, put a cross into the box. Johnson adjusted his feet, tap in, 1-0 to Spurs. And then for the next kind of 10, 15 minutes, we moved the ball quite nicely. We're getting in the wide areas, couple of shots. It looked like maybe we're going to really put one on West Ham. So when you look at the starting lineup and you look at the start to the game, were you all feeling kind of confident? Mari, I'll come to you because I know you said you were bored today. Listen, Mari, I spent a lot of the game on my phone as well, so I wasn't exactly excited by it. Obviously, the last 10 minutes, I kept looking because you want to see if anything's going to happen. Yeah. But did you think it was the right starting lineup? Forget what happened, but before the game, did you feel it was the right starting lineup?
I posed that question to Adrian that I would have liked to see if you were going to change it for Bentancur, I would have want to see, because sometimes with midfielders with partnerships, and I would have liked to see the Lo Celso Bentancur partnership along with Maddison. I thought that would have been very interesting to see if it works out, because for me, Basuma, you know my opinion with Basuma, right? If they've gone with Sarr and Bentancur and Maddison, okay, but I did not want to see Basuma. I feel that Basuma is lucky that I guess no one can challenge him for his spot, so he's already starting. But I would have liked to see the midfield of those 3. I would have liked to see Maddison, Lo Celso, and Bentancur. And this is the type of game too that Lo Celso has a dark heart. He would have got in, came in, help with the press, and I think would have been nice to see that. My only question is, and I'm not saying that this person needs to start, but for me, in regards to Timo Werner, what has happened to Manor Solomon? I have not heard a word.
He's not coming back.
He's out for the season.
Oh,
he's had a meniscus operation on his knee. He's out for the season.
Okay, so he is out. Okay, so then the front 3 is always going to be, unless they put Richarlison up as striker and Sonny, as on the wing along with Johnson. I would have. I mean, unless you see that, it's going to be Son, Timo Werner, and Johnson. I was happy to see Kulu not start because he was crap the last game, and he shouldn't start. So I was happy to see that, and the back 4 is back 4. So, basically, I would have liked to see Lo Celso start with Bentancur rather than Basuma.
Mari, question for you, as you asked me one before. Would you like to see Kulu play as an 8 or 10 to give us a bit more physical presence when sometimes Maddison does get a bit bullied up front, and I think that's why he drops back some of the time?
Possibly. Like I said, I don't want him anywhere near the wing. I could possibly see that. But today I really wanted to see Lo Celso with Bentancur in that midfield along with Madsen.
Kulu is a 10 through and through. He's not a winger.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not. He stopped playing as a winger at Juventus when they got Chiesa, and then they didn't play him for a while. Knocked him over into the middle as like a false 9, number 10 sort of thing. Ronaldo absolutely loved him off. Him and Ronaldo done brilliant together.
Dan, do you see him as a 10 false
10.
9? Also, a bit like Bobby Firmino when he was at Liverpool,
Yes.
right? But he had Salah on one wing and Mane on the other wing, right? Mane on the other wing, and he used to play. You had like an inverted V, and normally you expect your number 9 to get a bit more forward in the box. And Firmino wasn't the greatest goal scorer, but he was effective at breaking the lines.
Yeah,
so
and
I think Kulu could play that role. I really, because he's got the physical attributes and he holds the ball well. But and you wouldn't be breaking Ange's ball because like Ange is not going to change from his inverted fullbacks and his 2 wide wingers. This is what he's shown. This is why I like
for
Johnson
Sweden.
so much.
Look at his last game for Sweden and his last 10 games for Sweden. That's what he plays at Sweden. And the good thing at him,
10 role, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yes. And the good thing with him is he's actually all right at playing with his back to goal. You can use him as a target man as a number 10 as well. Yes, we know we're not always going to get a great game out of him, but the best games we've seen out of him at Spurs in the past year and a half basically has been as a number 10. And I think there's certain games where I think you'll get more of him as a number 10 than you will out of Maddison.
Didn't he come on and play as a 10 today for Maddison?
Yes.
Yes, but then Johnson got injured, so he had to shift back to the right.
So, yeah, basically. And when he came on, he made one dodgy pass, but then he was starting to look a bit lively because when you've got someone like Kulusevski sitting there as your number 10, it takes 2 players to guard him because he is hench. And he's very, very good at holding the ball. We've always said that when he holds it on the side, lets everyone goes past it, it always takes 2 to sandwich him. But Kulusevski, they got to stop playing him on the wing. He's got to go as a number 10, and that is what we use him as. And then if it's an emergency. I think the game today, I could say it was an average game, not our worst game. But it was just patchy in every moment. 1 minute, Johnson, I thought, played really well for 10 minutes and then disappears for another 15 minutes. Turns up for 5 minutes and disappears again.
On that 10 position, right? Do you see that? I don't like Maddison coming back deep. I don't like it. I want him in the middle third or the final third. I don't like that at all.
Yeah,
it's not where he's supposed to create chances. You're not going to do that from our back 4, right?
But when you've got 2 inverted wing backs sitting there already, you're already boxed up.
And I also think, like, if you're worried about getting bullied up front, I think he could play as a false 9 and number 10 further up the field with 2 wide wingers. He could do that. He's got the skill. My only concern with him in that position is whether he got hammered or bullied, right? That would be the only thing. But I think he could do it. He's got the skill to do it. He might take a few more smacks. I noticed West Ham did try to get physical.
They did. That Paqueta did. Is that his name, Paqueta? I can't pronounce
it. We didn't get sent off for England, Brazil. I don't know anyway. And if this guy's a walking, I mean, he's a good footballer. He's a very good player. But he's like a yellow card every game player to me when I look at him.
Well, he fouled Maddison on the edge of the box. The referee gave absolutely nothing, and then they went up the other end and nearly scored.
Yeah, and Antonio nearly scored. Yeah.
That was
and then he done exactly the same with Maddison again. Just steamed into him and knocked him nearly off the pitch down at the Spurs end. They were going a bit physical and getting away with it.
Well, look, guys, we went 1-0 up. We didn't manage to seize the moment, and shortly after, it went to 1-1 in the 20th minute. Set piece, ball in the box. Wasn't even a good header. It bounced off of Zuma's back, but no one challenged him. And yet again, set pieces. We don't know what to do. We seem to concede a lot from set pieces this season. And the questions have to be asked. Why did we sack the set piece coach? Because last season we were quite good.
We were all right up till Christmas. We hadn't conceded from one set piece up till Christmas. And VDV's got to take the blame for this one because he was asleep for this. And I love the player.
Yeah, but Vicario was just as much to blame as he was. He didn't get stuck in enough. He let himself get bullied and boxed in again.
He had one player He had one player to his right, though, down in front of him to come forward to get the ball. All right, yeah, but at the same time,
But the two
he should make
others,
his
well,
presence. He's big enough leg.
they came back on him, and he needs to get his act together, like we said, like he has done for the past couple of games.
Guys, can I be honest with you about this, right? And I want to bring Alex in because he hasn't spoken. I'm no expert, and I don't claim to be an expert, but I've done enough coaching badges and been around enough really good coaches, far better than anything I'll be, to learn a thing or two. And when I look at Spurs, I can honestly say to you, I don't see a team that's coached to defend, where they're genuinely coached with the same level of intensity to defend the way we're coached to attack. I can see how we're coached to attack. I can see what we're trying to do, and I can see how we try and play it out from the back, pull players out of position. I get it. I can see where they're trying to go with it. But defensively, when we get caught high up, like we did once today when Antonio missed his chance, it's almost like everyone just run back. And they don't, only Van de Ven runs to the ball. Everyone else just runs back. And you saw it last game when we conceded against Luton. Everyone runs back, but they don't know where they're running. They're just running back, not marking up, not looking over their shoulder. No one's directing it. That's a lack of coaching. And to keep conceding from set pieces, this is coaching. I don't think Ange coaches defending. I think he passes it on to other people, and I think they don't really put enough time and energy into it because the players are used more for attacking sessions than what they are defending. And whoever is coaching and defending, I don't think they're that good. What do you see? Do you think it's just poor play? Do you think it's a lack of leadership? Because I when I look at it, I don't think I reckon we spend maybe 25-30% of our training time on defending, and maybe the other 70% on the attacking.
You know who coaches the defensive set pieces?
No.
Ryan Mason.
See, he was never a defender. How does this make sense?
Yeah, but he also coaches the actual set pieces themselves, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he was never. See, he was never a defender. This is madness to me. That's madness.
And even when we play this attacking style, the positional players is why we're picking up yellow cards from tackles from behind all the time. All right, I don't mind the odd take and pulling someone back and getting a yellow card if they're going to burst through and all that. It's fair enough. But you know, with intelligent awareness, positional play as well when you're playing this system. You've got to be aware of what's going on around you. You can't be totally gung-ho and just go charging forward, right? You've got to know that the players around you would cover for you. I mean,
Alex, what do you think? Let me get Alex in. Let me bring Alex. He hasn't spoken yet. Alex.
I'm not concerned about the defense. I'm not concerned about the defense. I'm not concerned about the set pieces too much. Yeah, it's a concern that he's not.
Ange.
Yeah.
Ange ain't concerned either.
Yeah, I'm just not concerned. I'm just not concerned at all. I mean, it was. Firstly, I've got to say it was a good point. I do feel a bit bored, to be honest with you. But I mean, I think I'm bored of this season now, to be honest with you, because I'm just really fed up of the front three now. I'm fed up with the attack. I really am. I'm just not there with them whatsoever, and I don't care whether Werner scored that created that chance. I know we're going to sign him. But it does not excite me whatsoever. That is what's hurting us at the moment. I'm sorry. I just think if you're thinking that this front three is going to do anything, you're mad. You're mad. You're absolutely mad. I'm sorry.
Alex, it's not that he doesn't excite me. I don't trust him.
Well, guys, let's not go off on about the attack. I just want to focus on defending at the moment.
I see what you're saying, Stelios. But the point is, though, for me,
we conceded from a set piece again.
Yeah, I know. But the point is, though, right, is that for me, his philosophy, and this is why I don't listen to people that he needs to do a second plan, because as far as I'm concerned, he told us that he's going to stick to his plan and stick to his philosophy from the very get-go. Again, defending the guy when I don't even like the guy again. So it's like for me, if you're going to keep on doing this attack and keep on attacking, you need players to attack. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what's hurting us more at the moment. I think Vicario will get used to it. I think he'll have a tricky season next season, like Van de Ven next season. But I think if they're competent enough, they'll get through it. You know what I mean? Romero will hopefully get through it. Dragosin, and then we get another defender, and they'll get through it. Competent in defence, yeah. But I just think at the moment, I'm not so focused on that at the moment because we're not a defensive team. We're not a defensive team, you know. I think it's more to do with it's more to do with the attack. I do see your point though. If we're like next season in a cup final or semi-final, and that happens, and that wins the opposition a game, I get where you're coming from. But like our team is supposed to be taking risks. You know what I mean? Again, I'm understanding this guy, and I don't even like the guy again. That's what's a goggle. Tell me what's going on. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question though, right? If you're going to be a winning team, I'm all for you playing Aussie Ardiles football. I'm all for you being the Galacticos Madrid, just going for it. But there are times and moments in football where you need to defend. Classic example: we're 2-1 up, Everton away, we couldn't defend. Right? There are games where it needs to be coached, and we need players and a defensive unit that can do it. So. Do you not think that this is a problem? I know the attack is a big issue, but I'm just talking about defending for now.
I see your point. I see your point. But the thing is, though, he said from very get-go, he's more attacking manager. I want to score more goals than just defending. He don't like it. He does not like it.
Alex, Alex, I'll say this, and I'm hoping. And I'm really hoping because I'm like Stell in the sense that I need to see the defense. I've seen great offensive teams. The Barcelonas, they had a defense. Puyol, Piqué, Jordi Alba, Dani Alves, and Busquets. Solid defense with a great offense. So you can have a great offense and along with a great defense. I want to see that. My hope, and I'm forgetting who said this, that maybe ends this year, maybe because year one, he was to focus with his philosophy of attacking. That year two, there's gonna be like adjust to say, hey, you know what? Let's shore up the defense. Let's make sure that we have a defense that's not leaking as many goals. Because if we're going forward in this, if it's going to be 4 years of okay, we're gonna score. And we want to outscore people 3-2, 4-3. I don't think that's going to win us trophies. You're going to have a solid defense. You can play great offense and have a solid defense. And we haven't had a clean sheet in ages. So this is, I'm hoping this is just year one.
We haven't won away in 6, Maury. We haven't won away in 6.
Yeah, but I don't think it's. For me, it's not a concern. It's not a concern because the thing is, though, he's even said it himself. I'd rather see because we're not getting relegated. At the end of the day, we're not getting relegated. The thing is, though, that's what I'm not worried about.
Is that the ambition?
Yeah, but bro, the point I'm making is I don't really care at the moment because it doesn't make a bit of difference in my eyes at the moment. We could be 8th, 4th, or 5th or 6th. It don't make no difference, and it don't make a difference to him either. And I totally agree with him again, defending the guy when I don't like him. But the point I'm making is that he needs to play his system so they can get used to it and see what's. And I don't think. And someone said something very interesting. I can't remember who said it. The reason why he doesn't really make that many substitutions at the moment, I don't think he trusts the players. I think there's going to be a lot of people out of that team. One player that we haven't seen for a long time, Skip. Have you seen Skip recently? No. Yeah, he's going to be gone in the summer, isn't he? So the thing is, though, it's for me, I think I think this season, you see it right now that he's trying to drill them and see who can do it at the moment. Because at the moment, the frustration for me is at the moment they're just not expressing themselves enough. They're not doing it enough. And he's given the license to do it. And it's for me today just showing me that they're just boring. It's just boring. In the final third, they just don't have it. Don't have that arrogance. There's too many nice players in our team at the moment. The only player at the moment that is really growing on me at the moment is Bentancur. That's the only one at the moment.
Let me bring in Alan.
Because I'm still seeing it.
But let me bring in Adam. Before we go to Adam, we've got 400 people watching. Smash a like for the channel. Smash a like for Persuasion. Follow Mr. Box Office TV. Time added on road to 4K. Ryan, let's follow Tottenham on tour as well. The Hotspur Hood. Let's follow everyone watching. You can see the names of their channel down below. Alan, before we get going and asking you what you think, is everything all right with the family? Because I know you've had some hospital stuff recently. We all good?
Yeah, all good. He's home and on the mend. So yeah, I was not available for 5 days. I was at the hospital for 5 days, sleeping really badly. But he's good, healthy, and he's home and recovering. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, all good.
I'm glad he's all right.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Look, I don't think people aren't expressing themselves. I think what it is the fact they're being, not that it restricts themselves. We're so slow in our build-up. It's too slow. It's too readable. And I think it has to come. It doesn't just fall on the manager. Manager's saying we're playing this way. But I'm sorry, Son is the type of player where he takes a shot. Maddison can take a shot. We need to have players that will literally be able to. Why we're not shooting from outside the box more is beyond me. We've seen Porro do it this season, top bin like in the FA Cup. I don't know what's going on at this club at the moment, but it just seems like I understand what Ange's trying to do, playing away, but you've got to be able to adapt and do something different. And again, I disagree. I'm going to disagree, I think, with what Alex was saying, if I heard it correctly. You're saying it's more about the attack and all that. That's fair enough. But good defenses win championships. We don't have to score as many goals if we have a top quality defense. And also, we're saying we've got top quality defense. We've got inverted fullbacks to push up, and we've got holding midfielders that aren't helping out the defensive line, which means we're easily exposed, balls over the top or down the channels, and we're screwed.
We've got the sixth worst defense in the Premiership.
Yeah, you have to defend. You have to tweak it. If you're going to have inverted fullbacks go up, sometimes you don't have to have them go up, and then you have the wingers that come in and have the overlap. So you have the mid wingers come inside. You have the overlap. So you've got the bodies in the midfield to protect, and then you go on the outside. We've looked better in recent games when we've finally got that overlap going, and we've got people in behind. Today, you saw a couple of great crosses. Sarr again. You saw it against Luton. When you get in behind and you put those balls in, uncertainty in defences, we're not doing that enough. We're too predictable and coming inside. You saw at half-time, they were showing the West Ham game, the highlights, and we had 5 with the inverted fullbacks there. You had 5 up front, but then when the second phase of play and the ball actually got whipped in, you had 1 person in there. That's not sustainable. You can't. And even if it was Richarlison, people were asking for Richarlison to be the target man, you still wouldn't have much, because to be able to find one player in a West Ham defence that is strong and powerful, more often than not, you're not going to find the mark. So although I see what Ange's trying to do, there's still problems in the attack, and there's also problems in the defence in the regards to we pretty much go in, because man defends fast, he can deal with it. And I don't want to see that guy get too many hamstring injuries, because my God, do we need him, because he is... What a fantastic buy he's been. And we can't keep relying on him, because I fear if we keep doing it to this level, his hamstring is going to be gone in a couple of seasons. And you need to adapt a bit further back to help him out.
You've just took the words out of my mouth with that one. When he first came to us, and sorry, I'm a bit stuttery tonight. We watched him play a couple of games. Tom, the one who started off Hotspur, who passed it on to me. Shout out to Tom as well, top fella. He told me from the day, watch, this man is going to go out time and time again with hamstring injury to the point where he's not going to fall off, ruin his career with it before he's 25. The way he plays, he's going to have a Michael Owen happen to him. Especially with the excess pressure that, you brought that up as well. But Tom was the first one who mentioned that to me, and I remember you talking that and all. And where we make him use that power so much, he's going to get hamstring. One day it's going to go snap. And then you'll still have a good defender there, but he'll only have half the pace. It's
one of the cases is
and to beat a low, just on our forwards being poor and beating a low block. I mean, Birkinshaw used to say, shots outside the box, wingers who can take players on, and incisive passes to runners inside the box, it's what you need, which you haven't. We had today, what did we have? I think Porro was in a good position, had a shot from the penalty area, it was quite a way out. I think Udogie had one as well, and they were easy for the keeper, weren't they?
Dogie should have hit the corner with that shot, man.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
should have
like
banged- he
they
should have banged
it.
they were good chances though, but the wrong people were on the ball. You know what I mean? I thought they were good chances. I thought, how can you be so
What,
tame?
does Werner and Richie do any better, Adrian? If we
No.
deep it, do they
No,
score?
because their front three. Look, we have one main striker at the club, and that is Son, who scored a goal every 2.5 games, just under 2.5 games in his Spurs career. Fantastic. He now has the 5th leading highest goal scoring rank above Cliff Jones, who I was a big fan of. He's still alive, the old boy, about 90 now. Yeah, and Sonny can finish with both feet. It's the only quality striker we get, and I just get a bit exasperated when fans say, "Oh, we should sell him. He's 31. He's 31." Listen, he showed pace for that second goal against Luton. He might not have the turbo charges he's had in the past when he did that run against Burnley and scored that goal, but that kid don't lack pace at 31. And I don't think he's going to lose his pace in another couple of years. You could quite easily give Sonny a 2-year contract with a year extension. And I hope he gets it personally, because without
Even if he's not good enough, he'll get a contract.
Because he can finish. Even if he didn't have the pace, if he can get in positions where he can have a shot of goal, he can finish, Dan. He's a natural
he brings a lot
finisher.
of money
He
in.
misses chances like all strikers do, but he's a natural finisher.
Hey,
Without
Adrian,
him, we're screwed. We're screwed.
Adrian, don't you think though with Sonny he's limited at the moment because of his age and the way he's developed that? I agree. If the ball's played in front of him, like it was where it got laid off in front of him against Luton, he finishes. When he's running onto the ball, 1-2 touches, shoot, we know he's deadly. But when it's compact like it was today, he's not going to score a header. And if he hasn't got that ball played in front of him and he's got to maybe do something, he's not really a striker, is he? Whereas Harry Kane, in these situations, was probably our best answer. But we sold him and we didn't replace him.
You summed it up.
If
Sonny had more quality around him, he would have more goals than he's got already this season. He's going on to beat the 17 he got when he shared the golden boot with Salah, right? He is quality, and but he's got no one with him. No one with him, and he can't.
Can I?
I want to jump in there. I want to jump in there about this Son thing.
I'm going on.
This is the problem then with Spurs. Why, as a fan base, have we gone when we've signed these players up front? Look, Werner's done better than I thought, but I didn't give him much credit for doing anything. That's not saying much. Brennan Johnson has moments. He has bits where he does like assists and goals, but if you take away the stats of what he's done, majority of games he doesn't do much else to contribute. But why, as a fan base, are we saying when we sign these players, fantastic, looking good for the future, and then we get to this point of the season, we're basically saying, we've got no one else but Son. Surely, then we should go. Hold on, it's happening at Spurs. What is going on? Why are we not buying the quality? We're buying quality in other areas, defense, midfield. Well, midfield's a bit questionable at the moment. Why are we not then going? We need better quality up front. I find it. Not saying that anyone on here, but as a fan base, I see it all the time on socials. How have we not got to this point in the season where we're going, hold on, shouldn't we have better on the wings than what we've got? Because at the moment, Kulu's not the answer. Johnson's not the answer.
To answer your question, Alan, to answer your question, the philosophy from this club is for people who could score, who could put the ball in the net. We will get young kids, right? We'll get someone who's 22, 21, who's not proven, whose potential to play up front, right? And which is funny because we want to see offensive goal-scoring football, right? The quality, the people who have quality are usually 23, 24, 25, but we don't go after those guys. And I'm not saying outbidding City and Chelsea for these players. There are players who are out there in Europe and who can score 15 goals, 10 assists, give at least 25 GA. They're out there. To come to Tottenham, there are players that are out there, but we have a philosophy that we don't want to go after those type of players. It has to be someone that's look at that. I like every Argentinian player. Valise is a perfect example. Valise, right? You could bring him in, but bring him in along with someone who's 24, who's 25, who can also put the ball, who's proven to put the ball in the net.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the first. I said this on that stream. this is going to be the first time, right? Because Sonny is getting older, that we're going to not have someone that is not quality. Because I went from Berbatov to Gareth Bale to Defoe to Lennon to Kane. After Sunday, I'm like, who's next?
It's not just that, Murray. I mean, you look at our wingers, right? I'm including Kulu, Brendan Johnson, Timo Werner, Brian Hill. We'll pop him in there but he's obviously not good enough. Would they get into any of the top six teams? Would they even get to a West Ham team at the moment? Would they even get to the West Ham team? Like any of our wingers, you may say Kulu gets into the West Ham team, but this is the type of team we're assembling. I believe if you give Ange the time, and look, we don't have to go out and get 80, 90 million pound players. You see, you can find a good one in Vicario and Van der Ven, Maddison, when obviously he doesn't have to drop so far fucking deep. And pardon, sorry for swearing on the channel, but when you have to drop that deep,
do what you want on this channel, it's fine.
Fair enough. When you do that, but what I'm saying is, when it gets to the wingers, we're playing attacking football. We're playing this type of football, but we're giving ourselves the tools at the back or in midfield to do the job. But when it comes to attacking, we're not giving ourselves the right tools to do the job going forward. And it just baffles me that as a fan base, I can see it all the time going, yeah, we've got this, we've got that. And then all of a sudden when it doesn't go, we haven't got this. And then they don't see people then think to themselves, well, hold on, what's going wrong here? We need to look back. No, it'll always be next time, next window, next summer, next thing, we'll get it right. And it's just like, no, we won't, because we never do. And I want Ange to succeed. I think he can, but I just always feel there's this something with this club that will hold us back. And I don't want to get into off topic of the game, but this front line isn't good enough to challenge for a league title, let alone a trophy.
The problem is,
the problem
Can I go back to Stel's? Can I go back to Stel's original question? Because he was talking about defense, and now we've gone on a tangent of attack. But I want to say this, right? If we don't get our defense in order, right, we ain't gonna win nothing, guys. It's very true. You can't outscore every team all the time, And we have seen that when teams play low block against us, then our quality in attack is found out. But if we don't get the focus, as I see it this season, as I can see, right, Ange is not focused on our defense. He's just let our defense run wild and depend on VDV to come back to cover every time a ball is played over the top. That is my fear. And I've been saying, like what Alan's been saying too, like what Tommy's been saying to you, Danny. I've been saying, if VDV keeps doing this the whole season, right, he'll be gone within 2-3 years. He can't run that at that kind of speed. But the problem is that if you don't have a strong defense, you ain't going to win nothing. Your defense is your link to your midfield. Your midfield is the link to the attack. At the moment now,
solid beast.
But I don't think the defense is an issue. I think we're lacking one key position. Every side that has ever won the Premier League has had a world-class number 6.
Thank you.
How can you say
world-class number 6? End of story.
But before we can,
go for it all. Arsenal have Rice. Go back to the prime Fergie era.
But Arsenal don't sit on the halfway line for 90 minutes, Ryan. Arsenal don't have to defend set pieces.
Right. You don't have that
set pieces you can coach because every manager has a different way of setting up defensively and offensively with set pieces. Why Ryan Mason is in charge and why we got rid of the previous
Gianni Vio was an attacking set piece coach, right? Now Jedinek is our defensive coach. So that is where the levels are. You can see now. Why don't you have one level at that high when we had Gianni Vio, which we still tell the truth. I know why he left. He was a Conte man. Conte brought him in. Right? We should have found ways to keep him back. But of course, when Ange took over, right, Ange changes everything. He starts everything with a clean slate. He never brings a team along with him. Have you not noticed? Every new club that Ange goes to, he clears out, he brings new people in. Ange doesn't have like a lot of the top elite managers. They have a group of coaches that follow him, that learns his philosophy and propagates it throughout the whole squad.
Eugene, do you know my worry is though? In those leagues, there's no way the level of competition was as fierce as this one. So in Scotland, all you got to do is beat Rangers, pretty much, and you're done. In Japan, I know he took over a team that wasn't that great, But
Yeah.
the overall standard in Japan is nowhere near the UK, and Australia's Australia. Okay. Here, you've got the best managers in world football. You've got the best players in world football. And then when you go into Europe, you're playing the elite of the elite. And just maybe, just trying to buy 8 players for £200 million that are, maybe they'll land, maybe they won't. We're not going to unearth 8 gems every window. Just maybe we need to start buying some real proven talent. And we need to learn how to defend in periods of games. I don't necessarily think that just because Ange's done it everywhere. I want it to work with Ange.
There is.
I know you agree with me, but this is what Alan said.
I'm confused.
Alan's right. Look, Alan's right. I agree with Alan. Right, where he says
I'm confused.
There's something wrong with this club. For me, it's simple. Spend the money, but don't buy 8 players. Just buy 3 or 4 top game changers that run a game that properly make it count.
I'm not being funny. But still, I'm not being funny, yeah? Again, I'm defending the guy when I don't even like him again. He told us in June that he's going to play the way he's going to play.
I disagree with him, though.
And he kept on playing it. And he's kept on saying it. And by the way, yeah, we look like mugs anyway. And Daniel Levy looks like mugs because he told him as well. He told him as well.
No,
yeah, he's actually told him. He's actually told him. This is even more making me looking like a mug as well. He's even told him as well. If you don't want football, don't hire me. Do not hire me. Yeah. So this is me that don't even like the guy, and I know what he's been talking about.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
This is just nonsense talking about it. This is why I get annoyed when people say, "Do a plan B, do a plan B," and this is why people get annoyed. It's like you might as well just say to people, "Just sack Angen. Just sack him."
Alex, let me ask you a question. Let me ask everyone a question then, right? Do you think maybe we are in a situation where there's like a blueprint out there of what to do? So you slowly build it. You get to a certain point where you're close, and at that point, you've got to do what City did. Buy Haaland, buy Grealish, 160 million. Do what Liverpool did, 150 million. Van Dijk, Alisson. Do what Arsenal did, 100 million. Declan Rice. You get to that point, and you now got to go for it. Do you think maybe that Tottenham refused to do that? We've heard all the sound bites. We're never going to buy a superstar. We're never going to. Right, you've heard the sound bites. That's them preparing us. You've heard Ange saying, "This is how it is here. It's my way, blah, blah, blah." Do you think just maybe that Spurs have got their way? They don't want to do it any other way that's proven. They think they've got a method that works, which they've never proven works. And they just feel that Ange is the best person to do it their way. And Ange has agreed to their way, but we're worried that this doesn't work. Do you think maybe that's what's going on? Do you think that's maybe
why I'm saying it needs time? That's why I'm saying it needs time because the thing is though, right, is that he's already agreed to what is at the beginning. And the manager and the hierarchy as well, right, have agreed what Ange wants to do because they would not hire him in the first place otherwise. But he's agreed with the terms of what they're going to offer as well.
Yeah, he's agreed.
Right?
Of course,
Because the thing is though, when you listen to Les Ferdinand on that overlap program, right, as director, right, it's quite clear because he's seen what Daniel Levy does, right, that the terms are already ironed out already with the manager when they're having this discussion already, right? So it shouldn't be any question marks. If there is any question marks, well, there's a concern here. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is why I say at the moment we need to see long term, right? This is why I don't hear the nonsense about, well, you expected to get 8th this season. Oh, look at us now, we're 4th. This was always a build season. No one knew about us. I absolutely agree with what everybody's saying. I've been telling people about Van der Ven, by the way, Dan. I told that Van der Ven's hamstrings are going to keep on clicking.
My mate Tom said that after his first game.
I mean, I've said it a long time as well. You know what I mean? Some of these players next season will be testing next season. You see what I'm saying? My issue is at the moment, right, we've got to be better next season, right? Now, if we're not better than this, if we're doing what Newcastle are doing at the moment and see the pressure with Eddie Howe at the moment, are they going to still believe in the Ange project? That's the problem I have at the moment. If by history, no.
They won't.
By history, no.
The thing I'm not
That's what I'm saying at the moment. So this is to answer your question, Stelios. To answer your question, Stelios, we'll have to find out next season. We have to find out next season because That's when we'll start seeing. Now, I'm not talking about the transfer window now. It doesn't matter what we're going to get in the transfer window.
It does,
It's
Alex.
about,
That
no,
is
it
more
doesn't. It
important
doesn't.
than
It doesn't.
anything.
We could get loads of players in.
No,
It
it
doesn't
does,
matter.
Alex.
But
No, you're
I'm
wrong.
still speaking,
You're wrong.
Adrian. I'm still speaking, Adrian. I don't really care. My point is, I'm making my point. My point is, is that next season, into
bring you
next
an
season,
Adrian.
when we're struggling, or we're not doing whatever we're doing, what are the board going to do? Are they going to stick with Ange or backhand or do whatever? That's the point I'm making. That's it. And that's the ultimate thing that is going to change my mind on this. And that's it. Back to you, Still. I'm
Adrian.
done if you don't understand.
No, I understood. Don't worry. Adrian, why do you disagree that we have to wait till after the transfer window? Why are you saying the transfer window is actually the moment?
Because we don't have enough quality. If you're going to win leagues, you've got, look, I've said it before on other podcasts. I'm not sure if I said it on here before. Since 1992, the inauguration of the Premier League, it's taken 82 goals to win the championship, right? To win it. Now, in the last 10 seasons, when City have won 6 of them titles, that has been risen to like 87 goals because City scored 101 goals in one league, 106. And you look at our team and think, go through the squad, where we're going to get 87 goals. And then I get fans turn around and say, like, we should get Neto, we should get this guy, we should get that guy. Look, I love exciting players that get you off your seat. There's few of them around these days, right? But the point is, I don't care how exciting they are. If they can't finish, like our front three is crap, basically, apart from Son, right? If they can't finish and score goals, a wide player, it was always recognised back in the day, would get 1 in 4. So in league games alone, you'd expect both your wingers to at least get wide players to get 9 goals each. Your central striker to get 20 or 20 plus if he's world class, right? Now you're looking for your midfielders to chip in. We are going to win jack shit, right? We might win a cup with the squad. We might get top 4 because we got a squad that can get top 4, but barely just grab top 4. That's
Adrian,
it. That's where we are.
Yeah, Adrian, can I ask you a question, right? Let's say we score 100 goals, right, and concede 90 goals, right? Will we win anything?
Do you know what, mate?
Eugene, that's not even a valid question because you know.
His point is, can you
just score the strongest part of our team?
I'm just saying, if we score so many goals and we concede so many goals, right, are we going to win anything?
But Eugene,
different?
Attack is also a part of defence. If our front three were doing our job, our back five, even though they're very good, they wouldn't have conceded as many goals as they had. Right? And it's the same. Fair enough.
I actually agree with Adrian, to be honest with you. I think he's absolutely spot on.
If that's true,
I do agree with Adrian.
If that's true, then if that's true, right? If that's true, let me remove this banner a minute. If that's true, then if we go to the stats for today's game, we had 11 shots. So we had 13 shots. They had 11. We had 4 on target. They had 4. So if we took all ours on target and they took all theirs, it's a draw. And if you look at clear-cut chances, they had more. So it's all good and well saying that it's our attack, but our defense, whether the defense starts from pressing, whether the defense starts from midfield, the way we defend as a team, we give away a lot of shots and a lot of chances and a lot of opportunities.
Yeah,
so surely Eugene's got a point here. Hasn't Eugene got a point here? We've got to be great at attack, but we can't just forget about defending well as well.
Right. Don't mind me, I can't talk loud tonight. The defence, with the way I'm seeing it now, again, I'll get called the toxic one. I couldn't give monkeys. If Ange sticks to exactly the way we play, we might win a cup. We won't win nothing else.
True.
We will not win anything in that league, even if we go and buy some of the best players on the planet. Because you could have the best players there have ever been in that defence, and it is still going to let in goals and goals and goals and lots more of them. Because it's the way he plays. When it comes to the point that one defender goes missing, and then literally the whole team falls apart because no one can run back where we're pushed so bloody high up the pitch. This is the Premiership. This is not Scotland. This is not Japan and wherever else he's played in that. He's now playing in a league where everybody will take advantage of you because you're with some of the best players in the world and playing that way that he does it so high, it won't win nothing because the teams are too good, some of them, to play that way against them. There'll always be ones it does work, but when you come up to the big boys, they're going to tell you a new one nearly every time. And when you go through a season like we are now, and if you actually go player for player, we got a solid back, excellent keeper, and we are the 6th worst defence in the Premiership, conceding more goals than, I'll bring his name up again, Andy Conte did when he had Sanchez, Dyer, legit there, Royal on the right, and bloody Davis or Sessegnon on the left.
And Højbjerg holding mid.
It was Skip and Højbjerg, wasn't it?
Dan, I agree with you.
There's a problem there with this defence, and I don't think this defence is going to work for winning anything in the Premiership. Maybe a cup.
I agree with you, but when I'm saying defending from the front, my point I'm trying to make is, which can be valid or false, is the fact that how many big chances have we missed this season? How many chances have Richarlison missed? How many, away to Luton, when we won 1-0?
Yeah, you're right.
How many big chances have we actually missed? Now, what I'm saying is, against teams when we miss these
big
chances,
big chances do we give to teams as well, though, Adrian?
As well, true. So, if we buried some of these, then suddenly it's a different game. Games are won, they're fine margins. It's a different game. Suddenly, you've took pressure off your defence, right? They're not going to concede that extra goal, this goal that we've conceded now and again.
But if we defend the counter-attacks like Wolves, then we don't lose either. It's both sides, isn't it?
True. This is what I'm saying. So if
you're talking more about
taking more of our chance, look, if you're scoring more goals, in theory, you should lose less games, shouldn't you? And you should concede less as well.
Adrian, in the last 20 years,
I mean, like, you're a coach.
Adrian, okay, I'll
score me. Go on.
Okay, I'll score you. Fine. In the last 20 years, right? In the last 20 years, what team has come closest to winning a league title at Spurs?
The Pochettino team that finished second to Chelsea. Actually, we scored one more goal than them and conceded one less goal than them, and we still didn't win the league.
Yeah, and that team had the best defense in Europe.
Yeah, you had Vertonghen, Alderweireld, Rose, and Walker.
So this is my point.
But you had Dembele, and he was the man.
Yeah, but this is my point. You've got to have a really good attack, but you've got to have a good defense as well. You've got to have both. That's my point. We
had Dele, Ericsson, Son, and Kane, didn't we?
But there's the other thing as well.
But we also had Wanyama in the six, and Dele controlling the game. We had Hugo in his prime, Toby and Jan. We had two of the best fullbacks in the country. So my point is, you've got to have a top defense and a top attack. And all the arguments I hear are, but once we get the attack right, I'm like, yeah, but you've got to fix the defense too.
It was the blend of the attack. The attack has got to have a blend, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It's both.
It's like when a goalkeeper can win you a league. A goalkeeper can get you 12 points, 15 points. I mean, it always used to say, I think it was
Schmeichel won United many league titles.
Exactly. And if it weren't for Vicario, I'll bet you we'd be in the bottom half all day long. That just shows how good he is. Because he saved our ass so many times.
Alan,
when defence is playing as poor as a defence is, even though technically they're not, but being the sixth worst in the Premiership.
Well, sixth worst. It's not the sixth worst in the Premiership. It's the sixth worst out of the top six.
But I thought he was right. He was actually.
Lloris made some breathtaking saves for us as well. He deserves a lot of credit. Lloris did.
My bad. But they got to do something to make that work with that defence, because again, you can't go and win things just with the attitude of you score 3, we score 4.
Look, for me, Kane obviously in the comments has said Alan looks about ready for bed. I am exhausted. I've got to be up early. So this will be the last bit of contribute I'd make. So thanks for having me on.
I've got 5 left.
In regards to the defence, I think the calibre of players we've got in defence is good. It's the overall tactics for me. It's what you see and how we're pushing people up, leaving the two back defenders exposed, and the midfield that was dropping back and making it free when we had the gaps earlier on in the season where you had Romero and Van de Ven moving out, you had a Basuma or whoever was dropping back and creating a free in defence. We're not seeing that as much now. So I think we've got the players, but the tactics need to be adapted and changed. And look,
Yes.
Alex is going to say he's not going to adapt and change or do anything. To be fair, he has actually changed a couple of things this season anyway. When we got men sent off, he went to a ridiculously high line, more than we've ever seen. And we've also seen against other teams, when we went one down against Luton, he actually did drop the back line because he was worried of the speed in behind. So he has adapted and changed to a bit. He hasn't
Liverpool,
changed.
he did it.
He hasn't changed the formation. He hasn't like for a whole game or like gone, oh, we're going to counter it. Even when we went away to City, he hasn't gone, we're going to counter attack or anything like that. He actually still tried to play against City away when we had Romero and Davies. When we went to Arsenal, he actually went to play his style of football. That's good. But when you don't have the tools to do the job, or when you've got problems, you need to be able to tweak and change. And he has done that. But what we're saying is when we're trying to play our football, occasionally you have to be smart and go, okay, we're going to try and play our football. If we're pressing and we've got these gaps in behind, you then need to be able to say, well, if this person isn't doing their job, i.e. today, I don't think Basuma was given as much thing like that, you then need to go, I need to find somebody else that does, whether that's Bentancur start, drop Basuma or what. But we seem to be having that problem where we are tweaking things slightly, but when it comes to, there's absolute problems, especially like the game against Fulham, weren't happening in the second half. Not only did we not change anything, but we waited till we went 3-0 down, could have been 4-0 down before we even made a change. He needs to be able to change his in-game management, his tactics. And this is me, a person that says, if you give Ange the tools to do the job in regards to who he wants as a player, not the stupid club buyers, but who he wants, I think he'll have success. But he's got to be able to tweak and change things himself as well, because if he doesn't, game's going to get away from us, and then that could be the difference between getting Champions League football or next season winning an FA Cup.
That's the difference.
Yeah, he has to do it himself as well.
A good manager and an average manager, isn't it? I mean, a good manager always has something else to turn to. All the best ones always did.
Can I go next?
So maybe he's adapting to the Premiership, and he just needs to learn the season, whatever. So we're going to have to wait until next season. But if he carries on exactly the same way next season and doesn't adapt to the things that are blatantly not working, I'm going to start questioning a lot, because that defence and the inverted bit is just not working as far as I'm concerned.
And Dan, that's where you just proved my point straight away. What you just said just there, just prove my point straight away. Why I said I needed time, because you're saying you're going to question him if he carries on what he's going to do next season, and that's exactly what I need to see. Because at the moment we're seeing it's early at the moment, isn't it? You know what I mean? But now you said that summed it up perfectly, because that's why I said I'm not convinced this season. Because when you got silly fans that tell me, oh, you saw us this season, right? If he carries on like this next season, you see some of the fan base already. You know what I mean? That's when I'm going to start looking at the board. Did you trust him? Do you still trust him then? You know what I mean? So Dan, you just proved it. But Dan, I love you, mate. It's not nothing against you. You just proved my point. Why I've been saying
sweetheart. Not tonight, sweetheart. The football's on.
Surely, guys, we all realise.
Guys, can I just do a couple of super chats? Adrian, let me just do a couple of super chats quickly. Very quickly. Yeah. Being Abhishek, thank you. He says, how can our attack be the problem? We scored 4th most goals in the league. The defense is the problem. We need to see next year how it's going to go defensive-wise. It's a fair comment. Della Spurs, big up to you. Still got the best name. Still, Della Spurs. I love it. Big up, Eugene. Look at the Carabao Cup final, FA Cup final, UEFA Champions League final, European final. All the winners had 1G differences with no score above 3G aggregate. Goals wins you in games. Defense wins trophies. It's hard to argue when the stats come in, right? But some people don't like the stats. But yeah, he makes a valid point.
Can I go?
Yeah, go, Diedrich. Yes, go.
Yeah. I just want to say, to everyone that was screaming for Mourinho, Conte out. Well, now you're seeing why defensive football wins you trophies and wins you the big honors. When you look at this fraud of the manager, please sack Ange, Levy. That's the only thing I'm asking you for Christmas. We are the worst defense in the top 6. Do you guys realize we're the worst team? Man U has a better defense than us, and they play Maguire and the Lindelof.
Do they?
Some games they play with Maguire and Lindelof. I'm not even joking.
I'm gonna
Have
fact
they
check
have they actually conceded less goals than
I'm
us?
gonna fact check it now. I'm gonna fact check it.
Yeah,
now.
good.
Ellen, do you have to make a move, right, Ellen?
Yeah.
And then,
All right, Ellen, take care.
I got let Alan go. Alan, guys, everyone
Yeah,
watching,
Alan,
make sure you
go, yeah.
subscribe,
Yeah.
sign, and follow Time Added On Road to 4K. Go check out Alan's channel.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
subscribe
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
Alan.
See you later, guys.
Take care, Alan. Have a good night.
While you look that up, I just want to
Dietrich is right. He's right. Man United have a better defense than Spurs.
Yeah, and one more thing before I go, because I have to break my fast quickly, then Mario can go.
Oh,
And honestly, Kulu, that might be the worst cameo I've ever seen from a substitute in my life watching Spurs. What the fuck was that last pass?
Yeah, that counter attack was shocking from Kulu. That was so bad. That was so bad. He's right. That was.
Look, still, I'm going to go.
All right,
guys, everyone follow Dan Hotspur Hood. Check out his
So,
channel.
I ain't 100%
Yeah, Dan.
with it, so I've got to go, mate.
Yeah, go rest up, mate.
Yeah,
Go
Dan.
rest up.
Take it easy.
Yeah, no.
Go rest up. Yeah, take care.
Yeah. And to everyone that is sucking off the what's his name, Brennan Johnson, he's the only player in the history that stats lie. He has the most GA, if I'm not mistaken, from a winger, but he was absolutely garbage. One of the worst wingers I've ever seen in my life. Him and Kulu. But I don't want to hear Madison's a top signing. He's been a flop. 10 games out of 38, you have been good. The rest, you've been shocking. You're not a good signing in my books. And what's his name? Bentancur had a good game. Van de Ven, I don't know why this manager rushed him. You can tell he wasn't fit. He didn't look comfortable. The fact that he was benched Dragusin, that's a disgrace.
Yeah, but Dietrich, it's very, very harsh.
And
Dietrich, 1 second. It's very, very harsh to say. It's 1 minute. Hold on. It's very, very harsh.
He's been.
Dietrich, it's very,
It's
very
not harsh,
harsh.
bro.
Listen, no. Hear me out. No, you don't know what I'm going to say is harsh, right? I don't think it's harsh to criticize certain players. I don't, because I agree with you. But I think it's very harsh to say Ange out now. I think that's crazy.
30 games.
History has shown us with every manager that's ever been good, Klopp, Pep, maybe let's put Arteta in that equation, that in the first season, it's never great. But what we are saying is if he keeps setting up like this and we keep doing this, then it can become a problem going forward where fans will be more like you. That bit I can agree with. But to say Ange out now, isn't that just crazy? Dietrich?
Crazy, bro. I actually don't think it is. Can you hear me?
Dietrich, Klopp lost 2 finals, 2 seasons he went before he won a trophy. When Pep first went to Man City, how long did it take him to win a trophy? Right? Took him ages. And us Spurs fans, because that's the way we are the biggest critics on the planet, right? We're like slagging a manager off. Like, I mean, if we had some Spurs fans' ways, we'd be sacking a new manager in pre-season. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a joke. You've got to give him time.
No, but Adrian, look at but look at the difference. I give this club.
Dietrich, your reception's terrible. You keep cutting out. We can't hear you. Your reception's awful.
At least they saw a trophy under Mancini. They saw a league title. Is it better now? Better?
Yeah, go on.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just said at least City saw a trophy under Mancini. They saw a league title. What the fuck did we see? It's been 15 years. I can't wait. I know I want to give this manager sometimes, but I just can't wait. I'm done. I'm done winning. I want to see the results now.
Yeah, but what manager gets results in the first season, Dietrich?
Yeah, you can. You saw
who?
At least Arteta won the FA Cup. At least he done something. What the fuck did he do, this manager?
Yeah, but what? No. You're not answering my question. Which managers get results? Klopp never got results in his first season.
No, but yeah, but at least you
What do
saw
you mean?
him
Yeah,
on the-
but no. What do you mean? No, no.
No,
What do you
wait,
mean? Yeah, but no.
No,
What
sorry,
does that
sorry.
mean?
At least on the club, you saw what he did at Dortmund. You saw him like challenge for the.
Yeah, but he never won
Bundesliga.
anything. He never won anything at his first season.
Klopp lost 2 finals.
Yeah,
he
but
had
look-
Mourinho, he
yeah,
had
but look-
Lovren, he had Karius and goal. He
Yeah,
lost
look at
2
his team.
finals. He did
Yeah.
nothing in his first 2 seasons.
And look at Ange. Ange has a better squad than Klopp, and he still fuck up in the trophies. In every trophy competition.
Hold on. Ange has had 30 games, Dietrich. That's not even a fair comparison. Klopp had
Well,
2
he fought-
seasons before he won something.
No, he
Right?
didn't. No,
Pep didn't
at
win
least-
anything in his first season at Man City.
Yeah, but at least he
He had
challenged
to
for the
change-
Champions
he had
League.
to ch- Pep had made loads of changes.
One at a time. One at
Yeah.
a time.
No, but at least he challenged for the Champions League. His first, I thought, was it his first or second season? He went to the
Yeah, but we're
Champions
not
League
in
final
Europe.
and
We're
lost
not in
against
Europe.
the-
Yeah, but Dietrich, we're not in Europe. That's
Don't
not
get
Ange's
your
fault.
argument, Dietrich. I think you're
Okay,
desperate.
but you had the League Cup. Yeah, but you had the League Cup and you still fuck up.
He won the League Cup in the
Look at
first season.
Coventry. Bro, at least take the You
Coventry?
think that fourth doesn't matter? Yeah, Coventry on the FA Cup semi-final. Coventry. Well, I don't know what's it called. The team.
Okay, so Dietrich, let me get this right. If Spurs got to the FA Cup final and lost, you'd be Ange in.
Yes, 100%. At least you.
Murray wouldn't. Murray don't pull no punches. He wouldn't.
This is nuts.
Murray be going, he's a loser.
I can't get it.
No, win the trophy. At least first season you have to challenge.
If we get to the semi-final and lose, I'm Ange in. But if he goes out the cups, I'm Ange out. But he's still
Yeah,
he's
but
still
still. Come on,
Still
I'm gonna have
won
a dig at you now, mate. Right? If we
No.
if we sign Werner in the summer, you're
Then I'm
Ange
Ange
out. You're Ange
100%. I am. But I'm not Ange out now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're hedging your bets now. You're sitting on a fence now, still, right?
No, I'm honest. I'm non-negotiable because for me,
Murray,
Timo
back me
Werner,
up here, mate. Back me up.
Timo Werner, I can't have it. I can't have it. It's if we can't do better than Timo Werner, a stopgap. I mean, Mbeumo at Brentford's better than him. Go get Mbeumo. He's better than Timo Werner.
He's got 4 assists, 5 maybe a day, 5 assists and 2 goals. If you got a front three, guys, I keep banging on about it. Your front three have got to be able to score goals.
Guys, let me ask you a question. Right? If you look at our attackers, so let's say you've got Richarlison. See that, Dietrich? He comes in, trashes the show, and leaves. I love Dietrich.
Hold on a second. Karim Ramadan, Dietrich, right? And all the F bombs that you were planting just now while you're fasting, I don't think it works that way. I'm fasting now. I can't
throwing hand grenades in a conversation.
Listen, that's his problem.
Right?
If you look at our players, attackers, let's take Son out of it. Let's take Heung-min Son out. Richarlison, Solomon, Kulu, Brennan Johnson, Timo, and Veliz. Do any of those get into City, Arsenal, Liverpool? Who else is in the top 4? Man United. Do any of those clubs take any of those players?
You left out Sessons on, and Lo Celso.
Yes.
No, Lo Celso's not a wide player.
If they're mad, they will take them. They will take them. Yes, but obviously no. No, that's an easy question, Stelios. That's the most easiest question going. That's the most easiest question going. I mean, honestly, I don't even know where to go with this. You know what I mean? Like I said, they're just. We had Berbatov, we had Sheringham, we had Defoe, we had Robbie Keane, we had Gareth Bell, we had all these players that they can't even touch them.
No,
and I have people apologising for Timo Werner. Yeah, the below average Shane Long. You know what I mean? You might as well call him Darren Huckabee, like the Darren Huckabee in the 90s, bro. Honestly, it's just so, but it's so bad. It's so bad. But then I see people like Deji saying, "Oh, I don't know what top we're cooking. Don't know where we're cooking. I don't know what we're cooking." I'm like, what? I would not bet. Oh, Arsenal. We can catch up with Arsenal. bruv, I need to see Werner make loads of runs to catch up with Arsenal, bruv. You know what I mean? Honestly, you might as well go on the marathon, bro, because that's what he's useful for, not scoring goals. You know what I mean? Honestly, seriously, I don't understand. I don't understand, bro. You know what I mean? But I'm
Question for you
negative.
guys then.
I'm Mr.
Question.
Post Office. Yeah, I'm
Question
an
for you
Arsenal
guys.
fan. Yeah, because I don't like Timo Werner. I don't like this attack. Well, okay, like I said before. Yeah, because Mr. Box Office is turned up again. Yeah, because I'm hearing this rubbish again about Timo Werner.
Question
Yeah,
for you then.
if I want to hear these apologies for Timo Werner, I want the apologies for Bergwijn, Vincent Janssen, yeah, Lorente,
Yeah, but that's
and
history.
Moira.
That's
I
history.
want the
It's gone.
same.
We know
I want
that's
the
bad.
same apologies for those
We know
players.
that's
I want the
bad.
apologies
That's
for
gone.
those players. By the way, Moira has done more for us at this club than I've seen from Johnson at the moment. By the way, he got us to a Champions League final. By the way, I got absolutely embarrassed that the fact he didn't get to play that final. By the way. You know what I mean? I'd rather have him in my team than bloody Timo Werner in my team. I don't care if he's won the Champions League for Chelsea. That's for Chelsea, mate. I don't really care.
So,
You know what I mean?
question for
And
you
that's
guys:
it.
what
Back to you,
striker
Stelios,
would
I'm done.
what striker would you bring in, and what winger would you bring in? I mean, I've always banged on about Vlahovic. I think it'd be perfect for this system. But as there is a dearth of strikers out there, who would you like to bring in? Who have you seen that like?
If Newcastle don't get Europe, I would try and bring in Isak, because I think he's proven in the Premier League. There's scope for him to develop. He's young enough, and I think Premier League proven is important for me.
What about a number 9 type?
I think Isak would be that player.
I
I mean, look, the thing is, I could tell you Chiesa, Kvaratskhelia, are they going to come? Are we going to pay the money?
I think we
Jimenez.
get Vlahovic off of Juventus. Their skin.
I don't know. I've got. Can I be honest with you, Stelios?
Ivan Toney, yeah. Ivan Toney, why not?
Can I be honest with you, Stelios? I've got no idea. The only thing I would say is at the moment, we need someone that arrogance at the moment. I think Ivan Toney's got it at the moment. That's the thing. It's a risk. It's a risk. I've got to say this. Grealish, I would love Tottenham to get Grealish, but unfortunately, Grealish is never going to.
We're not going to pay the wages.
He's never going to come to Tottenham. He's never going to go to Tottenham.
How many goals does he score?
I don't care how many goals he scores. He's got more quality. He's got more quality than bloody Timo Werner. For goodness' sake, Adrian. What are you talking about, Adrian? He plays for Man City, bro. He plays for Man City. What are you talking about?
So what?
So what? He plays for Man City. What are you talking about, bro? Honestly, bloody hell.
He will be elite. You will score
you telling me what do you want next? You telling me you want Vlahovic? Yeah, Vlahovic, who's unproven by the way. Yeah, then Grealish. What are you saying about? We're not going to get Grealish, and that's it. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
One at a time.
Bloody hell!
We're getting out our wingers. He will score more goals than what we get out our wingers. Easily.
Will it be enough? I agree. But would it be enough? Would it be enough?
It would be.
I mean,
it would be.
What's the most goals Grealish has scored in the season? I don't know actually, so I could be proven wrong here. What's the most goals Grealish has scored in the season?
Let's check.
Check that, because I might be wrong, and then I'll apologise. If I'm wrong, I'll apologise.
You gotta remember the way City uses Grealish, he cannot express, as Mark says, himself fully, right? Because Pep has a control system. And
that's the point.
Yeah,
but we're not going to get him. We're never going to get him. We're never going to get him. We're
never
going to get him.
He's available, but
we're never going to get him. We're never going to get him. We're not going to pay the wages. The Man City.
I've got it here. So in 21-22, he got 3 goals and 3 assists in all competitions. In 22-23, he got so that was his first season at City. He hardly played. Last season, he got 5 goals. 7 assists. And then this season he's got 3 goals, 1 assist. So
I think the problem is at the moment. I think for me,
it's not great.
It's a pointless conversation. It's a pointless conversation anyway. He's not going to come to Tottenham. He's not going to come to Tottenham. Yeah, so it's a pointless conversation.
It's like a lot of players we get linked with, right? Fine. No issue. I like Pedro, right?
Asian.
He's injury prone, right? Looks great, played well against us for Wolves.
Get Harry
They
Scarf
beat
on.
us, fair enough. Everyone, we all, the Spurs fans, we all seem to rave about players at other clubs being so much better than ours from teams that are lower than us in the league, right? Lower than us in the league, and yet their players are better than ours, right? This is what gets me. If we're talking
But
about
Adrian, Adrian, I just want
do you think it's the way we play, guys? Do you think it's the way we play? Because one thing I've noticed, our goals all look very, very similar. Our goals are very, very similar. It's in, out, wide, drill it into the penalty box, someone for a tap in. Like we've almost become tap in Ham Hotspur. Every goal's a tap in. We don't shoot from distance. We don't score from free kicks. We don't really score headers from. Everything's like 6 yards out. Tap in, or deflection, or own goal. Or like, do you think it's the way we score goals as well that maybe is an issue with our attack?
I think it's the style, to be honest, still, man. Like, it's just we're chucking, as you call Aussie Ideas ball. Bear in mind, I wasn't alive when Aussie Ideas played this style at Tottenham, so I can't speak for it. But but like, we literally play with like 8 players in the same narrow space and expect them to pass the ball into the net within like what 10 yards? I don't know, something like that, 5 yards. And it's just like you said, the same sort of goal. So therefore, we don't have any plan B. It's just pass. Like, you know, you showed your graphic earlier about the amount of passes we had compared to West Ham. We had like, what, 600 passes? I want 655 passes.
Wasn't that boring? Wasn't that boring? I said the game was boring. I was bored.
It was boring.
I was football.
I was bored.
I went to the game against Luton. Yeah, the first half I almost fell asleep. It was that bad.
I agree. I've got to be honest. I've got to agree. I did get a bit bored. It's good. It's good towards the big defense and the attack. There is good interchanges sometimes and some good play, but it's just I don't know.
And the problem is, so when you want to unlock low blocks, you can't just try and pass through it. It's literally like the worst. I'd argue it's the worst tactic to try and do it, because you're just trying to pass through 10 people. So you either have to stretch them or do something different. But we're not direct enough. Like, we don't get the ball and put like crosses in straight away. We don't get the ball and try and draw them out or something. Like, we just play the same way every game. So
I think the players as well. I think some of the players are not really good as well, because they don't really get the player these sort of players thinking behind them or anything like that. You know what I mean? They don't think of anything special, you know? And that's it for me.
Birkinshaw summed it up. He said, you beat low blocks by shots outside the box. You meet by wingers taking on a man. You beat by wingers or players winning free kicks outside the box, right? And so you can get a chance to.
But Adrian, we don't take long shots because they're obviously
told
we don't pass the ball into the net.
You're right. We don't.
But I'm saying, I'm not saying, like, don't get me wrong. I totally agree. Our front three is fucking bollocks. But at the same time, the style doesn't encourage these players to shoot from outside the box or to take high crosses, or we've rarely crossed the ball.
Even though we're doing a critique of Ange and the system, what the positive we take from it is the fact that, like, all right, we batter away or fumble our way and stumble our way forward, but we're 5th in the league. With the squad we got, which is not capable of winning a Premier League, it's nowhere near capable of winning a Premier League.
Yeah, no one said we're going to win the league this year.
But like, it could nick a cup with a bit of luck. It could nick a cup.
Bang average this league, Adrian. I'm sorry.
Alex,
and there's a chance for the league next season. And you know what?
Listen. No. Let me finish. When you go on about the league being bang average, as I mentioned earlier, when City won 6 of the last 10 leagues, Liverpool won, blah blah blah. What was happening then was the fact that City were the A1 ace team, and they still are, right? Then Liverpool came with new kids on the block, and they nicked the league and all that, right? So now you had 2 main contenders for the league competing for a few seasons. Now what's happened? Arsenal are now competing strongly for the league, which worries me. I don't want to win it, right? So now you've got 3 teams competing for the league instead of 1 back a few years ago. So what it is, it's not a bang average league. It's
It
a
is.
more competitive. No, it's well, in your opinion, fair enough.
It
I
is.
Well,
respect your opinion.
you know what,
I don't agree.
Adrian, I would agree with Alex in some
I just think it's a
ways,
more
though.
competitive league because you've now got 3 teams challenging for the title instead of 1.
Problem is,
Well, who's-
That's
who's-
my opinion. Right?
three
That's
teams which are
for what
such a
it's
high
worth.
level, and the other 17 are just way behind.
Quality wise, it's not there. Quality wise, is not there. Entertainment wise, is very entertaining. But I'm sorry, the Italian league and the Spanish league have got better quality all day, every single day. Sorry, because it's about skill, it's about pace, strength, and to be honest with you, you can get that anywhere. You know what I mean? I know
Leagues haven't got the
somebody.
pace
I
of
know
the
somebody that
Italian and
I've
Spanish
got.
league haven't got the pace of the
Well,
Premier
I've
League.
got. I think they've got quality. I think they've always got quality.
They've
as
got
far as
better
I'm
technical
concerned.
ability.
It's got technical ability, and there's a reason why we always go for those sort of players. Players we look at those leagues, and that's it for me. And the Italian league as well. You know what I mean? I'm just think they've just got more quality. Our league is more about speed, pace. Yeah, you got a little bit of quality with certain players and the strength, and that's it for me. And I think for me, that's easy. You know, I know. You know, I'm not going to get too personal, but I know someone that knew somebody that is turned into a Premier League player. And to be honest with you, he only got to a Premier League player because he was strong. He has strength and he was
Is he still
athletic.
playing the
That was
league?
it.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this too, because this is where, because I'm more mad at the fans. Like I said, this is Ange's first season. His first season. But the people, please, please, please do not say Ange's first season, this team is major excited like the Harry Redknapp teams. Please don't. Please.
Redknapp's teams were so good to watch.
Please don't. Because I was entertained. This is how I felt love with Spurs with those teams. That was entertaining. That was jizz in your pants entertainment. This I was bored today. I was bored.
Alex, the best.
Please do not compare it to.
Marvin, they're going to still do it because unfortunately, like I said, some Spurs fans want a time machine to go speed forward so they can start bantering Arsenal fans. Yeah, because I still hear Tottenham fans keep on saying, even Will said it on your channel, Will, and Stelios, but I don't care if I'm calling him out, bruv, because he knows where to find me, Mr. Box Office TV, he knows where to find me. The point is, right, the fact is, he keeps on talking about Arsenal, and I'm sitting there saying, well, you just summed it up perfectly, why we are so stupid and so bang average, and we've got the bang average mentality, and even Postecoglou said it as well, right? When people keep on asking him about, are you going to get top 4 this season? It's like, do I look like I'm bothered? I'm not here to get top 4. I'm not here. I'm here to win. He's saying this, but our mentality is, we need to be better. We need to get above Arsenal. Arsenal don't care about us. They're beneath. They think we're beneath us. That's it. They're beneath us. That's it. They're thinking about the Championship. And all we can think about is doing better than Arsenal. Again, we're doing the same thing we were doing previous years and everything else.
No,
we're not learning. We are not learning.
Postecoglou is the fact that he's thinking of winning the league. He's not thinking of top 4.
Exactly.
That's not his agenda.
Exactly.
His agenda is I want to win.
Exactly.
Trophies and the league, and I like the attitude because that sends a message to the ball.
But you don't have to defend. You ain't gonna win.
The ball don't act in the summer. We are not. We've done well in the last few transfers.
But Adrian,
no one can deny we haven't done well, right?
You don't have to defend. You ain't gonna win.
We're going to
disagree.
We need to get at least 4 players in a summer, right? At least 4. We know we need 8 or 9. We know we need 8 or 9 long term, but
we're gonna sign 8 or 9, and that's going to be the problem, though. We're going to sign very mixed bag group of players because we're going to do quantity over quality. 2 players will be brilliant. Another 2 will be not too bad. Another 2 will be injured all season. The last 3 will be shit.
You're giving it prophet of doom before you know what's even going to happen.
Oh, that's what happened last summer. Exactly, that happened last summer.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Forget Levy, who I've got no time for. Right.
I never said Levy.
The footballing side of the club has improved from the academy level upward through the recruitment level.
Where are the academy players then? Why aren't they in the first team?
Well, because they're too young at the moment still.
So they haven't improved yet. We don't know. Until
No,
you
but
see it,
they
you can't
will.
say that.
And I'll tell you why they will. Well,
Testing.
okay, right, okay,
We're
we're
hoping.
moving. No, we're shifting the subject a little bit, but I'll tell you why they will.
No, until Adrian, wait
No,
one minute.
no, I'll tell you why there
What I'm
will
saying
be.
is, until I
I'll
see
tell you
it,
why.
I can't believe what you're saying. I need to see
Right,
it.
right, fine, right. I'll tell you why academy players will be given a pathway to the first team squad. And this is why I'm hopeful. Now, this is if Murray's laughing already. This is if the report I read in Football London is true. So if it's not true, then I'll no doubt I'll get pelters in my own group.
Alistair Gold's a mouthpiece for the club.
No. So the way it is at the moment, as far as I understand it, right? A lot of the under academy players haven't done their 3 years at the academy. Some are on 2. Might have done 3 after next season to be classed as homegrown. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because under Premier League rules, 8 of your players have to be homegrown. They don't care. You can
That's
go.
the ones we signed, Adrian.
Let me finish my point.
That's not true. Go on.
Let me finish my point.
Finish.
So, 8 of them. Now, in theory, you can go out and buy 8 grown home players, have them in your squad, and under Premier League rules, that is not a problem, right? When you're in Europe, different ball game. 4 of your academy players have to be academy trained. Now, at the moment, we have 6, unless other academy players have come of age that I don't know about. The 6 are the 2 goalkeepers, Austin and Whiteman. Then you've got Sessegnon, Skip, Tanganga, and Parrott, who's out on Excelsior.
They're all shit. They're all shit.
They're not shit, Del. That's not my argument. Let me finish my point.
But that's my argument.
No. It's fine. And I agree with you. Most of them is shit, right? We should get rid of all of them. Hold on. That is not the argument.
So they're not good enough.
Hold on. I'm not saying whether they're good enough or not. I'm saying but we have to hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Still, let him finish. Let him finish. Let Adrian finish.
You're missing the point still.
All
right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So when people say to me in my group, and I was giving me, get rid of Whiteman, get rid of Austin. I go, get rid of Skip, get rid of Sessegnon, get rid of Tanganga, and Tanganga will be probably the first out the door anyway. Like, get rid. I said, but we can't. They go, why not? I said, for Europe, we've got to keep 4 of those 6 because they are academy trained, right? The others don't matter. So we know Sessegnon will stay because he's injured. He ain't going nowhere. So you might as well give him another year's wages in case by some miracle he turns around.
No way.
Right.
No way give him another year.
So you got Skip. Why do you think Skip's still at the club? What? And
because no one wants
because
him.
they were talking in Football London that the club were considering giving Brandon Austin, who's 24. Now, if he was a good goalkeeper at 24, we'd have been hearing rave reviews about him like we are all our under 21s, 19s, 18s, etc., which we're not hearing. And why, in that case, has Forster been given another year's contract over Austin and Whiteman, and Forster's 37 and 38, when Josh Keeley goes out and buying it on loan? Well, I'll tell you what I read between the lines. Josh Keeley will be number 2 after next season to Vicario because Austin and Whiteman can do that. They ain't good enough.
1 minute.
Even though Austin is under 21 goalkeeper.
Hold on.
Not
1 second. I don't need a history lesson on this. 1 second, right?
Right, go on.
Your argument was everything's improved since the summer. My response is no, it hasn't.
No,
you did. I
said the last few transfer windows we've improved our recruitment, right?
Right,
I haven't said everything has improved.
Fair enough.
I haven't said everything's improved still.
Fair enough. Okay, I stand corrected. You said our transfers have improved, and then you mentioned that the academy structure and all this is improved. My response is no, it hasn't, because I haven't seen any of this on the pitch where it matters. None of it.
Trying to say,
we're currently 5th.
Right. Okay. Still. What I'm trying
to
tell
you. No. I'm answering. You spoke for 10 minutes. I'm answering. I haven't seen it. All these kids you mentioned, right? All these kids you mentioned, none of them ever feature under this manager because they're not good enough, or he doesn't think they suit the.
Right.
They don't suit the system. 1 minute. No. You spoke for 10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Right. None of them have
featured.
Right. None of them
have
featured.
Go on.
the players you mentioned
Before you
about,
ban me, right?
the players you mentioned, where they're 2 years from being homegrown, they've only been there for 2 years. They've got to do another year.
Or a year.
Okay, fine. They're the ones we signed. They're not the ones that are already in the academy. Okay, so the ones already in the academy, none of them feature for Tottenham Hotspur. None of them come off the bench. Right?
My hope is.
Let me finish. Right. I cannot hear from any Spurs fan, right? I can't hear from any Spurs fan that last summer, the year before, it's all improved. When I'm looking at us now, and we can't beat West Ham away. We struggle against Luton Town. We get pumped by Wolves. These are mid-table teams, by the way, that I'm talking about. We got this academy and all these young players coming through. Show me. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying we're worse, but I don't think we're better. I think it's the same old.
Right. What I'm trying to say is, right.
Alfie Divine. Like
my hope is the academy pathway.
Troy Parrott. Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
look, my hope.
Parrot and Pigeon up
front.
Ben Davies at centre back.
Right. Obviously, you two have had too much to drink, right? Obviously, right now. now listen. I know water. No, I love you guys. Right?
I drink Tottenham Away.
My hope is based, and you like Eugene, Alex here, listening all that. My hope for the pathway is, when people say there isn't a pathway, is the fact that, right, after next season, a lot of these under-21s will be classed as academy trained, which means we can get rid of Whiteman, Austin, Sessegnon, Skip, if Tanganga hasn't gone, and even Parrott next season. I think Parrott will be brought in the squad and sent out again or whatever. Then we can get rid of them. Our problem at the moment is we haven't got academy trained players that we think, oh, they've got potential, real better potential than the ones we've had hanging around for a while now that we think are shit, right? That can take their places, and then they can move through. And that's why I'm pleased about the way the academy's changed since Dean Rastrick went, and they changed the pay structure and everything in it. And it's all down to Paratici. He deserves a lot of credit for this, right? And so even though he's a crook, right? But, so like we come.
Adrian, you do this every week. Right? You always turn the conversation to the academy.
Pathway, Stuart.
I hear this every week. It's always about this academy and the youth and the project. Listen, I don't mind you talking about it every week, but we're not seeing that on the pitch.
Can I just respond to what Adrian's saying?
Go for it.
So you say we have all these good youngsters coming through, and by the way, I'm one of those people who I'd rather see youngsters than Dyer and Emerson and whoever else.
So would I, Des. So would I.
So if they're so good, why were they not playing? And by the way, like I said, I was in your corner saying to play some of these youngsters.
You don't have to back me, Des. I can look at myself.
No, I'm saying I'm in your corner that we should play these youngsters.
No, I know. I'm just.
But then Stel would say to me, and this is what I was.
I know we're all well intentioned here.
He'll say that these youngsters are clearly not good enough because Ange isn't picking them. No. So doesn't that prove the point that maybe the academy, this stuff you said, isn't actually true then?
You still knows, right?
Can I add something to that too, right?
Right, give me an example.
Adrian, I understand what Adrian is saying. I understand what he's thinking about, because these players that are coming through the youth academy, right? We don't need to play them. We need them as numbers, right? To meet requirements, right? To go into Europe, to perform there. You can say, and while we can have new youngsters coming in, we can get rid of the other shit youngsters that we have, like the Troy Parrots, right? And whatever that we have. But the thing is that, what's that? No, then I understand what Stel is trying to say is that with all these youngsters coming in, but we'll never see them on the pitch because they ain't good enough. But I understand is that they aren't there for the footballing purposes. They are just there to make up the numbers, to meet rules and regulations for Europe. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Eugene, my argument is simple. When I hear fans say, any fan, not just Adrian, I hear this a lot. We've improved. We're going in the right direction, right? We're going in the right direction. My response is, show me. And they can't do it.
Because we haven't really improved.
This is the reason. It's still, it's the same thing.
Our under-17s and 18s won both the cups last year. Our
about the first team.
under-21s are top
Here
of
we
the
go
league.
again. I don't care about the
They're
under-10.
They're
I don't
pissing
care.
it, right? Before, when Dean Restick was there, we was a heap of shit. Our academy was a heap of shit.
I
But
pay
it's not.
65.
But then,
I pay-
Adrian, you're telling us that they're
I
keeping
pay-
for numbers for like this European number thing. So I don't get it. I don't get your argument. I'm trying to understand it.
I can only go for the Football London report I read, right?
But they're a mouthpiece for the club. I told you. These media puppets, all of them, and these other YouTubers, like the Last Words and Spurs
Yeah,
and
but we still have
Cowlands
to
and London,
abide by the
and
rules.
all of them are the same. They are mouthpieces for the club. They've
Fine.
got to give out
Well,
positive
well,
energy.
well,
They've got to
well.
give out. We're a
Pepe
family.
Massar
We're a community.
qualifies as
Tottenham-
homegrown next
I'm a
season.
realist. I'm a realist. Yeah,
Fair
I don't
enough.
care. I pay
Right, okay.
my money. I pay my money to go and watch the first 11 on a match day. I pay my TV money to watch what I saw tonight. All this other stuff, oh, he's come in, he's going to be good. Look at this change, look at that change. It means nothing until I see that convert into what I'm paying for.
Fine.
And Adrian, yeah, but it hasn't happened. This is my point. But everyone's blowing it up.
No, it hasn't.
Meanwhile,
I'm
I'm
not
watching
saying it
kids. I'm watching kids like Palmer at Chelsea tear it up. I'm watching kids like Saka. Okay, not against City, tear it up. I'm watching. I once saw a youngster called Harry Kane tear it up. I'm not seeing that at Tottenham.
Liverpool youngsters.
Well, because their academy was
The Liverpool youngsters won the Carabao Cup. They won a cup.
our academy was but
Kobe
still, our
Mainoo
academy was
for
crap.
Kobe
Yeah,
Mainoo.
he's a good player, man.
Who's that kid that come on for Man United scored the winner in the cup against
Yeah, but-
Liverpool?
Ross
Yeah,
Snowden,
but-
kids, Wow,
Honestly,
I think this is
Yeah,
sums
This
it
is
up.
my point.
This sums it up. This sums it up. This sums it
with
up.
Dean Rastrick, when Dean Rastrick was there with the academy, right, before we nicked Simon Davies from the Man City academy, right, when he was there, we had a fixed pay structure. They said, "Oh, we don't want to pay kids too much money.
I know the
Too much
changes.
money. It'll go to
I
the
know the
heads." Blah blah
changes.
blah. Anyway, Paratici come and he went like, "Bollocks to all this. Just fucking throw this shit out the window. You're never going to get the best kids if you try all this shit. We should pay them money if they're good or not. What'll happen is we'll make money on because no academy ever look. You don't ever get all your academy kids come through and do well.
Can I tell you the truth?
But then if you're like Chelsea or someone like Man City, your academy will pay big stuff because you're so players on that are playing foreign leagues or whatever.
Adrian,
He was
I
our best
spoke.
kid, Bergvall, and we brought him. He's not a cat.
We signed him.
We signed him. Bergvall is our best young
Yes.
kid. Right?
Well,
That-
hey,
I'm
Mari,
excited
we
about
hope-
it.
Divine's
hope-
good. Divine's
We
good.
hope
Whereas
we
Mikey
hope
Morgan's
Bergvall's
very
going to
young.
be good. Wait,
Right.
listen.
Yes, he is. And I've sent you videos of him. But the point is, the
Send me
difference is
videos of him
you
playing
can't
in a
compare-
B-Tech league in
Yeah, but
Sweden.
you can't compare academies in the Premier League with European academy leagues because the whole difference out there
The
is simple, right?
championship is
No,
better than the top
no.
division of Sweden.
Oh,
the championship.
yeah, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
I'm saying that.
why is it that kids in Europe get the chance to play in their teams and they don't over here? Simply because Premier League clubs can afford to go out and buy players which they can't afford to buy and buy prices.
But then
for.
Liverpool
So
use
their-
youngsters,
so
Adrian,
our
though.
kids,
No, Liverpool plays the young people.
our kids don't get the chance. 3%.
Even Pep
3%.
plays youngsters. Rico Lewis.
Rico Lewis.
Bob.
Yeah,
Bob.
Liverpool plays the young
Yeah,
players.
but I'm saying,
United,
no,
Man
no,
United play young
I'm
players.
going to counteract that now, right? Right?
Have you
bastard.
seen Liverpool? Their
Right.
team is under
I'm gonna
18.
counteract that now.
Have you
Right.
seen Liverpool?
How many Premier League academy players? What is the percentage
Liverpool.
that make it even into their first
Adrian, we're not saying to
squad of
play 11
25?
academy players.
Liverpool's
I'm
What
playing
is
asking
the
you to
teams, they're
agree.
academy kids.
What is the percentage? Well, if you know more than me, and I research this stuff, what
Right,
is the
can I-
percentage
can I
of
share some
academy
information?
players
Adrian,
in the
Adrian,
Premier League
right.
that make it
Okay.
into
I
their
don't care. I
into
don't
their
care.
25 squads?
I don't
All right,
care.
you don't
I
care
don't
because you
care.
know you're going to lose the argument, right? Well, it's 3%.
No.
It's 3%. And
I
like,
don't care
Jadon
because I
Sancho,
don't see it
City
at
went
my
off to
club.
Dortmund, right?
No,
Then
I
Man
don't
City
care
came
because
by
I don't see
You've
it
got a
at
couple
Tottenham.
come through, Rico Lewis, like you say. Foden,
So-
love him.
so-
How long did it take Foden
Oscar Bob.
to become an established member of the Man City
How many
squad?
of those 3% are at Tottenham?
How long did it take? Well,
Answer the
behind
question.
them.
How
I
many
just
of those
said that.
3% are at
Yeah,
Tottenham?
because
Adrian?
our academy was shit still. I said that. Before it's written.
Okay, now it's good. Okay, now it's good. Where are they? Okay, now it's good. Now it's good. Where are they?
Oh, they're top of the league. They've won.
No,
two
he
games.
means where are they in the first
The
team,
3%.
Adrian?
The
Yeah, but
3%.
they're younger. They're younger than them other players that have come through. See,
Our under
and
21s
also,
are younger
you know, as
than
a
the young
coach,
kids
right?
we're seeing at the
It's
other
like
clubs.
saying
Our under
like
21s.
an 18-year-old at Man City or
Liverpool
Liverpool
played
is
18-year-olds
playing
in the
their
cup
first
final.
team.
Adrian, you're
right?
lying. Adrian,
Fine,
you're lying. You're lying.
fine, but
You're lying.
it doesn't mean to say an 18-year-old at Spurs is ready. You
Right,
can't sort of say
No,
because
but he's
Stel,
oh god,
you as a
Stel's
coach,
saying
you can't
if
turn and
18-year-olds
say
can play for
because
Liverpool,
an academy
why
kid
can't we
at
not
Man
have
City
any
is in their
18-year-olds
first
for
team
Tottenham?
or at Liverpool that the same should
I-
apply at Spurs.
Can
That's
I?
bollocks. It's
Let me show you.
absolute bollocks,
Let
mate.
me,
I
Adrian,
love it to death, but
Adrian,
it's
Adrian.
bollocks.
1 minute.
Go on.
Let me share some information with you,
Go on.
and let me share information with anyone watching the show. I said this last month on my channel. I'll repeat it now. I speak to the coaches at Spurs because once in a while they sign my players, so I've got a relationship with them, and I get an inside kind of scoop. I spoke to them 3 weeks ago, and I said it on my channel, right? I think it was a Monday night show, and I said to them, hear me out. I said, what's going on with the kids at Spurs? Who's going to come through next year? And they said to me, don't expect any of them to play for Spurs next year. And I said, what do you mean? They said, well, first of all, Simon Davies and Ange, who've got a really good relationship, which is a good thing, both of them agree they're not ready. So I'm like, well, hold on a minute. So our fan base and, you know, your news source, London.Tottenham, wherever it's called, Football London, they're all saying, so you've got Lily White Rose, Last One Spurs, Cowlins, London, whatever it's called that has just said, they're all preaching and pushing it out there and boosting it and getting all the hype in the fans. Well, they're not telling you because they don't have the intel. They go by what the club tells them. They're not going to break through because next season, Ange really thinks that we're going to challenge for a title. And he's not going to risk developing kids in a title charge. I think they're deluded. I think they've lost their marbles. So I spoke to the coaches and I said, what do you think? And they said, listen, if we mount the title charge, fuck me. All of them said it. The ones that I speak to. And then they said to me, there are kids at the club that they think are ready, but the director of the academy and Ange don't agree. And they have the final say. The only one that might break through next year, maybe, is that Bergvall kid. That's the only one they said he might actually break through. Okay. And today,
I wouldn't exclude Dorrington.
No, hear me out, Adrian. Let me finish what I'm saying. Right. And today, on BT Sports, now called TNT, and Postecoglou expects Tottenham to challenge for a Premier League title next season. So now it's coming. Now they're releasing it into your mindsets. I said this 3 weeks ago. They genuinely think they're going to have a title charge. So what does this mean? What this means is, Adrian, what this means, though, in reference to the academy, how the hell do you feed in 18 and 19-year-olds, the one that you're talking about, into a team that's going to challenge for a title? It's not happening. This is what I'm saying to you.
It's one of the things that you said earlier.
You need, you know, for an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, they do come through, some rare, right?
Did you hear what I just said?
You've got to be a precocious talent to be able to play Premier League football at that age. I'm not saying don't do it.
Adrian, we're mounting a title charge. They haven't got time to develop them. You see Sir Alex Ferguson, and you see what's his name? Freaking hell. Sir Alex Ferguson, who's the other one? There's one other, sorry. My mind's gone blank.
Jose?
Arteta. Right. The youngsters that they did develop is because for the first 2 years of Sir Alex Ferguson and Arteta's reign, they were finishing 8th, mid-table. They had time to bed them in, develop, and then go forward with the youngsters. We haven't done that. If we get into the Champions League, the expectation is going to be, right, we want more next year. And this is what Ange wants. He wants us to go higher. Where's the bedding in period for these youngsters? Because if you're going to develop young players, you've got to do it. You got to do it, and the pressure's off. You've got to let them have time to develop. The Magnificent Five of Man United, it took 3 years. Man United won nothing during that period.
You had the two Neville brothers, you had Nicky Butt, you had
yes, but they won nothing, Adrian, because the pressure was off for a while. Arteta, he's brought through Saka, Martinelli, and whatever other youngsters. They've had time to bed them in. Now they're going where they want. Spurs haven't got that transition period to bed them in. We haven't got it. So then,
how long? Still, in fairness, how long has it been since they've changed the setup?
No, Adrian, he's saying
No, the setup. Hold on. The academy setup was shit under Dean Rastrick. It was shit.
I give up.
Change. No, we'll give up. They won a couple of cups. They're good. I watched. How many of you actually have watched those academy games on Spurs play?
No, Adrian.
Watch matches because I used to go and watch the matches. Right now, I've seen a couple of defenders that I think that will make it. I think
need some vodka.
Phillips will make it. Right.
I'm fasting.
If Mikey Moore, mind you, he's so young though. He's only 16, 17. Like 14 goals in 12
How
games.
old's Troy Parrott, Adrian? How old's Troy Parrott?
Troy Parrott is now coming up to 22 and he's with Excelsior at the moment.
So why is he not?
Whether they get rid of him or whether he can take the place of a Brandon Austin as one of the 4 European squad players. So you decide whether that's down to coaching staff, right? Is he good enough or is he not good enough? I don't know.
Our youngsters aren't going to feature under Ange. I'm telling you now. Under Ange, they're not going to feature. It's not going to happen. Maybe the manager after Ange. Maybe the manager after Ange. Maybe
he's injured now.
Adrian, there's no youngsters playing under Ange. There's none. Maybe the manager after Ange. Maybe. But this manager, this project, forget our academy. It's not happening. I'm telling you.
If Feyenoord and Ajax have looked at Parrott and Excelsior, they're interested in him. Now,
I'm talking to him.
You may sell him for a couple of mil, or you get a choice. You either bring him back because you've got a 25-man squad, right? You've got room for a few academy players to be part of that squad. You either bring him back and the coaches have a look at him and they decide, no, he ain't good enough. We sell him for 1 or 2 mil or whatever and get rid of him. Or they decide, okay, we can keep him. We've got room in the squad of 25.
You're watching this at home. You must be wetting yourself laughing. I'm telling you, this must be comedy.
Really? I mean,
it's just repeating itself over and over again, bro. So
Adrian, they're not going to play under Ange. This is the point I'm making. They're never going to play under Ange because we're past that opportunity of bringing through the youngsters. I think what they're doing at the academy, from what I've understood, they're developing a batch of players that in 4 or 5 years' time, 3-4 years' time, then you might see some come through, but that won't be under Ange. That'll be a different project, different era. For now, forget the kids. It's a myth.
I think you'll see it sooner than that. I think you'll see it. I really believe what I've seen there, watching them kids play, it is a level. I don't know at Premier League level because they still have to prove themselves. What I've seen there is talent there. Now, we don't know. I don't know if Lucas Bergvall, who looks very good in the videos I've sent you and Mari and all that, who looks a talent. I mean, that's for Gooden Garden, the team he plays for out there. I don't know. He might come to the Premier League and be total crap because it's a different level. It's more physical and all that. But
what did I say to you 15 minutes ago?
Kid has definitely got something about him.
I literally just said that 15 minutes ago. I said the Swedish league is worse than the Championship, and you're arguing with me. Now you're saying he might be crap.
I'm not arguing with you on that. All I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know if them academy kids that look good under my eye, who sort of like the eye test.
So if you don't know, how can you say we are doing better?
Because they look better than what I've
seen. You just said before. You don't know.
No, because I used to go and watch academy games in the past and they were crap. They were crap. The standard was crap. You know, the competitiveness was
savage.
But I still went, I used to go and watch Spurs academy games still.
Let me change the subject.
Adrian, what he's saying is that because
I'm not getting the wrong end of the stick here.
No.
I'm giving you a good laugh, obviously.
I'm just trying to simplify this. Sorry. Because Stell said, and he showed you an article saying Ange said next season we're challenging for the title, right? Yeah, that's what he thinks. Yeah, that's what Ange thinks. Because of this, this season was meant to be the season, I believe this as well, that the youngsters were going to be used.
Yeah.
That's what I thought as well, Stell. I thought he was going to use some this season.
No, I didn't think that at all.
And I was in that camp.
Well, Dan,
because he hasn't, next season there's no way you're going to use them for the title challenge, supposed title challenge. It's not going to happen.
No chance.
So therefore, the academy, the supposed amazing academy that Stell explained that apparently Ange doesn't approve of these players from the academy. We're not going to use the academy players, are we?
No,
we're not. Why won't Phillips come back? Phillips
no.
Hold on. Let me just let's like
Adrian,
know,
it's my show. I
fathom
want
this
to
out,
change the
right?
subject.
Let's
I
fathom
want
this
to
out,
change the
right?
subject. I'm
You've
changing the
got
subject.
11
Right.
players on a football field. You're
Adrian,
allowed
change the
9
subject.
substitutes.
Adrian, please, I want to change the subject. I can't do this anymore. I'm
It's
going to
20 players.
We've spoken 30 minutes on the academy, and let's just. I want to move
That
on.
gives you 5
round and
players.
round.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Man
You
of the
haven't got no faith in our academy. That's fair enough. I have. I like to think I've got a bit more. So fair enough. Let's move on, right?
Yeah, yes, that's good.
What else can we argue about, right?
Yeah. No, why don't we argue about whether we're going to challenge for the title next season?
I want to have a
not.
proper conversation on this. 1 minute. I want to have a proper conversation on this. So let me just take this screen off. So during the week, Ange said that in terms of Timo Werner's future, like most players, the decision will be made at the appropriate time. So I'm guessing that means in the summer because his loan deal ends then. I think he's been a great signing. So he's really boosting up Timo Werner as a signing. And then he said he's been a really important part of our structure. And I think he can also keep improving. So it kind of sounds like... right, it kind of sounds like... now,
Sells Ange out.
Well, can I just sum this up briefly?
No. I haven't finished. Adrian, no. Don't sum
If
up
Timo
nothing.
Werner was my dog, I would fucking
Oh,
shoot.
is he having it on? Is he having me on?
He was. I'm serious.
So-
if he was my
so
dog,
today-
Of course, it's late. It's so late at night. Honestly, you're telling me that does because I moved. Honestly, sorry, still. I had to laugh.
That's
Or I'm gonna cry, or just unleash. Honestly, back to you,
Well-
still. Sorry, still.
No. Listen, it is funny. It's a, you know what I mean. But during the game today, as the game went on, Lee, who's he does the shows with us on Monday. He WhatsApped me this. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing it. The difference between a Bowen and a Werner is night and day. Now, when you saw this guy's performance today, and you saw this guy's performance today, you cannot tell me we can't do better, right? Now, some fans say that if we sign a new wide player, they're happy to keep Timo as another option or a backup, whatever word you want to call, as long as we get rid of Brian Hill, Solomon. So we'd have a new really, really good winger, and then Timo would come off the bench if need be, or if there's an injury. Do you think he's even good enough for that? Because for me, I'm really concerned about keeping players like this, because this is like the Eric Dyer syndrome. Yeah, he doesn't start. Yeah, he doesn't play, but he will find a way to have game time, like he did against Wolves away, where we lost 2-1 and he conceded the second goal. Thank you, Eric Dyer. So my question is, should we keep Timo Werner?
Still, could I just do a quick answer to this?
I want Murray to go first. Let Murray go first.
The question is, should we? The question is, should he? We are going to sign Timo Werner. I've already conceded. We are going to sign him. He is the perfect Daniel Levy prototype. The stuff that Edge is saying.
Oh, I hope you're wrong. Murray.
Murray, I'm in your camp. Whether we like it or not, Werner's signing.
Yeah, he's signing. Now, what would ease the pain, if you told me we signed Nico Williams along with Timo Werner, then that would ease the pain. I wouldn't be, because you're bringing quality and then you got, So, but I'm already resigned that we will sign Werner along with, hopefully, please God, hopefully a quality winger, and Werner comes from the bench.
Murray, if that quality winger gets injured, what if that quality winger gets injured and then you have Werner for the first team?
I know.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's just a quick answer from me. It's a quick answer from me. I gave my answer. Sorry to interrupt you, Mari, but Mari, you just opened up Mr. Box Office again to unleash again.
I agree with you.
What it needs to say again.
I'm just saying
because it's like it sums it up perfectly when someone says backup. You know what I mean? I gave my answer a couple of weeks ago again. 3 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 months ago, and that's it. If we're going to start talking about backups, I want Harry Winks back in my team right now, yeah? Oh, we don't think he was good enough, though. You know what I mean? I want Bergwijn back in my team, yeah? You know what I mean? You might as well just get him back. Should we get Should we get the winger that with the French winger that we had last time that couldn't even get into the team?
Which one?
Nkudu, yeah. Should we get him back? Should we get him back? He was a backup, wasn't he? Look how that worked out for us. Look at exactly. Look, let's just get all these players back because we might as well get because we like our backups. You like our backups, yeah. So we might as well just get him back. Like I said before, if you're coming to the Tottenham team, you are competing. Yeah, I see that at Man City. I see that at Arsenal. Or not so Arsenal, Liverpool. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the thing. I see it at these teams. And then I hear people saying, "Oh, we're better than Liverpool though with Timo Werner, the above average Shane Long on our team." Yeah, that really is.
Putting it simply,
how deluded we are, by the way. How deluded we are, and that's it. You know what I mean? So, Eugene, Mr. Box Office is still unleashing, bruv. I'll give you a time for 5 minutes in a bit. But the point is, bruv. Yeah, the point is, if you want a good team, if you want Alex to stay and actually want to stay at this club and actually want to win trophies, actually want to stay and not go to Liverpool or go to Manchester United because they're twerking for our manager, by the way. Yeah, they're twerking for our manager. You want to get decent players for this manager, by the way. Your manager that you are loving, by the way, that I hate. Yeah? So if you want to keep him here, give him good players. Don't give me Timo Werner. If he wants Timo Werner, mate, you got to make it work, bruv. Because I tell you what, Daniel Levy is going to be a couple of months' time. When this fan base is twerking for you to come out this club, he's going to sack you. Because you see the history of our club and that's it. Back to you, Stelios, I'm done.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Alex. I got one thing to say, right? We're going to sign Timo Werner, right? And we have one in life. That's all.
Okay, all right. And back to you still. Yeah, sorry. I was going to say that. Don't forget. Ange came out and said all the signings are green lighted by him or something, was it? Something like that. So if he signs Werner, he's basically accepting me.
That's just PR, isn't it?
That's why I said if we sign him,
what can managers know say? I mean, let's be fair. The only difference between Werner and a bucket of shit is the bucket, right? I mean, he's crap, right? He's fast, he's pacey, but he's got no end product. He can't score a goal. He couldn't hit a cow's ass with a banjo. He's fucking useless, right?
So are you Ange out?
Fucking useless, right?
Oh, Adrian, sometimes you just got to laugh sometimes at you, mate. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to laugh.
True, though.
No, you're funny, but I've got to give it to you, bruv. You got me going.
Look,
you got me going. I'll tell you that for a fact. On a Tuesday evening when I should be at a circle event. Bloody hell.
I will say this lastly because I got to go. To be fair, if we sign Werner along with a quality striker, well, even with the quality striker and winger, if we sign Werner, like I said, because I'm going to be fair. I'm going to give him the whole next year, you know, and see how it goes. But there'll be no excuses.
So you're not quitting like still then?
It will be no excuses. No, I'm going to give him the season. I'm not going to be too first.
I'm done. We signed him. I'm done.
I won't. No, yeah. That's why I love about our channel. We're all different. Will thinks differently. Iggy thinks
Alex is taking over. It still goes.
We all think differently.
Mr. Box
Office. Still, it'll be June 1st. For me, it will be either the middle of the second season or the end of the second season. Because I'm so sick and tired of recycling coaches left and right and whatsoever. I will see how it is because it will be officially his signing. It will officially be his signing. And if he wants to bring in Dross,
that's my point. That's exactly my point.
And I'm done.
I think what he wants, though, Murray, I mean, on a serious note, I think what he wants, we know because the way he's played, and he likes Johnson for whatever reason. We need to see more from the young kid who should be oven ready for the money we paid for him, right? We know that he wants fast, pacey wingers. So I'm hoping that come this transfer window, we're in for a fast, pacey winger. And I don't think it'll be that much better than that. And I want one that's got an eye for goal that can score.
Who would you want, Adrian, if you were asking?
I actually like there's a couple of young kids I like, but then you're in dangerous territory. I like, we was after that Noosa from Club Bruges that Brentford went for, right? He looks good. Like looking at videos, obviously.
Yeah, another unproven talent.
I like the kid in that team, Skov Olsen. Skov Olsen for Club Bruges. This kid's got an eye for goal. He fucking buries him.
Adrian,
Now,
why do you want to sign
me-
kids when we've got these amazing academy players?
Phil,
Just ask him.
I was waiting for this.
No, because I've watched the video of Scott Olsen, right? And this kid, like, not just flashy wingers who are good. I like players with vision that move the ball quickly, that can make things happen. Basically, if the defenders, intelligent awareness, positional play, I look for that in the videos because I know in the videos
Set
they're
up
going
for Michael Jackson
to
FC,
look
man.
in the videos,
Look at
right? But this Scott Olsen, I looked at him, I thought, this
No, why
kid,
can't we sign players like
he's a good
Olise?
finisher, you know?
Eze?
He can finish goals from outside the
Yeah,
box.
why can't we sign Eze or Elise?
Olise.
Why can't we sign proven players from the
Well,
Premier League?
Yeah,
who just-
why don't we go for Mohamed Kudus, right? He's
I'm not
proven in
against
West
that.
Ham.
I don't know. Listen, I've seen Eze, looks a good player. Like I've looked Neto, looks a good player. Watch these players.
Rafinha.
Forwards in my team, right? Different for you guys. It's not a question of getting me off my seat because they're that skillful. Their end product, what is their goal ratio? If you can't score goals in the front three, I don't want you in my team. That's just me, though. I mean, like others might think, "Oh yeah, this guy's brilliant."
I agree. Anyone in the front three has to score. I agree with that. I do.
No,
I mean, I want 19. I want 19. Look, guys, I want 19 goals for my wide players. Right?
That's why we take Adama
Werner's
Traore.
never going to get that unless he
Yeah,
gets
'cause he
like an
won't score
acting
enough
god
goals
or
for
something
us.
like. He's
No,
not going to get.
Traore.
He's not going to get that, right? I don't care how fast he is. He can keep on running as far as I'm fucking concerned. I don't give a shit, right? You're not good enough for me, right? Johnson. Well, at least with Brennan Johnson, he has potential. He's 22 years of age, so
I
you
agree
don't
with you there.
know. Although, like, we shouldn't have. He should, for the money we've paid, the rumoured money we've paid, because we don't know whether it's 40 million or 47 add-ons. He should be an oven-ready player.
Would any of our main rivals take him?
He's not. He's not
Adrian,
oven-ready.
would any of our main
Right?
rivals take him?
No, but
No,
but to be fair,
This is the problem. With
but
Spurs.
to be fair, Stelios, yeah, Adrian's right though. His age, for his age at the moment, we've got to give him a chance, right? Now, I'm not, I'm not rating him at the moment. But what I don't think is right is that after two good games, it was okay games, right? We start saying we're wrong about Johnson. No, it's got to be long term. Right, we need to see how he develops.
100%, Alex.
And that's it for me.
Yeah.
But he is right. The only difference is with him and Werner at the moment is his age. Werner needs to be doing it now. He needs to be doing it now.
Problem is, if we
And he's
sign
not
Werner,
doing it.
right? He's 29 next year, right? Is he 29 next year?
We're going for it. We're going
It's
for
only
a
gonna go
league
backwards.
title next year.
Going
with
backwards now.
Johnson, who's not proven or oven ready. He's not there yet.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I agree.
rubbish. We're not doing it. It's not.
But
happening.
Adrian, your suggestion, it's not criticism to you, but your suggestion of a winger was another youngster, though.
Yes, because I like him because he can finish. What I've seen in videos, he's a good finisher, Scott Olsen, young kid.
Yeah,
good
but
finisher.
YouTube, they only put the best bits. They don't show you all the misses and
Werner's
how bad they are.
a mature
YouTube
player.
is-
He can't finish. Like
No,
said,
I
he-
agree with you, Adrian. But I'm saying, surely we need like players that we know will come in and
Well,
do
then,
the job
then we
straight away.
we go for another winger that can finish, whether it's Carvetz or whatever it is from Napoli or whatever the hard to pronounce.
Adrian, we've gone from signing wide players like Bale, forward players like Berbatov, players like we even brought Gareth Bale back on loan and he was freaking scored 16 goals. And now we've resorted to Timo Werner's stopgap, maybe long-term gap. Brennan Johnson, take a punt. Maybe he'll come good. Maybe he won't. Richarlison, Pigeon, crap at Watford, crap at Everton. He's been bang average again this season.
Werner,
Are we not at a point where we just say, just go and sign proven players, man? Like, what are we waiting for? What are we trying to prove here?
The problem is,
right,
with Ange's comments, he basically proved that we won't.
Go on, Hans.
Sorry, Ange said it was like we'll never sign 100 million for one player, which is basically what it will cost to buy a proven player
it's
nowadays.
not the money with me.
We can spend 60 or 70
We spent money
on
on Ndombele. We spent money on Lo Celso.
We dropped
But
50
they
million
weren't
on
proven.
Johnson, though.
They weren't
We spent money
proven.
on Richarlison.
Adrian,
about the
Adrian.
money.
No,
It's
this is
about-
bollocks. This is bollocks. Signing
Okay,
Davinson
all right.
Sanchez, signing Ndombele,
42 mil, yeah. Back in the day.
spending big money on players we've never heard of before who have never been proven is different to paying money for Jack Grealish, for
Or
Declan
Declan
Rice.
Rice.
For
Fine.
Eze,
Steve.
it's different. When we
and-
spend big, we spend big on players where we go, who is this? Even Danny Rose said it. I've got to check out these players on YouTube. Our own players said that.
Fine. And I agree. I agree with that, right? I totally agree with
But
that.
don't bring up big money fees. Then. Don't bring it up.
No.
No,
Eric-
Adrian, I'm just basically. I'm saying Ange said he will sign 2, 3, 4 players with 100 million. Basically, that's what he implied with what he said. Am I wrong? Because he said we won't ever sign 100 million. So therefore, by default, we're going to be signing say 30 million.
If we've adopted which everybody kept saying we have, like with Johan Langer, that we've adopted the Brighton mode. We go into data.
Everyone uses data. Every club does that.
And
Then
clubs go
off the back of the Brighton thing is Brighton
clubs go to companies who collate all this data and they'll sell it on to you, blah blah blah. Then you might go and like have a look at a player yourself on video streams. Then you might send your scouts out to go and look at that player. Well, at least that, if we're doing that now, at least that's better than what we've done before for the crap that we fucking brought in before, right? At least that's better. So, like, there is, we're trying to, on risk assessment, we're trying to reduce the risk of paying a lot of money for someone who may fail. You're never going to know if a foreign player is going to do well in the Premier League until they're in the Premier League. Really, you're never going to know.
So buy Premier League proven players.
Like Isak.
Yeah, ones that are doing it now.
Hold on.
Eze, yeah.
Isak won the season in the Premier League with Newcastle, and I did like the player.
Guys, hold on. Guys, I got to make a move. Right. It's 8:30 in Malaysia now, right? I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours since in the morning after the game. Thanks for having me on, Stel. Nice meeting you again. Alex, big up to you. Yeah. Harry, we have to get together and have a show again.
We have to do another show. Yeah.
The previous show where they talk about what Martinelli. No, Werner is better than Martinelli.
And
But guys, thanks, Stel. Mari, see you if you're around. You're still back there.
Mari's a legend. Mari's probably listening. And laughing. He's a legend.
Subscribe. Do all the good stuff and all that. Right. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers,
Take care, Eugene.
I'm sorry, but anybody big up to Eugene, but I'm sorry, but anybody said that with what is it? Werner's better than bloody Martinelli. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to say who it was, but just go.
I know it was. It was. I bet it was Will or Deji.
It wasn't Will.
No, it's Harry Scott.
Who is it?
Harry Scott. Harry Scott.
Oh my god. Well, no, I'm not going to go there because I can't go there with him.
Guys, how many players do you think we need to change for the league? I'm thinking 8 or 9. How many
I don't. I mean, at the moment, the main thing is we need to get
starting 11. I think we need to change 5.
I think because we're going to talk this to death right now about how many players we need. We know how many players we need. We need a lot more. We need a lot of players. You know what I mean? But I think at the moment, I just think we need to just get through this season at the moment, and we just
sort of. I think we need to be so clever in the summer transfer. We need to be no. We need to like be able to cover. We need a few versatile players. We need a number 9. We need a winger. I'd love Cambiasso at Juventus because he can play left wing back, right wing back, left midfield, right mid. He's 24 years old. He would be superb for us. I'd love Vlahovic of Juventus because I think it'd be a perfect fit for our system. And even though like we've been linked with like Santiago at Feyenoord, Jimenez, we've been looking with Omar Mahmoud, been linked with fucking Joshua Zirkzee of fucking Eintracht Frankfurt.
Yeah, I saw that.
So we start talking about the transfer window because we've spoken about this how many times now? You know what I mean? Well, me and you lot talking about it for how long now?
Can I introduce one bit of interesting information to you?
No, you can't. No, you can't. Still,
no. Okay, I'm gonna do it anyway. This actually surprised me today. I really didn't. I never even thought this, but despite all this, we're playing crap. It's not exciting. The attacker need to be changed. The defense, we've got to be more tactically less naive when it comes to defending. Despite all of that,
which is all true. Yeah.
When you look at the top 6 when they've all played each other, Spurs are top.
Yeah.
We've got the most points against the top 6 teams in any other club. We're joint with Arsenal, actually.
I think at the moment, right? Come back to me next season, and then we'll see what happens. Because
No, but I'm saying, as of right now, right? DR Sports put this up today, right? As of now, though, when it comes to the big games, Spurs are top of the table, right?
Yeah,
there's got to be something in that.
Yeah, but
still, I've got a question for you on that. You're a coach, right?
Still,
Let Alex speak for a minute.
Let me just say something, yeah, because I knew this is going to come up. I don't think we've been. If you look at the history when we had Mourinho and Conte, right, we were competing with the tops, weren't we? We were competing. You know what I mean? It's just that we just weren't consistent enough, and the football was just dire, and that's it. So I'm not really surprised by that, but again, I think it's just that at the end of the day, I think it's been us consistent. It's consistency. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to those major moments in like cup finals, semi-finals, major games to get us to a major place where to win a league or something like that, we're just not there at the end of the day. So it's great to have those stats. But for me, it just shows to me that we just got that lack of consistency. You know what I mean? It's all good to do it in the league, in a one-off game. Yeah, great. But, can you do that in a cup final when it really matters, when it really, really does matter? You know what I mean? And can we do this over a 38, whatever, how many games to go and win the league? Because for what Ange says, he wants to win the league next season. You know what I mean? So this is where I'm a bit. I think those stats. I don't like that stat because it then gives people like idiotic people to start saying, "Oh well, we're really cooking at the moment. We're really cooking at the moment because this season
it just says we're good against the big teams. That's all it says. Against the big teams.
I know, but it just I don't like those sort of stats. I think
teams. We're shocking,
Alex. So I just wonder if it's because like when we're playing, we're not playing West Ham. We're playing teams that we consider to be better than West Ham.
Well, none of these teams low block. None of these teams low block. That's what it is.
Exactly. That was the point I was going to come on to. So, like, it suits. So now it becomes like 50-50. Do they beat us? Do we beat them? Do we get a draw? I mean, we got the draw away at Arsenal. We were the better team. They didn't even score a goal in open play. They got a deflection and a fucking penalty. Right? We go away at Man City. We get a 3-3. With like a ball of funny off of Decky's shoulder, for the 3-3. We beat Liverpool and we were lucky. VAR did us a favour, right?
Yeah, that was a bit of a scam.
But and Man United at home, they could have been 2-0 up against us before we won that game. Second half, we were excellent against them, right? So it is fine margins a lot of game, and it's very hard to like fathom out the rights and wrongs or the really intricate details.
Our problem is
it's not an exact science, is it?
West Ham took 4 points off us. Wolves took 6 points off us.
Mm-hmm.
Fulham, I don't know how many points. It's our problem is it's not the relegation team.
Yeah, but also we should have been Sheffield at home. We should have been West Ham at home.
But we didn't. Against Sheffield United, Nottingham Forest. Well, their tactic outdid us. Yeah, against Sheffield United, Nottingham Forest, Burnley, all the relegation teams, we ain't got a problem. Against the top 6, that table shows we're all right. It's from 8th to kind of 13th, that mid-block team, those mid-table teams, we're awful. We are so bad. That's where we come unstuck.
We seem to be crap against the lesser teams.
Do you think a lot has to do with complacency?
Not the relegation teams. We beat the relegation teams. It's the ones that are kind of safe, but they're not European level. Yeah,
do you think a lot has to do with complacency? Because I just feel like, for example, against Fulham away, it's like the players turned up and they thought we were just going to win.
Yeah, maybe. It's a fair
But this has been a symptom of ours for like years. Like we're talking like the last maybe 10, 12 years.
But the mentality's changing, Hass. The mentality's changing.
Yeah, it's not changing.
It could be that, Hass. I mean, I'd hate to think that, because that would tell me then, like, players have been very casual and lax their
But then
action.
you could argue that because of Kulusevski's article. I'm sorry, because he said, "Oh, we lost 4-1, but we're winning at life."
What
I
does he
didn't
mean
like
by that, though? It depends how you interpret
because
that.
we stuck to our ways, we believed in our process, and we will continue
Yeah,
to do
it's
it. He
something
went,
like
Yeah,
that.
so
Yeah.
that's your interpretation of what he's saying. But is that
no, because before that passage, he said how we could have changed the way we played.
But
We
didn't,
could have
yeah.
given up on believing in what we're trying to do, but we stuck to it. We
Fine,
gave it a
I didn't
go.
read it.
Yes, we lost,
I didn't
but we
read
won
it.
in life. I.e.,
'Cause-
meaning we stuck to our morals, our ethics, our philosophy. That's what you meant by it.
Yeah, I didn't read it
Which
because
is crazy because we got spanked.
when I read about what players
Yeah,
are
at home
saying,
to Chelsea.
when I'm
At
reading
work,
about
Chelsea.
what players are saying, most times it's fucking excuses, and I don't want to hear it anyway. Right? So, like, when they're coming out with like
but a lot of fans love that
philosophers
stuff.
and all that, like, listen,
A lot of
park
fans
it.
like
Just
that
go on a pitch and do your fucking job.
Adrian,
Right?
I agree with Stell. A lot of fans actually liked this article.
Yeah, they loved
From
it.
what I saw, at least like on X, I guess they put it on X. But yeah.
Do you know how many fans I saw say, "I feel so connected to my club again"?
Yeah.
I've
I saw so
I've-
much. Of
I've
that.
got
I
my
saw so much of
Tottenham
that.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
By
know,
your bank account, they're connected by their bank
we
account.
just lost. We just mentally capitulated to the
Yeah.
biggest scumbag club, Chelsea. At home.
Listen.
The worst
I was
Chelsea
proud of the
in
players.
20 years.
I
we
was
mentally
proud of the
lost it.
players. I was
I feel
proud of the
connected
players
to
in
my
that
club.
game. I was proud of
I
the
don't get
players in that game. But the only reason why, because we stuck to, and to be honest with you, I think Chelsea were lucky in that game anyway. And this is me saying this, Mr. Botsoff is saying this, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I didn't agree with what Kulu said because I just felt that it was like, it was kind of like we got to the end of the process and we achieved something and we hadn't achieved nothing. You know what I mean? And it just that statement that he had just felt like a statement just to say we've achieved something, we haven't achieved anything, and that's where I that's why I don't I'm not there with Kulu at the moment. You know what I mean? When I look at Bentancur though, at the moment, this is why he's grown on me. I've seen us losing, and against Fulham, he comes
Kulu needs to
on
go.
and he uses some bottle. He's got some bottle and grit, and he hates losing.
You don't like him, so
He absolutely hates losing. Yeah. And I saw it with Conte as well. When he was doing his good run, when he had his good run, there were certain things that he with Conte, where Conte was having a go at him, he had to go back. And and that was he has the mentality where I don't see this from other players. You get what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
You know,
Alex. I agree.
and this is where I think the problem is at the moment. This is why this is why I'm now looking at Maddison at the moment, because I see a lack of leadership from him at the moment. Yeah, because I mean, a person that I don't even agree with pointed it out to me, and he was spot on. Because I can't tell a difference
funny how
between
these creative
him.
midfield players, Alex, don't simply get stuck in tackles or they bottle it. I mean, we had the same with Ericsson. Although it was great for us over his period he was with us.
I agree with you.
Madison's another one. They tend to like drag their foot out when it comes to a tackle, or
Did you see Paqueta today? Did you see
Yeah,
Paqueta today defending?
Whereas De Bruyne is a bit of a tank, isn't he, for Man City?
Yeah, but do you see
He's a bit of
Paqueta
a
defending
tank.
today, Adrian? Do you see Paqueta defending today? And that's their attacker. You know what I mean? You
We
see what I'm
took out
saying?
Maddison,
And if
remember?
I'm going to question Son, right, who's the captain, Maddison's the vice
Harry
captain.
didn't get sent off for Brazil against England, or like they
Yeah,
say,
but
the booking of
Adrian,
the
the
day,
point,
and I understand it.
Madison,
Good player.
Adrian, I'm just keeping on to the point. The point I'm making is, if I'm going to have a go at Son being the captain, I'm not having a go at him as a player because he's hands down better than everyone we've got.
Of course, yeah.
I'll be deluded if I wasn't saying that right now, right? But the point is, if I'm going to have a go at Son as the captain, what is Maddison doing?
But then
What
you
is
could
Maddison
argue,
doing?
Alex, we have no captains because even Romero, to me, I don't see him as like a leader on the pitch.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. And I keep
Madison
on hearing,
should-
I keep on hearing that we've got a great captaincy and everything else. It's just for me,
It's one of the worst I've seen.
Dan summed it up perfectly. What is going on with his fan base? All he needed to do, Ange Postecoglou, is just play the ball forward.
Yeah,
and have a good
Madison should be in the
personality.
final third or in the middle third. He shouldn't be dropping back to pick the ball up with the back four. Because like, hang about, if he's doing that, look, under the Ainge system, as I understand it, and I'm watching it, right, you've got two inverted fullbacks, right, to beef up your two pivoting midfielders, which might be Sarr and Bentancur, say, right? And so you got 4. And then you got Maddison coming back to pick the back ball up off the back 4. Come on. What's
But
going
then
on?
Adrian is because he wasn't getting the ball higher up the pitch, so that's why he dropped deep.
That's what Kane did.
No, hold on. It's not about him getting the ball. I mean, like Ange said in his last press conference about Kulo, he said Kulo was coming over to the right and trying searching and looking for the ball because he wasn't involved in the game. But that wasn't his job to do that. He's not doing what he's told to do. And I strongly believe that Ange, he's had a good look at this squad. And there might be players we like and not like or whatever. And I think he's half got his mind up already about who he wants to keep and who's going to fucking go. Because I don't think he's happy with certain players. If you're not doing what he wants you to do in his system, then you're in danger of going. And I think Basuma's under threat. I really think Basuma's under threat. I think Sar's pretty well safe, right? Maddison, he likes Maddison, but I think it's a question of consistency with him, yeah. And it could be a question. He likes Kulu because he's played him in so many games, but he really loves Brennan Johnson. By all accounts, coming from
he loves Brennan Johnson.
He really loves Brennan Johnson. I think the talk about Werner, I think all this talk about Werner being great and all that. I mean, what do you expect? When the press asks you a question like that, you can't throw a player under the bus.
But you say that Conte literally threw Jed Spence under a bus.
Yeah, I know, but he's not going to do that. I don't think.
I'm not asking Ange to throw any players under the bus. Stop hyping them up in the media by saying things like brilliant signing or.
But what are they supposed to say? When I mean, you're a manager still. You're a manager of the club. What are you going to say? You can't flag your players.
Adrian, he's doing the job. Adrian, you've answered the question. I've given the answer, and you just don't accept the answer, right? You just say he's doing the job. He's doing a job for us. That's it. But by boosting them up, what you're doing is you're planting seeds. Listen, most football fans are lazy. Okay, they don't go and do proper analysis. They copy what they read on Twitter or they listen to a podcast or a YouTube show. Oh, I like that. I'll take that. I'll repeat it somewhere else and make it my own. Very few fans actually analyze it. Brennan Johnson and Timo Werner, when you properly break these players down and you look at them as individuals, they're not good enough for Spurs. No, they're not. Nor's Richie, and I'm going to say it, Nor's Kulusevski. I've completely changed my mind on him. Yeah. I've been waiting for a year and a half for him to show me what he did when he first came in. Since the first 3 months under Conte, he's shown hardly any of that. Again, today, we've got a last-minute chance to win the game. Put that ball in. It was awful. It was so horrendous. And
substitutions. Substitutions. It was the substitutions at the moment.
Yeah, we are fifth.
Madison. Sorry to interrupt you, Steelers, but
will be fifth, fourth, fifth, third.
But Celios, sorry to interrupt you because you're in your flow a little bit. But what my point was, but when Madison was actually getting into the game, he was actually getting into the game before he came off.
I know.
And then when he put on Kulu, I thought, okay, cool, okay, Kulu, this is your chance now, mate. This is your chance. He did nothing. He did absolutely nothing. And the thing that annoys me, podcasts keep on saying, you don't know what type of player Kulusevski is. Well, he's not proving it to me right now. You know what I mean? He's not proving anything to me at the moment.
No, it's not in good form. Technically, he's very good. He's a very good player.
But we said this about Dele Alli, and Dele Alli had more bloody good seasons in his locker.
But Kulu's got more.
But Dele Alli had more good seasons.
He's very footed. He can't use his right foot.
But Dele Alli had more better. Dele Alli had more better seasons than Kulu's had for Tottenham Hotspur. Let's be honest here. Kulu's only had 5 minutes. He's only had 5 minutes. Let's be honest. Yeah, I've seen more. I've got more hope with Bentancur. I've got more hope from Bentancur at the moment than Kulu at the moment.
I love Bentancur. I think Bentancur's fantastic.
And that's the thing. That's big of me to say that because I think it needed time with me, and I hope he doesn't let me down. Right? But at the moment, I see more leadership and more of a player in there even though Bentancur's been badly injured.
I agree.
I think he's
I
he's
agree.
got more. I would actually say at the moment,
has my
Bentancur is my mate.
different-
Bentancur, I would take Bentancur over Basuma, and that's it for me. I'll take
I'll
Bentancur
take him over
over him.
Maddison and even Sarr. I'll take him over. I
Yeah.
just
The
think
issue with
I
Bentancur,
think
though,
out of
is
them 4 midfielders who we know are best, I just think he's the best one.
I'll
When
just, I'll
he's
just take them all. I'll take him
I-
over at the moment, and just at the moment, I just think we'll have to see what happens next season. But for me, Bentancur for me just needs to just show me more. He just needs to just run with it now. For me, that's it, because he's got that. He's just got that in his locker for me. Yeah, he's got that control. He's got everything
and
about
that's
him at the
interesting,
moment.
isn't it?
And the
Because
thing is, though, the thing I like about him as well, he's got a character that he's got grit
Yeah.
and determination, and he
And
just
that's-
doesn't care. He wants
that-
to win, and I think that's
Yeah.
what we need. You know what I mean? He's got the Juventus thing in him. Yeah,
Yeah.
he looks like a guy that's won championships before. He doesn't think this is good enough.
And that's interesting, Alex, what you're saying, because I agree with you. And we don't agree on many things, but in the first games this season, when we won 8 and drew 2, right? All the raving was about like, oh, who was our best midfielder, Maddison or Basuma? Because they were on point, they were hot, right? And we haven't seen that, through injuries and whatever. We haven't seen that since. All we've seen is like recently underhit or overhit passes. Instead of being slick, that slick unit we were in the first 10 games, we haven't seen it. And even when we struggled against Man United at home, our passing was slicker and on point in the second half, which got us across the line. And that was one of the best second halves of this season. But like, it hasn't happened. Son's touch has been off point. I mean, like the old touch. And yet, but to our grace, somehow we are 5th in the league, right? And we may finish 5th or 4th.
Adrian, the reason we're 5th in the league is simple. Chelsea are an absolute joke of a club. Man United have had a horror season.
True.
Then you look at Newcastle and Brighton. They can't play 2 games a week. They don't have the squad. If we played Europe this year, there's no way we'd be 5th.
We're probably like 12th
I think this 1 game a week and a couple of big clubs dropping off has opened the door for us. And I still think we'll finish 4th.
I agree with you.
I still think Spurs will finish 4th. I think we will do it.
I think we will. I think we will, because we're approaching a period now. We're past Easter where we're going to have 1 game a week. And before we play Arsenal, they're going to play 4 games in 2 weeks when we ain't playing 1. Right?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be Arsenal.
Mind you, not that. Hang about the counter to that is the fact that like when we had the break before with a week with Fulham and all that, like it hasn't gone that well for us. Like we haven't turned up, right?
Yeah, but at our ground, I think
we should.
A team
I
that
still
doesn't
feel them at our ground, though.
When we play these teams that are involved in Europe, they're involved in domestic cup finals, semi-finals, whatever. We should be fresher, and we know on our day we can beat anyone, but like, are we going to turn up?
I think we'll get top 4. I've been saying it since October.
Yeah, I
for
do.
me,
I do as well.
I just don't care. I'd rather be in the Europa. I think we can win the Europa. I don't think we can win the Champions
Problem
League.
is, though, is we won't
Especially
take
as
the
the
Europa
Champions League
seriously,
clubs
though.
don't drop down into Europa League next year. They don't drop
I
down.
don't think we will take it
They've
seriously.
got 8. They've got 8 group games instead of 6, so they don't drop down into. So like, oh, we'd have a great chance. In fact, I wouldn't mind being in the Europa League, to be honest, because we're not going to win a Champions League. We're not going to win a Champions League. We need more money for the club. I don't give a fuck about that. Right?
But we've never really taken the Europa League seriously in the past 10 years, if we've been in it.
The problem is, if it comes to a choice of Europe or
League.
top 4, we always go for top 4. That's the problem.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, like we won't take it seriously.
Let's have a quick look at the table, and then we'll wrap it up. So we're currently 5th. We missed a chance to go top 4. But Aston Villa's game this week is Man City. So hopefully City do us a favour. And then if we beat Nottingham Forest, then we do go 4th. So I think we will beat Forest at our ground. Although Forest have found a bit of form lately. They're picking up some decent results.
They won today, didn't they?
They won 3-1 against Fulham, yeah.
Yeah, and Fulham battered us. So go figure that out. We should beat Nottingham Forest. I mean, you can't write it. But look, I'm not worried about Man United. I think they're just too far off to get top 4. Plus, they're playing so badly. That That Man United performance against Brentford is one of the worst football displays off the ball I've seen from a football team ever. They were Brentford battered them for 90 minutes. I can't believe Man United even got a goal. It
Do
was
you think
just,
Ten Hag's going to lost? Like, or do you think he'll get sacked at the end of the season?
God knows. It depends what this new ownership's going to do. No one knows what they're thinking. I think they'll change him. I think they'll change manager in the summer.
But do you think Graham Potter might go United? I mean, who else
I
is
hope,
there?
I hope they get Gareth Southgate because that'd be just banter.
That'll be the funniest
They
thing
get
ever,
Gareth
honestly.
I just don't. I think at the moment
The rumour is Zerbi to Liverpool. Do you think that's got
No, I think they'll get Amorim.
I just think it's going to be interesting to see what happens next season. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens next season because there's a lot of teams out there that will want to do better. You know what I mean? I think the problem is that Tottenham now have got expectations now. You know what I mean? I think by Ange saying that he needs to win the league, he knows that. That's why he's pushing to higher. You know what I mean? Because
he's
you
not
can't
winning the
think
league.
low.
He's not
Well, no, but I'm just saying that he's being ambitious because he's got to. Yeah, I agree with you, but the point is, I think he's trying to think more higher because if you think low, right? If you think low, you're gonna end up low. You know what I mean? And these teams like Man United, Liverpool, they can't afford to have bad seasons. You know what I mean?
Well,
they can't afford to.
They're
not,
big in it this summer.
You know what I mean? So
I don't know how good fortunes regarding FFP and profit sustainable rules go, but I do know that we can spend 76 million, right, on all the reports I've read. Now I know we're not going to spend that.
We can spend over 600 million if we want.
No.
But we haven't got 600 million.
No, it's not that amount. Still, it's not right.
No, it is.
400 odd million before we bought other players.
No, Adrian, Spurs under FFP. If we had 600 million pounds, we'd be able to spend it. We don't have that available. I did a whole show on this.
That's not right.
It is.
Besides, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be right still, because we know we're not going to spend that amount anyway.
No, you're right. You're right.
Under Maguire, financial. So Spurs could possibly spend 76 mil. Right, fine. Right. So okay, that's without player sales. You know, you sell Lo Celso, you sell Hill. You know, you sell Højbjerg.
Richarlison's probably going to go as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Richarlison, right? You sell Celso, you sell like Rodon, Tanganga. You know, you're looking at bringing in, like, if you do sell a group of players, 70 mil minimum to add to what? The Kane money you didn't spend, right? The 50 million you didn't take in that share restructuring.
But then we're talking like
right?
500 million.
So like, hold on, no. So I'm looking at the fact that there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to go and buy 4 players around the 30 to 40 million mark in the summer.
It's not good enough.
Now, it's not like you do deals bang and they happen like that. Like people think, I'll just pay the money. Well, it may not get done still. But if we're going to be serious, this is a big window for us with Ange. If we don't go big in this transfer window, I'm not talking about money, but bringing in quality that we like and think, oh yeah, we like these players, right? Then
so
even I would give up then. Even I
think you're right.
Hey, I know you guys are probably going to wrap up soon. I'm going to stay for a bit. I just wanted to say, so I know there's people in the chat or whatever, like this Europe thing. Like, if you think that getting top 4 for us is like a goal and we should get top 4 and we should be celebrating getting top 4, you got it all twisted. Okay, if we get top 4, I don't want Europe. If we get top 4, we are going to be absolute shit next season. We're going to we're not going to get very far in Europe, because we know we're not gonna win it. Do you think that these guys are going to be able to win the Champions League? No. And then meanwhile, we're going to have the cup games, we're going to have Europe games, and we don't have the squad depth. We had injuries this season, and when Chelsea happened, it was just we dropped off. Like it was a complete nosedive. So if that happens, which it will definitely happen if we have that many games next season, then we're so fucked. You know, you don't think that that Van de Ven is going to, you know, be injured next season, especially if we have to do multiple games a week?
His hamstrings are done, basically.
C-Cubed, you're talking facts because I've been saying it all day long. You must be watching Mr. Box Office TV that needs to get 4 or 5 subscribers to get to 1,000, by the way. But back to you, C-Cubed. Sorry, I had to move that plug there. Sorry.
My thing is, like, everybody, there are some fans.
We're winning
there
a
are some
quadruple
fans.
next year.
There are some fans out there that are trying to get us.
Adrian, let her finish.
There are some fans out there that are trying to, like, you know, be like, oh yeah, you know, we should get top 4. I think, by the way, I think we will probably.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's not going to be to our benefit. You know,
No,
Levy will pocket the cash because you know he does. He always does. And we're not going to invest properly. And even if we did buy a few, you know, decent players, it's still not enough for us to compete. Look at Newcastle this season. Look at Brighton this season.
That's what I said earlier.
They completely dropped off because they don't have the squad to compete in Europe.
C-Cubed, I've been saying this like you.
Alex, you said we need 9 players.
So we don't, and not even just Champions League. We don't have the squad to be able to compete and actually keep the momentum for any European competition. I'd rather get Europa than Champions League because at least we have maybe a chance of potentially winning Europa. But even Europa, I don't want. What I want, because I want a trophy, is I want us to build up and get these guys that we currently have, get rid of some of the dead wood, some of the guys that aren't working for us, build up the momentum with the ones that we think are good or can do it, and have them learn how the Ange system, you know, should be played and do better about that, and then go in next year and actually make a real run for a cup. That's what I want. I want no Europe. I want us to run for the cup. I want us to get an FA Cup, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, CQ. Some Spurs fans don't think it's good enough. We're beneath the League Cup. We're beneath the FA Cup. You know what I mean? We don't like cups now these days, I've been told. But that's not ambition. That's not ambition. Honestly, C-Cubed. This fan base is a mess.
Beggars can be choosers, man.
Yeah, listen, C-Cubed. I've given up. You know what I mean? I've given up. You know what I mean? If people want to see this, and that's it. This is why I stick to what I said, and that's it. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't give a monkeys what people think about me anymore now. You know what I mean? Because the box office is going big anyway, so don't make a blind bit of difference. It's a fresh reset we start. You know what I mean? Because he's been getting benching. You know what I mean? Sorry to say that in front of you, CQ.
Alex,
you know what I mean?
Promote your channel.
But the point I'm making is that it's just like, you know, it's just pathetic. You know what I mean? It's like, and then I keep on hearing, oh, we done so well because we thought we were going to get 8th. Well, we did well with Conte, with Dyer, Davis in defence, and we still got Champions League. Look what happened there. You know what I mean? Yeah, we looked embarrassing last season. You know, we were looking good with Mourinho when we got 5th. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's the same old patterns every single time. I'm bored of it. I'm bored. And you got twerkers because they need to look good in front of their peers on the other channels. That's why I don't watch those channels. I only watch Spurs Kids TV, yeah, because at least I get some reality check. You know what I mean? For my boy Asthmatic and my boy Marlon, who's underrated, by the way. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's another channel as well that I like as well, but I can't say on this channel. You know what I mean?
Yes, you can. They're good guys. I like them.
No,
you know what I mean?
Alex knows who he can and can't speak about on my channel.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, you know what I mean?
Well done, Alex.
But it's like CQ, you're speaking truth.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm not saying that we're not going to get your
that's what I see. We don't agree about Son. Yeah, it's only because I want Son to do well. You know what I mean? You are the truth, and I bow to you.
We will get Europe. I think we will get Europe, but I'm saying that personally, I don't think that's going to be to our benefit.
Yeah,
I
agree.
think
I agree.
next season we're gonna struggle. If and
I
when we
agree.
get Europe, we're gonna struggle next season. And then I want you all to come back and check this out, because next season, when we're struggling down in 8th place or lower or something, then come back around to this.
Well, this is when we'll see our ownership. We'll see our ownership and see where they're at. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, and then we'll see whether they actually
He
believe.
says every year.
They
Let's see where
believe.
we're at.
Yeah, if we
You know what I
get
mean?
if we get Europe and we
Thank
don't
you know where Europe
reinforce
is.
properly, then next season we're going to be 8th, 9th,
'Cause if-
whatever, and we're going to be out of all competitions, and will have
That's
come out
nothing
of next
unusual.
season winning nothing and being like mid-table.
You're
It's
spot
nothing
on.
unusual us
Honestly,
being
Cube,
out
you're
of all
spot on.
competitions.
You're spot on CQ, but this is the
Yeah.
thing. This is why I said I need time. This is exactly why I
But
need time.
I'm in Alex's
But
camp
you
now in
can't-
terms
but
of
you
like.
can't. But you can't say that. You can't say that because you're so negative. This fan base is such a mess. It's such a mess. And then I get people saying, "Oh, we've got a lovely fan base. We've got a lovely fan base. It's so lovely, so lovely." Really? Still, tell me about this fan base, bruv. Telling people not to go on people's channels, by the way. Not to go on people's channels, by the way, because that ruins our reputation. By the way, that ruins our reputation. You know what I mean? Sorry, it's unleashing, but it's like unleashing time because I've got no filter. I've got no filter. A fan base that talk about their jobs rather than what they actually have of an opinion. Do you know Mr. Box Office's job? Do you know Alex's job? No, I don't.
Alex, if you
Because
don't
it's not
know,
about
get
the
to know,
job.
yeah?
It's not about my job anymore. It's about what I feel about Tottenham Hotspur. But that's the qualification, being it.
Oh,
Big up to my boy Coover, by the way. Big up to my boy Coover, by the way.
I want to hear my man.
He talks the truth every single time, bro. Big
Come
up
on,
to
Coover.
Coover, by the way, yeah, because he talks sense every single time,
probably
yeah,
been
and
laughing
it respects Mr.
at
Box
us,
Office.
probably.
But the point I'm making is, yeah, and I do apologise, Coover, you come into Mr. Box Office leashing, by the way. But the point is, yeah, but the point I'm making is, it's just absolutely ridiculous. You know what I mean? Watch this fan base twerk, yeah, for players that are average, like Emerson, for instance, yeah, right? Like I said before, if I'm going to hear about Emerson being a great player, I want 1/4 being gratitude for. You know what I mean? 1/4, yeah, who's a great player, by the way, yeah, who gone to Villarreal and won the Europa League. Are we going to start saying we want him back? He's better than Emerson all day long. You know what I mean? He could compete with bloody Poro. You know what I mean? I'm not having this. I'm not having this at all. Sorry, back to you still. I'm done. If you don't know, get to know.
Cove, have you stopped laughing? Have you stopped laughing?
Welcome to the show.
Cove's a legend, right?
I don't even think we said hello to Cube either. Hello, Cube.
Hi, Cube.
Yeah, I just came
Hey.
in. I came
Big
in
up,
firing already.
Yeah, big up everyone. Yeah, cheers.
Speak about whatever you want, bro.
Yeah, I was just going to tie a few points together that have been made over the show, really, and it goes back to what I was saying in the summer, and a lot of you will remember. I was totally broken about the club last season. I didn't even want to watch games. I had this new enthusiasm for the club because of what Big Ange was bringing. A little bit of the unknown, a little bit of the exciting, a little bit of the hope if we can recreate what he does at Celtic. I thought the way we're restructuring the club behind the scenes was good, doing things that I've been asking for decades. You know, getting that Ajax kind of feel to it with the academy playing the way the first team plays. You're looking for the long-term future of the club. And the one thing I gained there was that it was the long-term future. I saw a vision of where we're going forward. Now, of course, it's the unknown. So I had to go with a big leap of faith, but I did it. I've just gone for it. Big time, a fan of Ange. Everything we've done since then, I thought, yeah, it's going to take time. I think this is a project, and it is a project, unfortunately, whether we want it to be or not. For me, it's going to take 3-4 years, I think. But I was prepared for that. I was prepared for us playing really scrappy football this season, even finishing as low as 9th or 10th. It's been a big bonus that we're going a lot further than that this season. We've actually made some advances. I didn't think we were going to see this quickly. However, the team is not quite working yet, is it? We can all see that. Things aren't clicking together properly. And when we're talking about, it's we're so suicidal in the defence, I'm looking at it because in views of it is a big part to do with the attack. And I always make the point that if you are attacking and you lose the ball, you are instantly getting counter-attacked. Now, if your attack is better and it results in a shot, you're either scoring a goal or more likely than not, it goes out for a goal kick. There's no counter attack. You are literally cutting down the amount of defensive work you have to do by being better with your forward play. That's just like simple logic there. So that's part of it. I think we're way off on our attacking abilities. I think there's a lack of communication between players there a lot of the time. You don't have the wavelength of Kane and Sonny anymore. All that's gone. We've got to deal with that. It's something that's going to be developed over years. I don't think we've even got the players for it now. Right now, I'd say as attack-minded players, the only two I've got any faith in whatsoever is Sonny and Maddison. The rest of them, as far as I'm concerned, are expendable. I'll buy a bit of time for Johnson. I think he's showing signs that he could develop into something, but I don't know how far that's going to go. Nobody knows for sure. Right. Meanwhile, we're trying to fix this squad that's been broken for many years, and we're going to have to do it a few paid players at a time. We're not going to make any £100 million signings. We've set out this plan that we're going to go for fairly young players with a lot of potential and try and develop them while they play with the team. I think that's a good move. I think it's sensible. We can do it. There's no reason we can't do it. I think getting top four is really important this season. It's the first time I'm going to say it, that I think we need top four for the money, because we know Levy's not going to dip into his own personal pockets. So if we get top four and do have that money coming in, there's no excuse then that we don't go out and fully make big strides in the transfer market. And I'm not talking about buying a Declan Rice. I'm talking about buying another 4 or 5 the Doggies, Van der Vens, Madisons, these kind of players. They don't cost 100 million, but you can build a good squad up of good players and have a solid base to put in that style of play that Ange wants. Now, I was all into this idea. I was absolutely buying into it 100% because it made me feel good to do that. But everything changed when we signed Timo Werner on loan. And that was the first time I had reason to doubt what we're doing. Because does he fit that young player coming in that we develop? No. He's an established player that's been crap for 4 years. And we're looking to actually sign him on the cheap on what will obviously be big wages. Now, is he at the elite level that's going to drag the players up around him? No. Is he the young player that's going to improve with the team? No. What is he? It's evidence that we're on the brink of starting to fill up all of that deadwood we just got rid of with more deadwood. So I've suddenly had doubts about where this is going, and that's a horrible feeling, because I thought we were on the highway going forward at a rate of knots, and suddenly there's a fork in the road. And are we going to go and take that fork down the road and end up going backwards again? You don't know. I think that's a really worrying thing, because I was so heavily with Big Ange. I still am back Big Ange. I'm not sure where this club's going now, because that Timo Werner signing is really worrying. And anybody that says that, it's a great signing, it's a no-brainer, I heard that so much. And I thought, yeah, there's a lot of interpretations for the phrase no-brainer, isn't there? His finishing is no-brainer. The decision to go for somebody that's been a failure for 4 years shows a bit of lack of brains to me. I mean, do we sign Dele Alli again? He was good several years ago. He's 27. What are we actually trying to do here now? So all that enthusiasm's just suddenly gone. And I think it's a worrying little period now, because there's only 3 reasons why Ange would say something about like he did about Timo Werner. One would be he honestly believes he can reshape that player into the player he should be, which I doubt, but maybe he can, maybe he can't.
Second, to do that.
Yeah. Second would be we're not going to be signing him on a permanent at the end of the season, and he was just that stopgap. I'm hoping that's the case. But the third one, the more worrying one, is we are going to be signing on a full contract at the end of it, pay big wages, and Ange is agreeing to it, because if he agrees to it, then he's just a yes man for Levy, and we're screwed again. So I think this was a massive event, and I think it's gone. Although some of us were speaking out against it at the time, I think way too many people are just accepting this as good business. It isn't. It really isn't.
Kuva, honestly, I want to. If you were next to me, I think I'd hug you. Right? When we signed Timo Werner, I've been like you. I've been very. In fact, the evidence is online. Go and watch all the videos on this channel. September, October, November, December. I defended. I stood by. I told fans that having to go at Ange and questioning the tactics and calling out players. I told them all they're wrong. Listen to me. All the Tottenham, We Are Tottenham TV fan call-ins that I did before Christmas, before New Year's. Go look. I did this rally cry, back Ange. As soon as January come, and we signed Timo, literally, Kuva, all that went through my head was, holy shit, you've been leaving. You are a yes man.
You know, we talked about taking our finger off the sniper rifle trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Timo Werner made my finger twitch a little bit, I have to say.
But we all know he's signing, though. He's cheap as hell.
But because it was a loan deal, one of these stopgaps, we didn't end up signing Danjuma. We didn't end up signing Longley. So what I did was I thought, right, I can't say he is a yes man, and I can't say this is the way forward, because this might just be like a polyfiller for now. So I went on We Are Tottenham TV, and it is their #1 viewed video for a fan call-in. I said, if we sign Timo Werner in January, I am Ange out. And I put it out there. Everyone lost their shit.
You mean in the summer? You mean
in the summer? Yeah, like full time. Long time, right? Long
Still,
term.
be fair, Leipzig, and he's a no-risk signing. A no-risk signing.
Missing open goals is high risk, right? But what I said was this. This is just to time what Kuva said.
Missing goals.
Right. This is what I said. Just time. The reason I said that was because I needed to back what I felt for once. Because the amount of times I don't back what I actually feel. If we sign Timo Werner, I'm Ange out, not because I don't believe in Ange, not because I don't like him, not because I don't believe if he's backed, he won't get us somewhere. Because to me, this project is done because the club are interfering again. And with Timo Werner's, he's going to be one of others. And I can't believe in a project that involves him. I can't. I don't know any club that does this. So
I agree.
But still, Leipzig said they expect Spurs to make it permanent. That's what I was reading like a few months ago.
If we don't sign Timo Werner, I'll be like, freaking hell.
No, I'm saying we are. No, Leipzig expect us to sign him permanently. That's what I was reading.
Can I just say this? Kuva speaking absolute. Kuva was absolutely spoke absolute sense. He's spot on. He's bang on the money. Bang on the money. I also will say CQ was bang on the money. I've got to be honest. You know what I mean? Not that I've said it already.
Well,
anyway,
but
CQ, you still bang on the money regardless. You know what I mean? But it's just like, and that wasn't a dig at you, by the way, CQ, by the way. But it's just like, but it's just, the point I'm making is that I just think at the moment the thing that just annoys me at the moment is that some fans they're bigging us up and they're making out. I'm going to say his name, Will and Deji, right? I'm making out that we are cooking, and I don't know what they're watching. I mean, I've been at the games, and we're not great. You know what I mean? And like I said, I think CQ summed it up perfectly. We've had no Europe this season. We've been out all the cups this season. You know what I mean?
I did say to
we got knocked out of the cups early too. By the way, we got knocked out of the cups.
You're spot on.
I did say to Will, you going live and with Deji and telling everyone we're going to finish above Arsenal was nuts. I agree with a lot you say, but I'm not buying into that. It's like he still believes it.
Honestly, even like some people in the chat, like in response to them, they're saying, "Oh, our players they need the more games. They need to play more than one game a week. They need all those games." I'm like, yeah, no. So you're saying that you don't care about the cup games? That those aren't games as well? Because if we actually made a real good run of the cups, then we would have more games. It wouldn't just be, a game a week. But
They're just
you
bullshitting,
have
by the way.
a squad. You have squads as deep as Man City, as deep as, even though I know they're using like their academy players now and everything, as like Liverpool. And they complain. Their managers complain about the fixtures being too much for them, too congested for them having players being injured when they have to play Europe, all the cup games, and all the league games and everything too. So what makes you think that it's going to be better for our very thin squad to be able to play all of those games and be in all of those competitions?
They're gonna complain about when we play in the Champions League on a Wednesday, right? And then we have to play Saturday lunchtime. You know what I mean? Because that can happen, by the way.
And then that's the thing. It's like, especially in the way that we play, not only how thin our squad is, but the way that we play, high energy, constant pressing. Like that's the way that we play, hoping that we're going to eventually break down the opposition, playing better in the second half, last minute goals. The way that we play is like we are outlasting some of our opponents, and that's how we're winning games, right? How do we expect for us to do well next season in all of those competitions and not have injuries and not be struggling, playing that way that many times, a week?
We can't, CQ. We need quality competition in places to keep other players on their toes.
Exactly, and we're not there yet.
And I think that's the big problem, actually.
And how many?
I think it's some of them players who haven't really kept up to the standards they showed in the first 10 games of this season were put under a bit more pressure that might give them the urgency to get their asses into gear.
I think teams have sussed us out as well, Adrian.
Because they're not bad players. So why has there been the drop-off? If they're not bad players...
Teams have sussed us out, Adrian. How many teams low block us now? How many teams... Like today, you saw West Ham. Look, by the way, quick super chat from Chang Ching Seong. Thank you so much. This super chat is for Mr. Kuva and his dressing gown. I think Adrian's wearing the dressing gown, unless Kuva's got one that I can't see. I don't know.
No, dressing down.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, there you go. I can't read. Dressing down.
I like the dressing gown idea, though.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm just saying, like how many players do we get this summer? Okay? Even if we had a good, let's say we had a good transfer window this summer, which I mean, I don't see that that's super likely, but let's see that we do. How many players do we actually get? We still, even if we got some players and everything, we're still not going to be able to have as deep a squad to be able to compete for all of those and actually come away with a win for a trophy or anything.
I agree.
If we're at the beginning, and one last thing, sorry. If we're going to be at the beginning of a project, like Kuva's talking about, right? If we're at the beginning of a project and just starting to get going with them, don't you think that having that many games, that much pressure on the boys next season is going to be taking a step back in the project instead of actually having these guys really, get into a good rhythm with how we play and build up and actually maybe get a cup next season. Even if we don't get a cup, at least get farther in the cup run next season and then build from there for a couple of years. Instead, we're just like going to just jump right back into Champions League and then crash out, and our entire team's like injured.
I'll counter that quickly by just saying that for me, that would be part of the development process. It's learning to cope with that extra workload of games. So you need to have players that are used to this week in, week out. It took us a while when we first started getting back into Europe, and we found out we had limitations of our squad. I mean, for me, I think we need a squad of around 19 good players that are interchangeable.
Yes.
And then the rest you can make up with your academy players, no problem at all. For me, right now, I think we've got 7 of those players. That's a long rebuild still.
Right.
I mean, I think with 4 quality additions, and I'm not talking about 60, 70 million pound players, anything from 40 to 50, right?
More Brennan Johnsons.
No, still don't kill the argument. All right. And,
I seriously think
with 4 quality players because the squad is lacking. And what I mean is, if we could get a Vlahovic in for like 50 mil off Juventus and even Cambiasso, now because we know we need about 8 or 9, right? You do need a bit of versatility. So like if you had a Cambiasso in, like who can play left back, right back, left midfield, right midfield, and all that, like he would solve a few problems in certain areas, right? And we're not totally weak in defensive areas, but we know we need a sort of. See, I don't know what Angie's idea of a number 6 is. I don't know what his defensive ideas are at all, actually, I'll be honest.
He doesn't have any.
Well, he may not have any, as you rightly said, right? He might not have any.
His idea of defense is to attack.
We definitely need a number 9, whether it's a Vlahovic or a Santiago Jimenez of Feyenoord or Omar Mamouche or Joshua Zirkzee or whatever it is, like from Eintracht Frankfurt or whatever, or Solanke. Ivan Toney, I don't want to bring players in who've got like mental health issues, drug issues, gambling issues, or whatever in this club. I don't want that shit because it always seems to compound us and compound the problems we have at this club anyway. You know, I'd rather bring in players that have got, let's say, a purer background, if we can say.
I don't think any club goes looking for a player that's got any kind of things that might distract them from focusing on football. I don't think any club deliberately does that.
I don't know. Have you seen Sheffield Wednesday?
I do question like the due diligence we did on, say, like
you had to find examples
and other players in the past, right? Well, I mean, you got to do a deeper background on a player rather than the fact that when he can play football and he's really good, you know. Because if the guy's got mental health issues, gambling issues, drug issues, drinking issues, or whatever, then you've got to research this stuff. I mean, we're supposed to be a pro club, one of the richest clubs in the world. You've got to research this stuff, you know. Yeah. So I like to think like if we bring in 4 players in, we can challenge. Will it be enough for the Premier League? I still would doubt that. Would it be enough to win a domestic cup or Europa League, not the Champions League? That's like achievable, but I don't know. We wait and see. But if we don't have a decent summer transfer window without getting rid of like Werner, who's not good enough, right? He's not good enough for us. Then it's not going to happen. But I'll still be going supporting the team because I've done it for 60 odd years, you know.
Mate, under Ange, we've signed under Ange, right? This is why I'm so not bought into this project, and I have to wait for this summer before I even begin to buy into it. This system is so about attacking, right? It's all about the attack. This is everything that he pins his strategy on: high line, squeeze the game, push them back, get in behind, bang, 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 go, go, go. That's it. Don't worry about defending because we put 2-3 past them. Their heads have gone. They've collapsed. We've gotten where we want. So when you look at the signings under Ange for the attack, Johnson, Werner, Solomon, Veliz, could you be any more amateurish with your choices of players for what you're trying to achieve as a team that is purely about the attack?
No.
We've signed excellent goalies, excellent defenders, good midfielders, but the piece de resistance is the attack. And it's woeful, the signings. Like, I don't get it. I said this like months ago. I don't understand why all the signings we've made, even Dragusin, £30 million, another defender, he comes with a good reputation. He comes with some proven ability. You think, okay, this kind of makes sense. But then the attackers, it's been absolute garbage.
I want to say something, though. I agree with you completely. But this is because attackers cost, if you want like top class attackers, we're talking 80, 90 million each.
Yeah, no, 1 minute.
Where are they, Az? Where are they?
One
Where
second.
are these great attackers? When clubs used to have like, when back in the day, we had
hold on. This is nonsense. 1 minute. Has. We could have signed Trossard. We didn't want to pay the 25 million. Arsenal came in.
Because Levy wouldn't sign him because of his age.
Okay, so it's not about needing 90 million pounds. This
no. For me, Trossard, like 100%, I'll take him.
The players are there.
January, but he wouldn't. If we're basing on Ange's setup, I don't think he'll play Trossard. Obviously,
But he's
Trossard was.
better. He's
No, he's better than what we have. But
he
I'm
scores
saying if you
goals.
want these top players, top class players, because we rely literally on the attack. Let's literally rely on it, right? So you need to sign. We're talking like the Osimhen's, the the Napoli.
But
When
we spent
these
50
sort of level
million
players.
pounds on Johnson.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that Levy will never sanction an 80, 90 million pound player, right? A finished article, because he'll buy into Johnson, because in his head, he thinks in 2-3 years Johnson will be worth 80 million. I can sell him on for 30
Okay,
million.
so therefore, Ange is a yes man.
Yeah, I thought he's a yes man since.
Well, then it's not. Then this is gonna. We know where this ends up. Whether
we
it's
all
next
know when
season,
Werner
the year
signs
after.
on June the 1st. That's my prediction.
Okay, you know what? All
I don't understand our
everybody,
attacking
all
strategy with
employees.
transfers.
No,
Don't
because
get it.
he's gone cheap on them, because the only way you can fill these slots, right, is to go.
Yeah, but we
if you go
spent
cheap
50
on
million
attack,
on Romero.
the
We
level
spent
is not going to be. It's
50
always going to be very
million.
low.
We spent 50 million on Van der Ven. We spent 42 million on Lo Celso. We spent 47 million on Porro. We're spending big on the defensive bits.
But then
the key is the
attacking
attack.
areas cost
And we've
twice
won-
as much. So if you want the top players, they cost twice.
Are you telling me we can't get really good forwards between 40 and 50 million, Has? Better than what
No,
we've
because
got?
you said Johnson's 40 to 50 million.
Richarlison, 65 million. Are you kidding
He's
me?
for 50 million plus add-ons, but anyway.
Has.
No, Richie was 60 and Johnson was 50.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So to buy the top ones, you're talking like 75, 80
And
million.
we're charging fans like me more to go to the stadium.
Okay, then Has buy one top one each summer. Buy one top one each summer. We don't even do that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to work, because unless you start spending this sorts of level of money on these sorts of level players, when nothing's going to change.
See, we're purely dependent on this manager unearthing gems. But here's
Yeah,
the thing:
like
I
the
was
previous
told,
manager and the previous manager before that, and the previous.
I was told he's got expert knowledge of the Asian market, the Australasian market. We haven't signed one player from those regions. Not one.
I know.
Where are they?
I mean,
I'm just saying it's not going to work, because Levy will never spend that level of money on a player. So therefore, we'll never buy these like elite attackers. We need to actually make the system work. I say make the system work. I feel it will work, but.
How much did the likes of Kudus or Diaby cost? They're not £100 million players, are they? There'll be significant upgrades on what we got, in my opinion.
Yeah, but hang on, Kuva. Have they been that great, those players? Have they?
Pretty decent.
I disagree. Diaby,
Kudus was 40 million
Villa
pounds.
came to us, he was
Kudus was
crap.
40 million.
You know,
who came to
Kudus
us?
at West Ham today, yeah, attack inside. You didn't even see him in the first half. I mean, like, we all say this about players of other teams. Yeah, I'm not having that. I'm not having that.
Kudus has been better than our attackers this season, for sure.
All of our
Bowden.
wingers, 100%.
How much was Bowden?
Bowden.
Let's check it out.
I
Bowden.
mean, Jared Bowen.
Yeah.
Jared Bowen.
You seen when they bought him from Hull, very left-footed, like Kulu.
So some of those guys have England tax though. I mean, if you're looking at like Jared Bowen, right? He's got like English tax on it, right?
It costs
so
80 million nowadays. Jared Bowen,
yeah.
Who's the other one we said? Diaby.
Diaby, I think, was 30.
Well, there's only a couple of examples. The point was there's plenty of players out there that
I'm not being
don't cost the 100 million. You can pick out some. There's always been great talent coming from abroad. Look at Croatia as a hotbed for talent.
Yeah, Cuba, I don't disagree with you in that sense, but I'm saying is I wouldn't have known that Kudus and most general all of us, unless you sat there and watched Dutch football,
35 million pounds.
We wouldn't have known that Kudus will come in and have the impact he has had at West Ham.
Hasn't our recruitment been good? I mean, like, didn't we bring?
We turned down Carabascalia for 25 million.
Didn't we bring him down to then? Right? You know, didn't we get
Adrian? Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point. All those players you're mentioning are not attackers. What my argument is, our recruitment for the attack is absolute trash when you consider, maybe trash is a harsh word.
Well, no, yeah,
it's not. It's not.
I haven't
it's
really
not,
delved into like.
No, but I'm Adrian.
But Adrian, assume it's more
Adrian. Right. I'm saying our recruitment for the attack, because you always talk when I'm trying to finish my point.
That's right.
Our recruitment for the attack is simply nowhere near good enough when you consider this whole system is about attack. That doesn't make sense. Like if
And the
this was
reason I'm always
Mourinho,
talking, Stel, is because you're always talking while I'm interrupting, right? That's why.
whilst you're interrupting, I don't think.
No, I love these guys. I love you guys, but I mean, like, yeah,
I don't think our recruitment's been good enough for the attacking areas of the pitch. And
look, it has improved, hasn't it? We've had to watch shit under Conte,
No, it hasn't
and
improved.
Mourinho, and Nuno. I mean, it's been crap to watch, and the squad has been changed. It's been ripped apart. You know, we still got.
I'm talking about cooking omelets, and you want to talk about frozen foods. It's like two different arguments.
Well,
I mean, even despite being a big Ange fan, I can't say all the football's been great this season. I can see what we're trying to do, and I can see us failing to do it in some games, and it's not good to watch. But I can't say it's been great. We've had some patches where you can see, oh, this is really working. This is fun, but it's not consistent. That's squad depth.
Keith, mate, what I'm saying is that he's got this template of his philosophy and he's imposing it on the team. And no matter what injuries or what situation we're going through, he's still saying, no, we are playing this way. This is my philosophy. This is my system. I haven't got a problem with that, even though it's been weakened when we've been missing players. And he's going like, no, this is this way. And to me, trying to read his mind, looking at the subs bench and all that, who he likes, who he don't like, by bringing players on this, I'm thinking he's going to himself, right, this is what I'm going to do. I don't give a shit. This is it. This is what we're going to do this. No matter hell or high water, we're going to do this. We'll get through the season. We'll see if the club's going to back me, blah, 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 and we'll take it from there. But I am not changing. And I admire him for that. And I might criticise his substitutions like you might or others might and all that. But he's sticking to his principles, which I admire. Now, he lives and dies by that. Either the club and the fan base support him on that or they don't.
Yeah, but Adrian, right? That's all good and well. But then he needs the players in order for this to work at this level. Because do you know who else did that? Conte. I'm not changing the 3-4-3. Give me the players and I'll show you what I do. We never gave him the players. So now we're in the same position with a nicer looking feel, with a nicer looking touch.
You get that?
He's not changing this system. It's who we are, mate. I've said it many times. Ange is doing exactly what Conte did, but in a nicer way, in a more approachable, connecting way. If we don't give him the players, this is going to be a suicide mission next year.
He's more fan base friendly, definitely.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get the players he needs, and we go down this Timo Werner route, Brennan Johnson, Richarlison nonsense,
well, then he'll go.
I think to be fair to both managers, Conte and Ange, I think it would have been fair to give them that first season as that carte blanche and just say they're trying to instill this new way of playing. They've got to have the time to look at the existing players to see if they could step up and actually do the job. Otherwise, it's a colossal waste of money for the club trying to get rid of players, even though they haven't been tested out. I think if we, as Adrian says, I admire him for sticking to his principles as well. Because if he does drop those principles and we abandon the style of play, how is he going to learn which players he can depend on when we go to play that style of football next season? You've got to go through the painful period of learning it. And we're seeing that at the moment.
And he told us, Kuva. He told us, Kuva.
Right?
Kuva. He told us, Kuva.
How long are you, the rest of my fellow panelists? I know you're well-intentioned Spurs fans. You want the best for the club, as we all do, right? How long are you prepared to give him?
It's not about that question.
It's very important. It's very important.
It's not that question.
We've sacked 3 managers in 3
Yeah, but
seasons,
it's not.
right?
I'm not prepared. It doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what we do.
No.
Yeah, but it
You're
doesn't matter what we do. This is the point.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, but
I'm not asking you to go off on a tangent.
No, I'm not saying. But what I'm saying is, you're asking me
how long
are you prepared to give him?
To
give him.
Ange. I'm not
Yeah, so
asking
you're
you
saying
to go
you
off on a
asked me a
tangent,
question that I've
because you'll
answered
go off on a
already.
tangent. You'll go off on a tangent.
Why is
No,
this
but
so
I'm not.
complicated? How has this
No,
become a complicated thing?
no,
How,
no. I'm
how
just
long are you
saying.
prepared to give Ange as a fan?
And how
No,
long do you
that's
think
what I'm
the
saying.
fan base should give him? Right?
No,
They're going. No, just to answer the fucking
Adrian, let him
No,
answer.
Adrian,
the
Adrian's just saying.
question's already answered already. I've answered the question already.
No, you
I
haven't.
said I'll give him as much time as what Daniel Levy will give him.
You
That's the
didn't-
point.
Yeah, but that's not a time limit.
No, because Adrian, he's right. Shall I tell you why? Because
No, it's not a time.
no, let me
it's not a
finish.
time
Because
limit.
I'm backing Alex on this.
Because it's not.
Because I was.
Yeah, because the
no,
thing is,
no,
Adrian, it don't make no difference. That's the point. I hate these
You
questions.
guys
because
just
like-
let
It's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Guys, can I step in here because this is a mess, right? Right. The question is this: as a fan, as an individual, not Levy, the board, other fans, just you, what is your kind of breaking point with this project? Assuming there's a breaking point, what is the thing that breaks you and says, "No, I'm not doing it"?
I'm at breaking point now. Then I'm at breaking point now.
There you go. Fair enough.
Let's just answer that question now. Just to make it clear, I'm breaking point now because I've seen this how many times. Yeah. So at the end of the day, like I was at breaking point a long time ago, right? So at the end of the day, right, as far as I'm concerned, as long as I've said already what I've said anyway about what when I'm going to back this, because I'm at breaking point now.
I'm in Alex's camp
To
now.
me,
with that, by the
to
way.
me, the telling point is our recruitment's improved. There's a lot been changed at the club.
Cooper and Cube. Let's see what they say.
Like a lot of things have changed in the structure of the club for the better, right? With management getting new people in to manage things.
So, what's your breaking point?
All
Adrian?
levels. Hold on. I'm coming to that. Right? Hold still. Don't get excited. Right?
I'm not, I just don't want to do the whole history lesson thing just to get to the point.
For me,
it's 2 in the morning.
Hold on. If you let me finish, right? If you let me finish, right? To me,
sorry.
What more than ever than any other transfer window, to me, my bust point is this summer transfer window. I think the recruitment has improved that much over the last few windows. We've got some excellent players in, cheap as well, right? That we need to kick on. If we don't show ambition in this summer transfer window, then
What does that mean, though? What does that
So
look
if
like?
Adrian, if we
Describe
sign
that.
Werner, are you Ange out?
Well, to me, am I Ange out? No,
If
no.
we sign Werner, are you
Why
Ange
would that be his fault? It wouldn't be his fault, would it? If the club don't back him, it's not his fault,
No,
is
I'm saying
it?
if we sign Werner,
The reason
though,
they didn't back Conte and Werner, then
Adrian, hold on 1 minute, 1 second. Adrian has 1 second, right? So you hold on. You've asked Alex the question. Everyone's going to answer this, by the way. You've asked Alex the question. What is your breaking point? At what point are you Ange out? Whatever. What's it going to take? How long to give the project? Hear me out. And Alex said to you, he's there now, right? Alex has answered, he's there now. He's done with it already. So for you, your answer is this summer window. You want to see what happens this summer window. So my I want you to describe that. What has got to happen in the summer for it to be a good
We have
one?
got to get in 4 quality players in this transfer window. We've got youngsters and things like coming, like Bergvall, who look good, but we don't know if they can do it in this league.
I think I agree with you on this, by the way.
Right?
I think I agree with you.
But we need 4. I mean, to expect more, to expect the 8 or 9 that I'd like is a bit much. So they've got to be quality players, and also you've got to look at what does Ange, what are the holes that Ange wants to fill?
How do you know if they're quality?
Well, you have to judge Johan Lange and the team to do the data analytics, and also they have to go.
So you're trusting them to tell you what quality.
The chief scout has to go out and he has to view these players.
So you're Adrian, you're trusting them. So you're trusting them to tell you.
Well, how else do you do it in any football club?
If we sign Timo Werner, I don't trust anyone. There you go.
No. To me, like I say, he's not. He's a forward. To me, I've said it. I keep banging on against it. That
you said you trust Johan Lange with the team to make a decision.
I don't care how good they are, how much they get you off your seat, how tricky they are, how they beat a player, if they nutmeg a player. I don't give a shit about that, right? I want My front three have to score goals.
But
We
you said you are trusting Johan Lange and
if our front three don't
Paratici.
score goals.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said you are going to trust the recruitment team to tell you what's quality. Whereas I'm saying, I don't need them to tell me, because if they sign Timo Werner because they think he's good, I disagree with them.
No, I said the recruitment team have done well recently. They've brought in players that we like.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No,
That's a different question.
Now you're twisting my
that's a
word.
different question. I asked you, what is your breaking point? And you said this summer would define it. And then you said, so I said, you describe a good summer, what it looks like. And you said, four quality players.
I want a left centre back. I'll tell you what I want. I want a left centre back, right? I'd like to bring in a Cambiasso who could play on left.
Okay, now you're talking
right back. And all. I'd want a good midfielder and a good striker. I would like more, right? Regarding wingers, right? I don't know if Solomon's any good or whether Johnson's going to be the real deal in years to come or whatever. But I realise I'm realistic enough to know we can only do so much business in a transfer window. If we got 4 in, that's what I'd want. I want cover, and I'd want to get rid of Emerson, Werner. Like, I want them out. They're not good enough.
But what if Johan Lange and Paratici say, no, we think he's good, we're going to keep Werner, then what?
Well, I'm only a fan.
What if Werner's one of the 4? Adrian, what if Werner's one of those 4? Then what?
What do you mean? One of the 4 what?
You said you want to see 4 good players sign in the summer.
No, I'm not including that Nazi bastard in that list, right? You know what I mean?
Please don't say that.
No, I'm not.
And people say that I waffle, yeah, and I've answered the question straight away. You know what I mean? So I don't need to say anything. And that's it. He was saying that I waffle. And I answered the question straight away.
And that was just a gag anyway, right?
Alex, we had rice as well.
Adrian, just don't say that.
Werner's no, he ain't good enough. At least with Johnson, he's got potential to kick him. Right?
On my channel.
I didn't expect to hear that, to be honest with you. I was like, what?
All right, Cubed, let me come to you. Right. Guys, anyone who's offended by that comment, we apologize. Adrian's has had a few drinks tonight. It's all banter, but just in case people are offended, I have to say it.
You don't have to apologize to me. Right?
No, I have to apologize to my channel.
You can bear me if you want to. I understand you.
No, they're going to block my channel.
No, I'm not
worried about you. I'm not worried about you. Cubed, what is? How long do you give this? What is the point of where you say, do you know what? I can't anymore. What are you looking for?
Well, I'm to the point right now. I'm Ange in, but I will say that I will, for me, as long as he is backed. And I have to admit that like January transfer windows, even though I think that business can be done, like meaningful business can be done, because clearly when we signed Bentancur and Decky, it did make a difference for us. But like the main thing is like summer transfer windows, right? So if he is actually backed and he is given players that he picked out and that they are actually, contributing positively to the team, where they go into either they're going into the starting 11 or they're pushing the starting 11 and actually like good. And then I continue to back and be like Ange in. So I will be Ange out, and it's not because of Ange's fault, but if he's not backed, then I will start being Ange out. And that's not because of his fault. That's because I'm like, this is not going to go anywhere positive anymore. There's no point. Like if he's not backed, if Levy doesn't buy the players that he wants, then there's no point in Ange in, because it's just not a project that's going to end up going anywhere.
Then who's next, C-Cube? Pochettino wasn't back for 518 days.
Adrian, we're not there yet. Hold on. Cube, describe what that looks like. Like the same thing I said to Adrian. What does that look like? Because what I'm worried about is a lot of fans are going to say, we want to see quality this summer. But no one's going to actually define what quality looks like.
Okay, well, quality for me is I think we need a complete overhaul, with the exception of Sonny, a complete overhaul in our forward line. So I think that everybody in our forward line needs to either go or they need to be on the bench, depending on if we can't get rid of him or whatever, right? Timo, I don't think we should be signing him. No way. Brennan Johnson, I would want to sell him, but that's not going to happen. We just bought him, right? So that's fine. He can be a bench option, come off the bench and be like an impact player, and people can hype him up and be like, oh my God, he's amazing because he was, an impact off the bench. So, that's fine, whatever. But we need different starters. We need different starters on either wing or, in the center. Richie, for me, he's a rotational option. He's not the starting striker for me. So we need a complete overhaul of the forward line, because that forward line is not a forward line that wins trophies outside of Son. We need people that are going to be able to compete with Porro and Udogie, because once Porro and Udogie, if they're injured, who's coming in behind them? Emerson Royale, and we don't even have a left back behind Udogie. Injured Cess, who? Emerson as well. We have nobody back there. So we need somebody back there too, and then we need probably one midfielder, maybe two midfielders that could actually be like a locksmith. And then one midfielder to be a locksmith, another midfielder probably like a true six. So if we're looking at that, we're looking at what, like 6 players, 5 or 6 players at least.
Yeah. Hard to disagree. Kuva, are you is that where you're at as well?
Really simple answer to the question for me. Where's my breaking point is when we stop improving season after season. It's either got to be something tangible, higher league tally, higher points total, score more, concede less. For me, I'll go further in the cup competitions, do more than we did each season, just keep progressing that way. And for me, it's got to be done all under the umbrella of playing some bloody good football. If we get all of that in one place, I am happy. If the moment we stagnate and we're not improving on that, and you get in signings where you think that's questionable and it hasn't improved the first 11, we're done. I'm done with the project.
Do you think we've improved then recently over the last season?
Yeah, I do, but it's not stuff that you're going to really see the evidence for more clearly until the whole team clicks in. You can see how we're now more aggressively pushing forward, playing the game in the opponent's half more, as Ange wants to do. Last season we were very passive, sat back a lot. We are at least getting forward. We're attacking a lot. We're just doing it badly.
Kuva, exactly what I get annoyed when what Adrian just asked just now, because I got the same question from Deji. Are we doing well right now? Well, we're going to do well, better than last season, because we're just doing nothing last season, weren't we? No one liked us last season.
Yeah,
all we need to do, like Dan said, just push the ball forward, and he has a personality, and then everyone's jumping up and down about it.
He just says,
you know
mate,
what I mean?
and everyone's like, yeah.
Exactly. It's just like I just hate that question. I hate when people say, "Oh, we're doing well right now." It's like, well, he couldn't do anything wrong this season. Let's be honest.
It was a free hit. Everyone named it as a free hit. So,
sorry, really quickly. There's things that we are doing this season that have already improved during the season.
Yeah.
It came apart a little bit today. West Ham were very good at stopping us doing it, but you remember the start of the season when we were trying to play out from the back? It was a horror show. We looked like we were going to concede a goal the moment the goalkeeper was taking a goal kick. We slowly got better at it. We look a lot more comfortable playing out from the back now than we did. There's still problems with it, sure. And sometimes the forwards in the midfield aren't helping because they're not moving enough to give us passing options. And it becomes a team thing then. It's not just defenders playing badly or picking a bad pass. Sometimes we're too hurried. Sometimes we haven't got enough composure. We do get rattled by teams occasionally when they press us high. But it's all starting to come together slowly. I do see the improvements. But the trouble is, we're up against it. We're on the fringe of Champions League places, which is the be all and end all in terms of money, even if it doesn't win you anything. And we're just kind of stuck at this point until we can fix something in the transfer window, because I don't believe this good squad of players is good enough right now. This is why, as most people are agreeing, it's a big transfer window in the summer. We've got to get it right, and we've got to
So
improve.
another question for you guys, right? Do you think? I mean, like to you, it's
Alex's
like,
face.
no. Your question. Do you think we are a better watch now
No.
under Ange Ball than we were under Conte, Mourinho, or Nuno? Do you think we're a better watch?
I
Well, always
disagree,
going to be a
Adrian.
better watch.
I
No.
disagree.
That is the question. Do you think we're a better
I
watch?
disagree.
Yeah,
We're
but
not.
we're always going to be a better watch, though. This is the thing. The thing is, it's just like, yeah, we are a better watch, but the point is that we can be a better watch, whatever. But where is it going to go? That's the thing. It's just like, again, it's just one season and it's changed. Everyone's changed their opinion again. It's just like, you can't base it on just one season. Sava summed it up perfectly. Big up to Sava, should be still on YouTube. He kept on saying consistency. One season we change our opinion straight away. I'm not having a go at Kuva because Kuva's explained why he liked Ange because he's so fed up last season, so he's just
Right.
trying to just
Okay.
make that momentum, and that's it. But to
Okay,
have that
I get
question
what you're
of
saying.
saying that
I get
we're
what you're
playing well
saying.
this season,
Right.
you can't base it on just one season. Because if we're going to base it on one season,
No,
we
no,
should base it on
no.
what happened
Right.
last season. Then we were shit last season.
Right. I get what you're saying, right?
I want to hear from Haz
My
as
reason
well
of
what his
saying
breaking
about
point
watch,
is because
I'm
he
going
hasn't
to
had a
ask
chance to say it.
Phil the
It's
same
kind of ties to what we're
question,
going to
right?
respond to Adrian as well.
Still goes, he's a season ticket holder, I think, whether he sells his ticket or not, like me, right? I am to believe that, like, us season ticket holders have a different perception on games because we actually go to the games and we're paying to go to the games, and there's others that subscribe. I'm not knocking Spurs fans that love the club that subscribe on Sky and watch all the games, but I think there's a different perception from fans that actually go to games than those that watch at TV. I think it's easier to be a critic when you watch on TV than it is you are when you actually go to games. Now, you might disagree with me, that's fine. I've got a problem with that. So, still, do you think like fans have a different perception, whether they're actually like paying customers or at the ground or paying customers through Sky or whatever?
I've got no idea what our fans are like anymore. I think there's 4 different camps. I think there's those that are here for the experience. I think some are here for a journey. I think some are here just because they want a day out. It's away from their normal stresses of life and they want to take the kids out, or they need to get out and they go on a massive bender. And there's others that really want to see the club win trophies, and it means more to them to see the trophies. But I think we've got a very divided fan base on what they want. I think the one thing we all agree on is we all want to see Tottenham do well, but I think we've got like 9 different versions of how to get there. So I've got no idea, Adrian. I've got no idea what our fans.
I haven't got a clue on the demographics of the Spurs fan base. I mean, like, Haz, do you get to see many games, or do you go, or
I'm a season
with you?
holder,
I mean, like, Cube's in America, so I understand that. But I mean, like, Haz,
I
where
don't miss
are
any
you
games.
based? Where are you
Adrian,
based?
I don't miss any games. I'm based in North London.
Whereabouts?
Southgate.
Oh, right, you're very close to me then.
Yeah,
I'm in
all right.
Edmonton. Kuva, what about you?
I'm in
No,
Dorset.
one minute. Before we go on, Kuva, go on. Answer. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Dorset. I haven't been to games for years. It's just
You
not.
go with Dorset
It's not a
Spurs.
thing
They're
I can do
great-
anymore.
They're a
It's too
great crowd.
far,
They're
I
a
guess.
great crowd, Dorset Spurs.
Yeah, I've heard about Dorset Spurs. They pop up on social loads.
Yeah, they're fantastic. They're fantastic. Always in the
They're-
Gilpin Bowl before games and LTs across the road. Yeah.
I want to find out from Hasper what his where his kind of limit is with this.
Well, I'm probably like with Alex. I'm probably already there. But for me, it's more to actually do with his style of football. People are gonna hate me for saying this, but I just think it's reckless the way we're playing. I just think you can't play that many players up the field and so narrow, right? And in the big games, and I look at someone, for example, like Arteta went to the Etihad the other day. Not in a million years would Andrew go and do that in the title race. I just couldn't see it because he's too stubborn. And the reason I bring this point up is because in Arteta's first season, when he didn't have the defenders he wanted, he changed to a back 3 or back 5. So he was willing to adapt with the players he had, which, bear in mind, Arsenal finished 8th twice in a row, yeah? But for me, I don't see adaptation with Ange. And I just don't think this style is going to win us titles.
Yeah,
but
I agree with the players we've got, Hez, but I see similarities in what Ange is trying to do in what Pep does with better players at Man City.
There's
No,
a difference.
no,
though,
no,
He
because
does
hold on.
that. To me, I see him doing that, pushing on with his centre backs and all that, with Stones moving more into midfield, things like that. I see that, and he's trying to copy that system, which is fine if you've got the players to do it and it works, right?
No, but that's not. He's not copying that system. I'm sick of hearing that narrative.
He's
Okay,
doing something
because
different.
he is not playing the same way as Pep. I've been hearing it over and over again. Oh, he's playing like Pep. No, he's not. It's not Pep ball. Okay, Ange has his own system. Okay, and he's not playing like Pep. That being said, you know what? If you know, this is my rebuttal to Hasper, is like, do we have the players and his ideal players for Ange ball?
No.
Do you? I mean,
This
if
is
you,
why. Oh,
so
sorry.
that's the thing. You're saying that, like, oh, if we, you know, you're already out because you think it's reckless. But like, how do you know if it's reckless if you don't see it with the players fully that he wants, and the players are actually all in sync doing the things that he wants them to do?
It's more because, I mean, Ange has come out in press conferences and post-match games saying we insist on playing the way he wants to play, regardless of the situation. Like Chelsea at home, where we got battered 4-1, playing that on the halfway line, which is absolutely ridiculous. And you look at previous managers, even someone like Poch's first season, he didn't have the players he had. So instead of insisting on high press every single game, he would adapt, to certain oppositions or games. Even Jose was one of the managers who I think tried about 50 different styles, different formations, because he knew he didn't have the players, so he did something different. With Ange, it's just, and if his style was a bit more solid, I just look at his style and I think it's way too attack heavy. Like, we're leaving like two players back, and
But you don't think that he deserves like a season or 2 seasons to like at least have the players in that he wants and he feels like could actually play that, instead of being stuck with players that can't play it? You don't think he deserves to have a shot at it? Because we don't have a better option. Like, who's going to come in and play better than Ange? Whose tactics are going to be better? So I think that we should, and obviously I have criticisms and everything, and I wasn't like, yay, Ange at the beginning of the season. Kuva knows. I was hesitant. I was like, let's see how this pans out. I think that the guy deserves, a season, 2 seasons with full backing to see how it actually plays out.
But Cube, for me, the only way this style, sees any sort of success of any level is if you buy 3 elite attackers and you fix that number 6. Oh, is he going to get that Tottenham? He won't get that Tottenham.
Hasper, do you know what? I actually agree with you, but this is where I lean towards Cubed. And this is my biggest frustration with our fan base, with our club, with everything, the social medias, the channels. It's impossible to truly judge a manager and to say your tactic, your system, your way works until they're given the tools. If I actually saw a manager with the tools, then I could say, right, you're actually clueless, or mate, what are you doing? Or fucking hell, well done, or brilliant. But we never ever get to a place where we can genuinely say you've got 11 really good starting players and 6 or 7 players that when they come off the bench, there's not this massive drop off. It's about we're there or thereabouts. If one manager had that, then I could truly judge him. So what I end up doing is I just judge them on what they've got, and that's probably going against them. I'm literally calling out.
The problem is that we never get to this point where the manager gets fully backed. So we can't ever really judge one. So then you have to end up judging them on what he's got.
It's the same argument we could use for Conte and Mourinho as well.
Martin Joe, AVB, the lot of them.
Like, the reason I say this is I look at someone like Nuno. I had no idea what this guy was trying to do. So I was like, Nuno out within like 3 weeks, or whatever it was, 4 weeks. So I was like, what? I don't know what he was trying to do. I don't know what his style was. I don't know what. Yeah.
I admire him if he's got his philosophy. He's trying to stamp it on the squad he's got, even though it's not the squad he would ideally like. And he's going like, no, hello, high water. I'm imposed this on you. Whether you can do it or not, we're playing this way, no matter what results we get, because I have total faith in my system. Before I can improve it by adding a player or two or more or 3 or 4, still think he needs about 8 or 9. But like, then I admire him for that, and I want him to stick to his principles, not be a yes man. And
But then
keep
Adrian is
going.
going to sign Timo Werner. Like the writing's already on the wall. I'm sorry, it goes back to him really. That signing.
The thing with the Tino Werner thing is, although I don't want him, we know with Ange, he likes. His system is 2 inverted fullbacks, 2 wide wingers that hug the line. It's about when you're in the low press, you're using overloads to get out the low press. If it's in midfield, you're using overloads to get out of midfield. When it's down the wings, you're using overloads to get down the wings and even through the centre. Right? That's my understanding of the system. They still can tell if I'm wrong or not. I'm not a coach, right? I'm not an expert, but that's the way I see that sort of system. I'm still getting my head around it because I see it when it's disjointed. Our midfield's all over the place, and I look at it and I'm thinking, like, what the fuck's going on here?
I'll be honest with you. This system has got flaws. I don't understand why we must play with inverted fullbacks.
We're playing with inverted wingers as well. We're so narrow. It's just ridiculous.
Right? If you, like, I don't think we should play with inverted fullbacks, personally speaking. But Andrew won trophies doing it, so you've got to kind of give them a chance.
No, we're playing with inverted wingers as well. I disagree with Adrian. When I watch us, all our wingers do is cut in. I don't see them go hug to the touchline, putting a cross.
If you notice, we kind of score the same type of goal. It's either get to the byline, drill it, and it's a tap in back post or tap in or a close range shot, or what we try and do is
pass through them, basically.
Well, we hit teams on an explosive counter attack. We have done that a few times this season, where we are quite. If you give us the space in behind, I think we're one of the best teams in the league. We're really good. If you give us that big space in behind, we're actually quite good at it. But I don't understand why the fullbacks have to go into the number 10 role. I don't understand that.
And what I struggle with under the system is, which you've both mentioned, right, eloquently, what you've both mentioned is the fact that, like, if you've got 2 inverted fullbacks coming in to help out the midfield pivot of 2 midfield players, so there's 4 in midfield, why the fuck is Maddison having to come back and drop deep?
Because it's crowding that area.
Because like, you've got 4 there now. You've still got the 2 centre-backs behind them, so now you've got 2-4.
Adrian, I'll tell you why. Adrian, I'll tell you why. Because the fullbacks don't go into the number 10 role as soon as we play out from the back. Maddison only drops back to the 6 when we're playing out from the back. The fullbacks push up as we're attacking. When we play out from the back, that's when Maddison drops.
Now then, okay, all right.
It's to nullify when teams play a high press against us. They're committing the extra numbers forward. Maddison drops back to create the overload.
The truth is, Bissouma at the start of the season was receiving the ball edge of the box, and on the half turn, he'd beat the player next to him, keep possession of the ball, and then we're away. Because Bissouma's gone to shit, Maddison's now doing that role because he's the only one that can turn on the ball comfortably. Like Bentancur can do it, but we need prime Bentancur back to do that. There's no other player that can do it in that role. So if Bissouma's not doing it, then you need Bentancur to either do it, but he's not quite there yet. So Maddison's doing it. But then when Maddison does it,
somebody's not as technically gifted, and you play Højbjerg.
Højbjerg can't play this football, Adrian. He can't do it.
He's not awful, though. He's not. He might not be the most technically gifted player.
Yeah, as a sub for 10, 15 minutes to give you energy and a bit of solidity, okay. But to build up the play and keep it flowing for 90 minutes, he's not that player. He's perfect for Mourinho and Conte ball. He's perfect for that kind of system.
Low blocks.
I've got no issues with Bentancur. I know Maddison's good in his day. We need competition for Bissouma. Because I think
Moussa Dembele would have been absolutely sensational in the system. Absolutely freaking brilliant at this. That's the player we could have done with. There is one player, Mane Kone for I think it's Wolves. Is it?
I know you. I mean, Mane Kone, he's fucking excellent. He's a good player.
That's the kind of player we need for the 6. But I think we might pursue with Bissouma.
Hey, me and Will were banging on the drum about Tyler Adams before he got injured. And everybody was talking shit to us. But you know what? Tyler Adams was excellent for Bournemouth this past weekend. And then, you know what? He scored a freaking banger for USMNT as well this week. So he's a great 6 and a great option, but everybody was like, "Oh, he's shit." And I'm like, "Really? Okay, whatever." And then people were saying, like, they were like, "We don't need a 6. Basuma's a 6." I was like, "No, he's like a 7-6.
He's an 8.
7. He's basically a 7 because he's like a 6-8 hybrid or whatever. And so is Sar. And then they're like, "Oh, Bentancur is a 6." I was like, "No, we don't have a 6.
Edison at Atalanta, he would be a good fit for us. He would be a good fit.
The thing is, Basuma was brilliant in that role for the first 10 games. I remember I went away to the Emirates against Arsenal, and Arsenal, they were the team that everyone thought would challenge for the title. Okay, eventually they have got there, but Basuma was unreal in that game. Like, he was freaking brilliant. I don't know he's clearly just either lost his way in the team, or people talk about this illness. I personally think maybe he's just not good enough. He's just not. He has good patches.
So could it be like a confidence thing? With Basuma, right? He's had 3 suspensions this year, right? He got that sending off against Luton, but we won the game and all that. Then he went away on his African Nations Cup thing and all that. And I don't know. I don't want to make excuses for him. I shouldn't have to make excuses.
But Marley dropped
I'm wondering if those suspensions and going away and missing from the team, we lost him for quite a few games. I'm just wondering if them suspensions and like the sending offs.
No, we're looking for excuses. Listen, we do the same thing with Kulusevski's. Wasn't excuse?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's true.
Quality players turn up most games. That's what makes them quality. They turn up and they put in good performance.
I wonder with quality.
He's inconsistent.
He's
inconsistent. Sorry, Kuva.
Sorry, I'm interrupting as well, mate.
No, go for it.
With Basuma, I always have this nagging feeling that when he did get that sending off and he took so much flack for it, I wonder if that's like stayed in the back of his mind, like he can't play his natural game. He's got to play within himself or something like that. Some sort of psychological effect it's had on him, because the sudden drop off was almost astonishing, wasn't it? He went from being, we were thinking, Christ, player of the season contender here, rampaging bull of a player, to absolutely bloody useless.
Did you not see a bit of his old self today? I see a little bit. I thought, hang about, you're looking a bit not top notch, but he was looking a bit of his old self.
Wasn't he? Yeah.
Kuva, we could argue then, like Romero, he went through a pretty rough patch this season, sendings off, suspensions, everyone was turning against him. Since the start of this season, nothing. He's kind of
11 games without a booking, I think.
He got one today. But quality always comes through. And I just think maybe we just need to have a conversation about certain players who we thought were good, like Basuma and Kulu. Maybe they're just not as good as we thought. Maybe their consistency is their downfall. It does happen.
Could be.
Yeah.
I don't think he was bad today. I don't think Basuma was bad. I don't think he was bad, but he's just not the player we know.
This is the same argument with the academy players for me as well. I mean, we've always, over the years, we've bigged up the academy and like the next great thing that's coming through, and they never really make it. And I just keep having this nagging feeling of maybe they're just not actually as good as we're making them out to be. And I think we'll start seeing evidence of that over the next few years, because we are starting to add some.
Please don't start this discussion again.
I actually, you know what? I agree with Bryce that I think that Basuma, we really saw a change in him after he got sent off that first time. And then I think that even when he goes into tackle, which is some of his like strongest attributes to his game, he kind of pulls back and he like hesitates now. He doesn't go in for a tackle. He is afraid. It feels like he's afraid to get a yellow card or get sent off. And I think that his confidence is a little shot. And I think that he also has like, he needs more maturity. Like he also is not composed either. He seems to get upset sometimes. I think that he needs to mature, even though he it's not like he's super young, but I mean, I think he needs to mature. And if he actually, I feel like he has the skills. Like he has the skills. We've seen him have the skills. He just needs to have better composure, more confidence, and then he'd be able to be, balling again. The inconsistency has to do with him as a person and what's in his head, I think, then rather than his actual skill set.
Is that the problem we've got there, team? Because it's a very young team. I mean, like with Kulu, I'm a big fan of Kulu. I mean, like, and then when he scores against Man City, I think in his first full debut, when Son squared the ball for him and he scored, and he started off with the goals and assists. He's still got very impressive stats for a 23-year-old, right? But if you look at his age, it seems like he's been with us for years. I mean, I'm a big fan because I think he's technically so good, right? But I don't know what you guys think. I mean, like, people say number 10, number 8 and all that. Where do you see him still as a player? What position?
Who? Zuma.
Kulu. No, Kulu.
Oh, Kulu. Oh, okay.
Kulusevski.
Mate, I just don't think he's cut out for this football. I think the number one attribute you need to play. No, I don't. I think the number one attribute you need to play handball, first of all, is you must be an athlete. If you're not an athlete, I think you're going to struggle. I don't think he's an athlete. I think he's strong, he's powerful, he's technical, but I don't think he's an athlete. And then the second thing you need, you've got to be quick in your decision making. So once you're on the ball, touch, play, touch, move, touch, dribble, whatever you do it quick. Because that's how we use the overloads to our advantage.
Well, I think he's an athlete, and I think he's got good vision. I mean, like, and he makes things up.
He's an athlete in terms of he's got stamina to keep running. But when I mean athlete, I mean we need explosive players. Like if you look at Van der Ven, you think, "Fuck me, you're an athlete." Like I think we need players like that. I think we need more athletic players.
I agree.
Yeah, but hang on a second. With the Van der Ven, I love Van der Ven. He's got pace. Right, good tackler. In the air, he's taller than Romero. Is he better than the air than Romero? I'm not actually sure about that actually, because like he might be taller, you might assume that that's the case. If you compared all the stats on the ball,
Van der Ven is
at the back, when Romero's marshalling the defence, even like today, everyone's looking to him, which shows what confidence, even in training, they've got in Romero, because they're all looking to give him the ball to play as the quarterback at the back and lead it. Now, we might argue, like fans do, why is Romero moving the ball a bit more quicker? But he's always looking for the pass, the right pass, and most times he gets it right? So to me, Romero is, look, Van der Ven is a good player. He's got a long way to go before he can get close to lacing Romero's boots, in my opinion. Other fans will disagree with me because they're all impressed because VDV's got this pace and all that, right? Which is fair enough. Like I ain't gonna argue over that. That's fair enough. That's their opinion against mine. But I think Romero's quality, absolute quality.
Yeah. I'm not. You asked me about Kulu.
Yeah, and Kulu again. Kulu again. His stats, his goals for a 23. He's only 23. This is another thing you see with these players. You dog it a day and made loads of mistakes. He's a kid, right? And the same with Kulu. He's young. He's 23, right? Ange moaned because he went searching for the ball in the last game, right? I got that. He was out of position, which means we were also out of shape, right? I get that. And Kulu was desperately trying to improve his game. I think Kulu is a fantastic talent. Does he suit Ange ball? I don't know. I don't know.
Think he does.
Maybe he doesn't. If he doesn't, well then you sell him.
Listen, I don't like Brennan Johnson, right? Adrian, I don't like Brennan Johnson as a footballer. It's not for me, but he suits this system better than Kulu.
Yeah. And he has a knack recently, he's pricked my ears up, of having, think about it, the kids hit a few sitters, blasted a few over the bar, but recently he's been a bit effective and having more of a impact on games. He's having a bit more of an impact on games. And the kid's 22, Johnson. Johnson, yeah.
But don't you guys think that
But
Decky is more of a 10
nowhere near
now?
the finished article.
No, but hold on. You guys are saying, oh yeah, Brendan Johnson's more suited to the way that we play and all this stuff. But don't you think that Decky is more of a 10 right now anyways? Like, that's where we've seen him the best. Like, I think that, yeah, he's not a right winger in this system, but in order to get him into the team, I think that Ange has been playing him on the right wing, but he's more of a 10. So if we are going to sell, if we have Madison, and we're going to sell, Lo Celso, I'm not saying that we are, right? Then we have to keep Decky because Decky is our 10 otherwise when Madison gets injured. Or, or it's the other way around. If we keep Lo Celso, then, but I think that Decky's a 10 now.
I think he could play as a 10, an 8, an inverted fullback, and even as a fullback. Yes, that physicality about him, the way he holds on the ball, he's got all the defensive qualities of someone who plays further up the field as well to hold on to the ball. I think he is that talented. But, well, this is down to Ange, Bob, how he sees him.
I think if you want to win trophies, we've got to get ruthless. And as much as I love Decky, and as much as I've defended him more than any other player for the last God knows how many years, when I just look at what this team, what we're trying to do, the way we play, I don't think he suits the system. Sadly, I don't. Even as a 10, I don't think he's the right player.
What about as an 8 or an inverted fullback?
Slap Timo Werner's pace into Decky, you've got a player.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
So 100%. Do you think Decky could play as an 8 then still, or as an inverted fullback?
No, I think as a sympathy, you keep him there as a bench player, but he came off the bench today and he was shit. What do you want me to say?
Yeah. I mean, ideally, Ange wants to see his team transition very rapidly. That means either passing out accurately and quickly, or traveling with the ball quickly. Kulusevski is not really. He doesn't strike me as doing either of those very well in particular.
I think you'll see that Ange will be ruthless, Cover. He'll have a clear out. He hasn't messed about where he's been before, right?
Yeah, but
he will be assessing his squad. He's overlaid his philosophy on him. He's had a good look. Like, I think he did a bit of an experiment with that League Cup game, which was a total disaster away, right? He had a look, probably thought, oh, these players, he didn't really know his squad. Looked at them and thought, oh, yeah, shit, right? Because I would have thought the same thing. Come back, he's had a good look at the squad now. He's had a chance to assess them. When they did well in them first 10 games, 8 wins, 2 draws, and even
Adrian, do you know what it comes down to? Do you know what it comes down to, right? You've got Richarlison who can only score headers. Yeah. You've got Timo who's got all the pace in the world, but is hopeless in front of goal. Exactly. You've got Brendan Johnson who's an impact player, but not a 90-minute player. You've got Kulusevski who's got all the technical ability, but no pace. You just don't have a player with a full package. We could go for all of them.
No, I agree.
The only one that's got it all.
You've got to convince me.
The only one that's got it all, but he's kind of maybe now beginning on his slow way out, is Son. He'll need replacing in 2 years. We need players like Gareth Bale who had the lot. Pace, shooting ability, crossing ability, can dribble. I'm not saying get Gareth Bale, but we need that kind of a player. They need a full range of skills for this.
I wish we could get Gareth Bale, Gareth Bale right now.
And I think, when you're playing tough away games, I understand.
Assists, crossing.
I understand when we're away.
They don't need to defend as long as they've got the attacking skill set.
When we're away at a tough away ground, I understand why he'll play Kulusevski and Sarr in the side, because Kulu will give you that defensive stability in front of a Porro, and Sarr will be there as well with his energy. So I understand that. But like you say, we need to kick on. And if Kulu can't do it, although I'm a big fan of the player, fine, okay, sorry, mate, you got to go, right? I'm that way. But it's a question of who you replace those players with, So,
Well,
I think when we're so interested in a player, when he is supposedly, for all the media, so interested in Conor Gallagher, I'm thinking to myself,
I want Conor Gallagher. I'm going to lose my shit.
Hold on. So I remember Conor Gallagher. When he played for Palace against us, and he had a great game and all that, I thought, okay, this is a busy player. But I thought, he ain't nothing fucking special, in my opinion.
He's
right?
not better than what we've got. He's not
Yeah.
better than what
So
we've got.
why? If it's a question like, so that tells me like, what are you looking for, Ange? He's looking for like more energy in midfield. Well, then you play Bentancur all the time, in my opinion, because it is my pick out of those four.
Pape Sarr's got energy.
Yeah, Bentancur and Pape Sarr are my two picks. They'd be my two picks over Maddison and Basuma every day of the week.
If you look at Bowden today, right? Look at the way Bowden played for West Ham. That is the kind of player that would, okay, he's not elite, but he would work so well for Spurs the way we want to play. He's not Gareth Bale, but he's a player that's got enough attributes to be better.
Very hard working.
He's got goals. He's got assists. He doesn't give up. He'll be good in the press. He'll be good at carrying the ball. He'll be good at scoring. What more do we want? That'll do for now.
Right, well, look at just under my name. What does it say? As a recruitment team.
As a elite.
I wish.
Yes.
We all can
Big
dream.
Q, before you go there, and as they can play in multiple positions, right?
Yeah,
What
left
position
wing
do you
or
want
a
it to
10.
play? Hold on. What position do you want it to play him? And also, without putting you too much in the spot, what's his goal scoring record?
He doesn't have the best goal scoring record, but he's.
No, I don't want him.
Well, I know you don't want him,
No,
but I want
we
him.
have this all the time, right?
Adrian, which player are we talking about?
If he's going to play in a front three for us rather than midfield, or
He doesn't
whatever,
have a lot of
then,
goals.
or
He's
do
kind
the
of like
Madison role.
Grealish. He's kind of
We
like
bring
Grealish.
players in. I want players that have got an eye for goal. I don't care if they're a target every time, but I don't want to.
He's been playing. He's been playing as a 10.
Like a Werner.
He's been playing on the wing
Adrian.
as a 10.
Adrian, here's your stats, okay? Eze scored 6 goals in 19 matches so far in the Premier League.
He was injured.
Yeah, so he's missed a lot. So 6 in 19 is 1 goal in every 3 games. That's the stat. 1 goal in every 3. It's not bad.
Good. That's good.
Right? And wait. Total goals and assists is 8 for the season. So he's got 2 assists as well. Bear in mind, he's missed half the season and he's playing in one of the worst fucking teams in the league, right? They're a relegation.
And you make an excuse for him then. So is he injury prone?
No, he's not injury prone. He was injured this season.
Well, if you said
he was injured this season. He was injured for a very, very, very short time, before that. And yeah, he's not injury prone.
I don't want to buy
the way we play, you're expecting those stats to be elevated. So if he's scoring 1 in 3, I think the way we play, potentially we're looking at 1 in 2.
Yeah, you would under Ange Ball, you expect any striker to score more.
Right, so there you go.
But the other thing is he's fast.
17 goals he shared when he shared the golden boot with Salah this season, right? Before the season ends, because under Ange Ball, you should score more goals. But
I think Stell's point was perfect. You got to have context with taking some of these stats into consideration.
Yeah, true.
I mean, Alan Shearer at Southampton, it was like 23 goals in 114 games. You wouldn't pick him based on those stats.
No.
But it's Alan Shearer.
Well, the other thing is that Eze is
right
fast,
player.
and he's fast. He can create, and he's a menace. He's like an absolute menace. So, I mean, he can.
He's better than any of our wide players. Any of them. He's better than any of them.
Yeah, and then if Madison is injured or something, he can play in the 10. He has versatility as well. So and he's English, helps with the English quota, because apparently, according to Ali Gold, we're hanging on to Ollie Skip because we need the English quota, homegrown quota. So
my only thing is, what I want is in the transfer window, if we're moving in for new wingers or a striker, I want those that can score us goals. We're never going to win a Premier League ever in a million years with a Werner. It's just not going to happen. He doesn't contribute with enough goals. He may be fast and pacey and flash, get you off your seats, give us loads of assists, And the same goes for Johnson, who's young, who's got potential to kick on. And I hope he's got a great ceiling because he's a Spurs player, obviously. But I mean, you know, I keep saying it and banging on about it. We need a front three that scores goals, you know, and we shouldn't have to just rely on Sonny, who scores a goal every 2.45, almost 2.5 games, who's been fantastic for us. And I get really pissed off when some fans come across, we should sell him because he's 31 and get the money for him while we can. Really? His pace hasn't slowed. He might have lost the turbochargers, but he didn't lose that pace for that second goal against Luton when he broke from like our midfield forward and then contributed in the goal. I mean, like, he's brilliant. He's fantastic. And if he won in this team, oh God, we'd be mid-table, in my opinion.
Guys, listen, I'm going to wrap it up. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'll let everyone have their final say. If you do want to have a final say, it's up to you. Just want to quickly say thank you to Lias, being Abhishek, De La Spurs, Changxing Xiong. I hope I said your name. Yep, I hope I said your name right. Thank you for your super chats, people. Everyone in the chat has contributed tonight. It's been a marathon show. How we did a 4.5 hour show, I don't know, but there you go.
Well, not all of us were here the entire time still.
You got it right.
It's just Adrian and I, the old dog.
And Steele's going to blame me from the next one, so you're all right.
Well, let's see. Let's see if they
I blame Cubes for being too chatty.
I blame Kluver for talking so much sense, actually.
Adrian, you can have your final say.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Well, thanks for the invite. No, it's great to be with you guys. You know, we're all well-intentioned fans. We disagree over this, that, and the other, but we all want the best for our club. And you know, I love the club. I'll always love the club for as long as I've got a heartbeat in me. And you know, and I always love you guys and fellows First Spurs fans. Don't want to get involved in sentimental gush, but so it's going to end there. Right.
I'll go with a final word of something simple. We've got a fractured fan base at the moment. There's only one thing that's going to unite it, and we've got to start winning things. That's it.
Yep, trophies cubed.
Yeah, I think that our best players or better players that we know have something on them, I think they need to step up a little more. And I think that the ones that are the worst players are in the front. I think that we're defensively, our defense is actually pretty good. We need to do better on corners. We need to do better on set pieces. But it's really that forward line and our midfield needs to step up more. So, but, you know, it is what it is. It sucked losing to the Hammers because I hate that scum. But we drew, but to me it was a loss. So,
you know, just like to finish by saying a big up to the chat channel that stayed with us for this long as well. Yeah,
If 300 people on average for 4.5 hours.
You're brilliant. You're fantastic. Yeah?
Where do we find
you? It's a great chat, great show, but great podcast.
So, can I say something? Actually,
no, you can't.
One last thing. I'm going to say this. Thank you, Adrian. One last thing. I'm going to say this. Mark Changor. Okay. So I know that you're my #1 fan and you're super obsessed with me because you follow me around all over YouTube and every other thing that you say is like C cubed XYZ and you're tagging me on everything. Okay. So yes, thank you. I appreciate all of the attention that you give me on YouTube constantly talking about me when I'm not even in the chat or on the stream at all. But if you keep talking about me and talking to me and harassing me constantly, every single stream that I'm on, I'm going to have every single place that I go to ban you because it's going on for way too long. I've been on this channel for a really long time and I know that you've been listening for a really long time. So stop obsessing over me.
Yeah. So Mark,
I know that you are my #1 fan, but stop obsessing over me.
Yeah.
Mark,
behave yourself, yeah.
Mark, I'll say this on behalf of our channel, right? Let me say this on behalf of our channel. If Cubed is on our show, either don't comment or don't watch. If Cube's not on the show, and then you can be in the chat, fine. So you choose to be here. We have to show respect to our guests. So you make a choice. Otherwise, I back what Cube says. If we're going to be rude to people in the show who give up their free time, I will start banning people.
Oh, he talks about me even when I'm not on the show, even when I'm not here. Then he's talking about me in the chat. You know, just randomly harassing me.
I know,
look, I know that you are, you like talking about me, but just let it go. Just stop obsessing about me and just talk about somebody else or talk about, the football or anything. But it's literally like every other thing. Even when I'm not talking, you're harassing me.
I think you're being way too hard on Mark. I mean,
Q, let's be fair, right? I mean, like, if Mark's being obsessed about you, he's stopping us from being obsessed about you. You know what I mean?
I don't want to give him any more time. Mark, I've told you, when Cube's here, either back off or drop it. And I'm gonna end the show by ending how I end all shows.
Good
Never
show.
forget.
Good show.
Never, ever forget.
Good to
simple. We've got our Tottenham back. That's